The game known as Aether World was released a decade ago, originally designed as a dating simulator targeted at a female audience. However, in a strange twist of fate, it ended up attracting a significantly larger male player base. The game's appeal lay in its diverse roster of playable characters, ranging from those who were easy to pick up but highly efficient, to others who were incredibly difficult and frustratingly inefficient. Amongst this varied cast, there was one particular character infamous for being utter trash, a character defined by his extreme difficulty and terrible features. And yet, for 10 long years, there was one dedicated, perhaps even perverse, player who exclusively mained this character, Beakussial. Seated before his glowing monitor, hands poised over his keyboard, a young man with dark, messy hair cracks a slight smile, ready to begin his session. That man was me, the player known as Beakussial. From his apartment window, a modern school building could be seen against a soft, sunlit sky. Taking a sip from a white mug, the young man, Beakussial's player, noticed a flurry of activity on the Ether World forums. He wondered if there had been a new update as the page was flooded with new posts. The titles were frantic and confused. One user complained about a piece of shit game and a random ass dragon that blew away all their game data. Another asked what a dark demon dragon was, lamenting that their character had died and they couldn't log back in. Others simply reported their characters being deleted entirely. He found it bizarre, questioning the presence of a final boss in what was supposed to be a dating sim, a genre that typically ended with getting together with one of the characters. The bigger concern was the reports of characters being deleted. He wondered if it was truly a bug. Suddenly, it clicked. A massive, terrifying dragon made of pure shadow and crackling purple energy filled his screen, a notification announcing that the dark demon dragon, 13th moon of the Black Night, had appeared. The story, he realized, was finally unfolding. Within the lore of Ether World, there existed a cult-like organization called the Dark Demonic Humans. Their singular goal was to assist an otherworld known as Persona Gate in taking over their world. When they finally managed to achieve this goal, the Dark Demon Dragon appeared. He processed this new information with a grim expression, realizing that 90% of the continent had already been taken over by the Persona Gate. He admitted to himself that he'd only ever been concerned with PvP and hadn't paid attention to the story, but now the entire lore was completely messed up. He wondered if this was even okay. Still, he reasoned, it wasn't like he could avoid fighting it. With a determined glint in his eyes and his hand resting on his chin, he decided he might as well give it a try. A prompt materialized on his screen, its elegant script asking a simple question. Will you fight Dark Demon Dragon? Without hesitation, he clicked yes, his face set with resolve. He was ready to show off the skills he had painstakingly honed over the last 10 years. In an instant, his character, Beakussial, was transported to a desolate, purple-hued landscape, standing before the colossal, winged beast of shadow and malice. If he were to explain his character, Beakussial, the most crucial fact is that he is the sole character in the entire game who cannot use magic. In a world where magic is ubiquitous, this limitation makes him worse than an extra, a character that even the most experienced players refuse to play. Of course, that wasn't entirely true. He could use some asterisk magic, but it was just one single spell. As the Dark Demon Dragon opened its maw and unleashed a devastating beam of concentrated purple energy, Beakussial, with a confident smirk playing on his lips, activated his solitary spell. He used the blink spell, instantly teleporting through the cataclysmic blast and reappearing above the dragon's massive head, his sword ready. Beakussial's blink spell allows him to travel a random distance between 3 to 10 meters almost instantaneously. However, its greatest weakness is that the direction and distance are random, meaning a user who can't control it well would die immediately from the speed and impact of colliding with an obstacle. On top of that, the spell had a ridiculous cooldown time and mana cost, and it inflicted a 2-second paralysis penalty on the user after casting. It was a skill anyone could learn, but for these reasons, most people didn't bother using it. However, with a focused gaze, it was clear that Beakussial had mastered the use of blink. He could control the direction he would go in as well as the distance. He had also managed to nullify the penalty, and thanks to his unique trait, Mana Leakage Syndrome, it didn't even consume mana. With a click of his mouse, the player recalled his fascination. Unlike other spells, blink was purely a movement ability. He had become obsessed with this character because everything depended entirely on his own skill level. So, for the last 10 years, he had been playing as the only character in the game that did not use magic in battles. The battle was a dazzling and chaotic dance of purple light and swift movement. As Beakussial blinked and weaved through the dragon's relentless attacks, his blade flashing in the gloom. After a grueling fight, he stood victorious over the dissipating form of the beast. A notification appearing before him. It declared in elegant script, You have defeated the final boss 13th moon of the Black Knight. Back in his room, the player stared at the screen in disbelief, letting out a confused huh. He questioned if he had really killed it. He knew his character was basically covered head to toe in ancient relic-grade items, but it was still a garbage character at its core. A smile spread across his face. He felt pretty good about his accomplishment. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he decided to flex on the community forums about killing the dark demon dragon. Just as his cursor hovered over the post button, his screen violently glitched, erupting in a cascade of red error messages. The text repeated a dire warning. Because the wrong ending has been reached, 90% of Aether World has been destroyed. He could only stare, utterly bewildered, asking what? The glitching red text continued to scroll, adding a new cryptic message. It stated that while he had reached the wrong ending, he was the closest to reaching the true ending. A strange, ethereal pink light began to emanate from his body, his form becoming translucent and pixelated as he started to dematerialize from his chair. A final plea flashed on the screen, a desperate command. Please reach the true ending. A massive speech bubble erupted from his close-up, shocked face, a single word of pure panic. What? In a flash of brilliant white light, he vanished completely, leaving behind an empty gaming chair and 2 glowing monitors in the dark room. He was pulled through a blinding vortex of light and vertical lines. He gasped awake with a start, his eyes snapping open. He found himself lying on a cold, dark, wooden floor, shadows of what looked like window bars cast over him. He pushed himself up, clutching his throbbing head, completely disoriented. What's going on? He mumbled, looking around the desolate, chilly room. And where am I? His gaze drifted sideways, catching sight of a broken mirror leaning against the wall. He slowly crawled towards it on his hands and knees, his reflection coming into view. His eyes widened in shock. The face staring back at him was not his own. The appearance... This was the face of Beakussial. A bright blue holographic screen suddenly materialized before him with a soft chime. It displayed a formal, game-like notification. In elegant script, it announced the beginning of Episode 1, Escape the Chase. His eyes widened with a dawning horror as the realization hit him like a physical blow. This was Beakussial's prologue quest. He scrambled to his feet, his mind reeling in disbelief. No way, he muttered, his expression a mixture of fear and confusion. Acting on instinct, his hand shot into his coat pocket, his fingers closing around a piece of paper. He pulled it out, his eyes confirming his worst fears. It was the entrance certificate to Stellar Academy, a key item from the game's introduction. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he clutched his face, the undeniable truth crashing down upon him. It was hard to believe, but this was definitely Aether World, and he had become Beakussial. He forced himself to calm down, trying to be logical about the situation. He recalled the voice that told him to reach the true ending. However, from his extensive knowledge of the game, it didn't have a singular true ending, only multiple possible endings. A chilling thought suddenly pierced through his confusion. What if no one had managed to reach the true ending in the last 10 years? He gripped the certificate tightly, shaking his head to clear the distracting thoughts. Damn it, this wasn't the time to be thinking about that. His expression hardened with urgency as he focused on the immediate threat. If his memory served him right after Beakussial wakes up in this hut, the people chasing him burst in. As if on cue, a gruff voice echoed from outside, demanding to know where that son of a bitch ran off to. Through the window, he could see a group of cloaked figures trudging through the heavy snow. Panic flared in his chest. Damn it, he thought, they're already here. Outside, a grim-faced man with blonde hair and a scar across his nose spotted the small structure in the distance. There's a hut over there, one of his men shouted. The leader raised his arm, barking an order to go search it. His men responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir." As Beakussial watched from inside, wondering what he was going to do now. He knew there was a limit to how long he could avoid them in this small hut. He clenched his fist in frustration. He couldn't fight them either. What should I do? He wondered desperately. Just then, a familiar blue system window chimed into existence before him. A bright light flashed, and the window displayed a hopeful message. You can use the skill blink. His eyes shot wide open in surprise. What? I can use blink. A skill card for Blink appeared, depicting a stylized figure performing a flash forward. The narration explained that for a body suffering from magic leakage syndrome, a condition that prevented the accumulation of mana, Beakussial had one single hope, the spell that he had fully practiced his whole life. Back in the snowy present, he stared at the glowing blue notification. The skill details were displayed. Class 0, maximum distance 9 meters, maximum charges 1, cooldown 3 seconds. He grimaced, thinking to himself that he was being told to use Blink right now. But that was in a game where he controlled his character with a mouse and keyboard, a far cry from executing it with his own body. The sound of crunching footsteps in the snow just outside the hut grew louder. A group of cloaked pursuers charged towards his location. He flinched at the proximity of the sound, his face contorting in panic as he realized they were already here. There was no time left. With a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, he steeled his resolve. The only thing he could do was try. The pursuers kicked the door in with a loud crash, but they were too late. One of them spotted a figure leaping out the window and shouted that he had found the bastard. "Chase him, don't let him escape. Stop right there." The pursuers yelled, giving chase through the snowy woods. This was the first part of the tutorial. Avoid the pursuers by using blink. He ran, gasping for breath, but his pursuers, equipped with magic boots, were much faster than him. He knew the only way to successfully escape was if he used blink. He told himself to calm down. He had used blink countless times before. The timing was burned into his muscle memory. "This son of a bitch, you aren't going to stop." One of the pursuers yelled from behind. A quick glance over his shoulder confirmed his fears. They had already caught up to him. The narration reminded the audience of Blink's primary disadvantage. If the user fails to control the distance, they could collide with an object and die in an instant. One of the pursuers lunged, his sword raised high, screaming "die" as he brought the blade down. But just as the sword was about to connect, Beakussial's eyes glowed with an inner light. He thought to himself that if **** used it, it would be different. He activated blink, vanishing in a flash of light. The pursuer's sword sliced through empty air. Beakussial reappeared several meters ahead, a triumphant grin on his face. "I did it!" he exclaimed internally. The pursuers stared in shock. One of them questioned if that was blink, which would mean their target was a maid. Their leader, however, remained calm, telling his men not to falter. He explained that after using blink, the user is always paralyzed for 2 seconds, so it was actually a good opportunity for them. The leader watched expectantly, but his jaw dropped in disbelief. "Wait, how is that bastard moving?" he yelled as Beakussial was already up and running again through the snowy forest. Beakussial focused, telling himself to move carefully, more carefully. He had to use the uneven terrain to his advantage. He knew that in the game, players who couldn't control blink at this stage would never make it to the next episode. In reality, 99% of players who chose Beakussial were unable to pass this tutorial. Counting down from 3, he activated blink once more, teleporting seamlessly across a gap between 2 snowy ledges and landing perfectly. One of the pursuers stared in disbelief, exclaiming that using blink in this terrain was insane. Enraged, the leader ordered the people who could use magic to the front, telling them to attack the bastard from a distance. Several cloaked figures stepped forward, their hands glowing with magical energy. Beakussial glanced back, his eyes widening in alarm as he realized they were trying to use magic. The second part of the tutorial had begun. Use blink to dodge the magic arrows flying at him. He grimaced, remembering that in the game, he could see everything behind him since it was on a monitor, which made dodging easy. A system window popped up, announcing that the skill magic leakage syndrome was being used. Consequently, its derivative skills, sixth sense and cognitive acceleration, were also being activated. The world seemed to slow down around him. His perception sharpened, and he could see the glowing green trajectories of incoming magic arrows. A volley of purple projectiles rained down on him, but he weaved through them, his teeth gritted in concentration. He planted his foot firmly in the snow and activated blink just as the arrows converged on his location, creating a massive magical explosion. He reappeared a safe distance away, landing in a crouch and kicking up a cloud of snow. "Phew, that was close," he breathed, his heart pounding. He knew what came next. Then the last part, he thought, pushing himself to keep running. Panting heavily, he reached the third and final stage of the tutorial. He stood at the edge of a vast, treacherous canyon, dotted with small, floating boulders. The objective was to cross the canyon while using blink. The wind howled around him, whipping snow through the air. He knew the only way to cross was to control the distance of his blink perfectly. If he succeeded, he would meet some passing mages on the other side and escape, which a system window materializes in a flash of brilliant blue light, announcing that he has obtained EXP. A second notification immediately follows, promising an additional reward for uniquely developing the story through something called the Constellatio Project. The world fades back in, and Beakussial is seen slumped in a vast, snowy wasteland, his body trembling with exhaustion and the lingering adrenaline of battle. He draws ragged breaths, puffs of white vapor escaping his lips in the frigid air. His hand, smeared with blood, rests unsteadily on the hilt of his sword, which is also stained crimson. He gasps for air, his throat raw and his body aching from the fight for his life. A violent splash of blood against a dark background flashes through his mind, a stark and brutal image that solidifies his terrifying new reality. His thoughts race as disjointed memories bombard him. His first use of the blink ability, the chaos of his first real battle, and the chilling finality of his first murder. He clutches his chest, a grimace of pain and shock twisting his features as he realizes with absolute certainty that this is not a dream. His eyes, filled with a grim resolve, stare into the falling snow. He internalizes the harsh truth. He had to kill a person just to survive. With a deep, shuddering breath, he forces his weary body to stand. His blood-stained clothes a testament to the life-or-death struggle he just endured. He looks out over the desolate, snow-covered expanse where the body of his pursuer lies still, and decides he must leave this place immediately. He takes a few steps, but then freezes, a new thought striking him. He turns back, his expression hardening with grim pragmatism. He admits to himself that what he's about to do leaves a bitter aftertaste. But with no money to his name, he has to think realistically about his survival. He kneels beside the fallen mercenary and begins to search the body, his hands moving with purpose through the cold fabric. His search yields a small, heavy pouch filled with gleaming gold coins. He quickly estimates its worth to be around 2 million credit, which he mentally converts to about 2 million won. It's not a fortune, but it's far better than nothing. With his meager funds secured, he stands up and faces his next obstacle. A massive, sheer cliff looms before him, its icy face disappearing into the swirling snow of the blizzard. As he contemplates the impossible crossing, a voice cuts through the wind. He looks up, his eyes narrowing, and spots a distant group of figures accompanied by a horse-drawn carriage. He immediately recognizes them as the group of mages that appear in the game's tutorial. The mages are clad in dark, hooded robes, their forms silhouetted against the white snow. Seizing the opportunity, Usial waves his arms frantically, shouting that he's over here. One of the mages calls back across the chasm, pointing out the lack of a bridge and questioning how he intends to cross. Usial replies with unwavering confidence that he is on his way. A purple-haired mage in the group suggests to his companions that they should wait, since the boy claimed he would cross. A younger mage with light blue hair expresses his skepticism, pointing out that crossing a cliff of this magnitude would require the skills of at least a third-class knight, and he audibly wonders if the young boy is capable of such a feat. The purple-haired mage simply states that he is not sure. His uncertainty quickly turns to shock as he gasps. Across the chasm, Usial crouches down, a brilliant golden aura erupting around his feet, shattering the icy rock beneath him as he gathers power for a tremendous leap. The two mages watch, their eyes wide with disbelief, as a blinding flash of golden light explodes from Usial's position. Usial rockets through the air, encased in the golden energy, and lands precisely on a small, floating rock, suspended over the abyss. The mages below murmur in astonishment, one asking what that power was. Another hooded figure observes Usial's movements as he gracefully leaps from one floating stone to the next, asking if it was some kind of jumping magic. The purple-haired mage corrects him, identifying the skill as a blink. A young woman with long, flowing blue hair, her face mostly hidden by her hood, watches Usial's display with silent intensity. The purple-haired mage continues to express his disbelief, questioning how it could possibly be a simple blink. He argues that a standard blink spell wouldn't allow for such precise control over direction and distance, exclaiming how that could be possible. As Usial continues his impossible crossing, leaping between platforms with powerful bursts of golden energy, the mage lets out a confused sound. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to two other figures, cloaked entirely in black, perched on a nearby cliff edge. He wonders aloud if they are with the boy. Usial too spots the ominous figures, his guard instantly rising. One of the cloaked individuals lets out a sharp gasp of recognition. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure begins to chant, and a complex magic circle, glowing with fiery runes, materializes around them. A massive torrent of fire erupts from the circle, hurtling directly towards Usial. From the ground, one of the mages screams a warning, telling him to watch out. Usial curses under his breath as the fireball screams towards him. In the split second before impact, he activates his blink, vanishing in a flash of light just as the spell obliterates the spot where he stood. He reappears on another floating stone, turning to glare at the two assailants as fiery debris rains down around him. He grimly wonders if these are the same mercenaries from before, recognizing that the situation has become incredibly dangerous. His mind races, calculating his odds. He knows Blink has a 3-second cooldown, making it impossible to dodge a continuous barrage of magic. He desperately scans his surroundings, searching for the next floating stone that will serve as a foothold. His eyes widen in alarm as he sees the second mercenary raise their staff, conjuring a sphere of swirling dark energy. A bolt of pure shadow magic shoots out, striking the floating rock Usial is standing on. The impact shatters the stone, the dark energy splintering it into pieces. Usial lets out a grunt of pain as the platform crumbles beneath him. His footing gone, he plummets into the abyss, his face a mask of pure panic as he realizes he's going to fall. He curses his luck, seeing that all the other floating stones are now hopelessly out of reach. In a desperate last-ditch effort, he twists his body in midair and activates Blink one more time, praying that he lands on something, anything. A halo of golden light envelops him as he vanishes. He reappears just inches from the cliff face on the other side, his fingers scrabbling for purchase and just barely catching the icy ledge. He clings on for dear life, his knuckles white. For a fleeting moment, he thinks he survived. That relief is shattered when he looks up and sees another massive fire spell roaring down towards him. His hope turns to despair as he realizes he might not have survived after all. He is certain he is going to die. But just as the fireball is about to consume him, a brilliant spear of ice, crackling with raw lightning, shoots up from below and intercepts the attack. The two powerful spells collide in a cataclysmic explosion of fire and ice, sending shockwaves through the chasm and shattering into a shower of glowing magical fragments. The battlefield is filled with shimmering particles of blue and red light. Still hanging precariously from the cliff, Usial looks down in stunned silence, wondering what that magic was. He recognizes it as an ice spear covered with lightning, a dual attribute spell. He is floored that someone could use two attributes in what was supposed to be the tutorial area. More than that, he's astounded by the caster's precision. They had perfectly calculated the trajectory to intercept the attack without wasting a single drop of mana. He wonders who could possibly perform such a feat. His gaze falls upon the group of mages below, and he sees the blue-haired woman, her hand still outstretched, holding a glowing staff. It was her she had saved his life. Across the chasm, the two dark mages cry out in agony and disbelief as the remnants of the ice lightning spell strike them. Their bodies are instantly encased in ice before shattering into 1,000 frozen pieces. With the threat eliminated, Usial holds himself over the edge of the cliff, collapsing onto the solid ground with a deep sigh of relief. He murmurs that it seems he gets to live after all. He gets to his feet and approaches the group of mages who had intervened. He walks up to the blue-haired girl and sincerely thanks her for helping him. She replies with a cool, detached voice, stating that she didn't do it to receive any gratitude, so he shouldn't mind it. She then turns and walks back towards her carriage without another word. Usial is left standing there, only able to mutter an okay as she departs. He thinks to himself that she has the most beautiful voice he's ever heard, but her demeanor makes her seem incredibly difficult to approach. His thoughts then shift back to the mercenaries, the lots who had tried to kill him. He recalls from the game that although these groups are publicly known as bandits who pillage nearby villages, their shadowy silhouettes against a fiery backdrop, revealing their brutal nature. Most of their nefarious activities are actually carried out by the sinister dark demon cult, but he muses that their reign of terror in this area ends here. The moment he crosses this cliff, he will be in the territory of the mages, a place where the dark, demonic cultists can no longer pursue him. Besides, he thinks with a sliver of confidence, they don't even know who he truly is. Just then, a system window materializes before him with a soft chime. It announces the start of Episode 2. Enroll in the Stellar Academy. He reads the objective, initially thinking it doesn't sound too difficult. But then the name, Stellar Academy, registers, and his face contorts in comical dread, his expression freezing as blue lines of panic streak across his face. He internally wails, wondering how on earth he's supposed to endure going through school days all over again at his age. Later that night, the carriage rumbles through the snow-capped mountains under a crescent moon. Inside, the mages are resting during their journey. Usial is fast asleep, his head resting against the carriage wall. The towering spires and formidable stone walls of a grand castle-like structure rise against a backdrop of a bright blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. Inside, within a sunlit lecture hall, a young man with brown hair and golden eyes sits amongst other students, all clad in formal academy uniforms. He internally reflects on his bizarre situation, musing that it has been a while since he graduated from university, and it feels strange to be a high schooler again. Despite the oddity of his circumstances, he admits to himself that there's a certain satisfaction to it. He holds a magnificent golden pocket watch in his hand, its surface gleaming under the light. This is the Stella Pocket Watch, a prestigious artifact that serves as proof that one is a student at the most esteemed magic academy, Stella. Possessing this watch grants its owner far better treatment and services than what most magic warrior licenses could ever provide. A small, whimsical thought crosses his mind. He is eager to hurry up and use it, perhaps even go out for a bit while he's at it. Just as he's lost in thought, the heavy wooden doors at the front of the whole creek open. A stern-looking man with graying dark hair and a scar over his eye steps up to the podium, holding a stack of papers. He commands everyone to sit in their seats. He announces that they will now begin the exams and instructs the students to put away all items other than their writing supplies. He adds a specific warning that those who use glasses will be examined prior to the test. The young man, Beakussial, realizes with a jolt that an exam is following immediately after the entrance ceremony. He finds this curriculum quite rigorous, even more so than most Korean universities, to have an exam on the very first day. This test is known as the Class Organization Exam, which is essentially a class placement exam. The professor, his expression unyielding, officially declares the start of the exam. Beakussial stares down at the exam paper in front of him, his face a mask of comical despair. He has absolutely no idea what any of the arcane symbols written on it say. He recalls that this class placement exam is notorious for its insane difficulty, completely separate from the entrance exam. The results of this single test will determine whether students are assigned to the F class or the elite S class. He glances around the room, spotting a girl with long, beautiful silver hair and crimson eyes, lost in thought. He knows that all the playable characters from the game are obviously in the S class. On the other hand, he, Beakussial, entered the academy as the last-place student among 141. A wave of anxiety washes over him as he considers his options. He wonders what the odds are of being expelled if he just hands in a blank page, resigning himself to the thought that he would automatically be assigned to the F class anyway. His eyes drift to another student, a young man with silver-gray hair and red eyes, who's leaning back in his chair with his head resting on his hand, looking utterly bored and even letting out a small yawn. This is Ma Yuxiang. Beakussial observes him with a sense of awe and resignation. He realizes that Ma Yuxiang has already finished the incredibly difficult exam paper. Yuxial muses that it's no wonder living seems so boring for him. The fundamental nature of the character Ma Yuxiang was boredom. Born into the strongest family in the world, gifted with a genius brain and immense talent, everything in life was simply too easy for him. This is why Yuxial remembers from the game's story Ma Yuxiang's disposition. Whether he would turn to good or evil would ultimately be decided by how the female lead acted around him. Yuxial shudders slightly, thinking that the dark, demonic humans, entities who work to bring ruin to humanity, would obviously be incredibly interested in a powerful, malleable figure like Ma Yuxiang. He also recalls that Ma Yuxiang's biggest issue was his family to begin with. Watching the effortless genius only makes Yuxial feel more inadequate as he stares at the incomprehensible text on his own paper. Suddenly, an idea strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He wonders if he can use the bulbal glasses on this exam. He recalls using them quite a lot while playing the game, especially when studying at the library to stack additional skills. Figuring he has nothing to lose, he decides to check it out. As he reaches into his jacket to pull out a pair of glasses, the stern professor's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what those glasses are. The professor is suddenly looming over him, his expression menacing. He reminds Yuxial that he definitely said that anyone using glasses needed to get them checked prior to the exam. Yuxial internally admits that yes, the professor did say that. The professor declares that he will examine them and plucks the glasses from Yuxial's hand. He holds them up, his gaze sharp and analytical, a faint blue magical aura briefly flaring around the frames as he inspects them. Yuxial's heart pounds in his chest. He panics, thinking about what will happen now. If the professor discovers the magic imbued in them, he might get expelled. Just then, a system notification pops up in his vision, asking if he would like to sense a missing part of the bulbal glasses. Yuxial screams internally, pleading with the system to please stay still. The professor remains silent for a moment, his inspection continuing as a subtle purple energy crackles around the glasses in his hand. Finally, he lowers them. He states that he can't feel any mana from them and hands them back, simply warning Yuxial to make sure to ask beforehand next time. Yuxial takes the glasses back with a nervous, "Ah, yes." He breathes a silent sigh of relief, thinking how much trouble it would have been if the original functions were working. Deciding to proceed, he puts the glasses on. Instantly, the world transforms. The arcane symbols on the exam paper glow with a brilliant blue light, revealing the answers. Yuxial's eyes widen in amazement. He can really see the answers. This is a jackpot. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he picks up his pen. He wonders if he might even get first place at this rate. He thinks that with this power, he will definitely escape F class, and maybe even get into a higher one. Just as he begins to write, the professor's voice booms across the room, announcing that the exam is over and all papers must be handed in. Yuxial freezes, utterly stunned, a single word "huh" escaping his lips. A powerful gust of magical wind sweeps through the classroom, lifting all the exam papers into the... Yuxial can only watch in disbelief, exclaiming "hua" as his paper is snatched away. He had only managed to finish 3 questions. The professor collects the floating papers, his expression unreadable. He glances down at the stack with a slight frown. Yuxial slumps in his seat, utterly defeated, thinking he had finally found a way to escape F class. He adjusts his glasses, muttering to himself that this must have been too much for Beakussial's body to handle. Suddenly, the professor's gaze snaps towards him, his voice sharp and demanding. He orders Usial to give him those glasses right now. Before Usial can fully process the command, the professor is upon him, yelling for him to hurry. Usial, completely bewildered, can only manage a confused pardon. The professor snatches the glasses again, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He mutters that there's no way. He turns to another student and orders them to go bring Dr. Gray in. The student quickly replies, "Yes, sir." Usial, caught in the middle of this sudden drama, wonders what is going on with the professor all of a sudden. He nervously glances around, trying to appear innocent. He's certain he wrote his answering process clearly so he wouldn't be mistaken for cheating, but a dreadful thought enters his mind. Was he caught? In a separate room, the professor asks the newly arrived doctor for his opinion. Dr. Grayan, an elderly man with spectacles and a kind face, identified as a magic engineering professor, holds the glasses, which are now emitting a faint green magical aura. The professor, Lee Hanwal, explains the situation, stating that the fact Usial solved the questions is definitely suspicious. He wonders if he cheated. Dr. Grayan, however, shakes his head. He declares that Usial did not cheat. He couldn't feel any magic tool energy from the glasses or any of Usial's other items. He asserts that the student definitely solved it with his own ability. Usial stands by, his expression neutral, as Dr. Grayan chuckles, remarking how interesting it is to see something like this in his lifetime. The doctor places a reassuring hand on Usial's shoulder and tells Professor Lee Hanwal to apologize to the student and guide him well. Lee Hanwal looks away, his expression still stern, but he concedes that he understood and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Usial, meanwhile, is celebrating internally. He thinks to himself that, to be honest, he did cheat, and it would have been real trouble if the glasses' original function still worked. As the professor tells him it happens and to be careful moving forward, Usial cheerfully thinks that he's lucky as long as he doesn't get caught. Later, in Professor Lee Hanwal's office, bathed in the warm light of the afternoon sun, he sits at his desk, meticulously grading the stack of exam papers. He pauses on one paper, his finger tapping the first question, which has been circled in red ink, indicating a correct answer. A voice calls out his name. An older woman with her hair in a neat bun enters the office. She asks if those are the exam papers for this year's freshmen, her voice warm and friendly. This is Professor Edeltainen, a member of the Stella Academy Council of Elders. She remarks with a radiant smile that she heard there are especially many interesting freshmen this year. Lee Hanwal looks up, confirming that apparently, yes, there are. The new batch of students is indeed star-studded, including the Princess of Adolbit from the Kingdom of Flames, a master of fire magic, Jeremy Scalvin, the chosen crown prince of the Scalvin Empire who surpassed all his older brothers at the young age of 12. And He Wan Ryong, the successor to the master of the world's greatest magic tower, the Full Moon Tower. Professor Edeltainen notes that she heard the exam questions were tough to set because of so many elite students from prominent families, and she was sure there were many interesting questions. Lee Hanwal offers a faint, almost imperceptible smile, stating that he was glad they were to her liking. He then begins to explain the exam's design. He elaborates that this year's class placement test featured a new type of question. The first 3 questions were a flexibility test, designed to see if a student who couldn't solve a problem would quickly skip it and move on. Secondly, it was to test how they would solve a problem that wasn't in any of the textbooks they had studied. He states with conviction that the era of magic where rote memorization and theory prevailed is over. Now is the age of combat, which requires quick judgment and creative thinking. However, he reveals those questions weren't actually meant to be solved. In fact, over 1,000 of the 1,141 students left them blank. Of the remaining 100 who attempted them, most couldn't get a single answer correct. He pauses for dramatic effect before revealing that among all the new students, only 3 got all 3 questions right. The first 2 were Ma Yuxiang, the prodigy of the century, and Flame, a commoner admitted on the principal's recommendation whose talents rival Ma Yuxiang's. And then there was the third, Beakussial. Hanwal expresses his confusion, stating that while Ma Yuxiang and Flame are considered geniuses, he was sure Beakussial had the lowest admission score. He finds it inexplicable that Usial solved all those questions, especially when he couldn't solve any of the other problems. Professor Edeltainen asks why he is so interested in the new student's scores. He explains that it seems there's a student whose score simply doesn't make sense. She smiles knowingly, replying that it makes perfect sense. After all, though countless formulas and equations couldn't solve them, one could solve them without knowing anything. She leans in conspiratorially, asking if he thinks this child could be a genius. Hanwal dismisses the idea, suggesting it could be a coincidence. He turns his attention back to his desk. Picking up a file, he pulls out a small note attached to the documents, which states that Beakussial was granted special admission, since his ability to control Blink was held in high regard. Edeltainen understands, commenting that the child who the principal personally granted admission to is different. Hanwal's lips curl into a slight predatory smile. He muses on the idea of a mage combat student specializing in Blink, deciding that they will find out soon enough whether it was a coincidence or if he is truly special. He stares at Usial's student file, his expression one of intense curiosity. Later, students are gathered in a bustling hallway, whispering amongst themselves. Someone announces that the class assignments have been posted on the bulletin board. A student groans in distress, saying his mom told him not to come home if he didn't make it to Class A. Beakussial, looking tired and annoyed, grumbles that he can't believe he has to check the assignment in person. In the game, he could just check with one click. As he approaches the glowing purple bulletin board, he can't help but overhear the whispers of other students. One asks if he is Beakussial. Another gossips that they heard he got a 0 in the magic application section of the entrance test. A third student scoffs, questioning how someone like him could get into Stella, and that they are now questioning the Academy's standards. Usial ignores their chatter, thinking they can ramble all they want. He'll just check what class he got and leave. He thinks it doesn't matter anyway, as he scans the lists glowing with purple energy. He focuses on the F-class list, expecting to find his name there. But as he reads through the names, a look of confusion crosses his face. He exclaims, "Huh! His name isn't there." A sudden, terrible fear grips him. He wonders if they failed him because he only solved 3 questions. His mind races as he imagines the worst. No way am I going to die now. The other students are equally baffled. One points out Beakussial's name on the S-class list, questioning how it's possible. Another chimes in, saying even Uslek from Marquis Checkbalin, who placed 29th, only got into Class A, and Kyle, who scored perfectly on theory and ranked 17th, also got Class A. They all wonder what is going on. Usial senses that something is weird, and decides he should check it out himself. He pushes his way through the crowd, and his eyes widen in shock. At the very top of a separate, more ornate list under the heading S, his name is displayed in glowing letters, S0 Beakussial. He stares, dumbfounded, asking aloud why his name is written over there. He can't believe it. This can't be happening. Class S is the most special grade that all students dream of, the place where the most special students of the best magic school, Stella Academy, gather. It is different from the other grades, having only 41 students and only one class. Later, inside the tiered classroom of Class S, Usial sits with his head in his hands, a dark cloud of gloom over him. He groans that he's been assigned to the S grade, thinking it must be a mistake, and that it's driving him crazy. He laments that he'll run into the main characters way more often now. He knows that getting involved with the protagonist will only shorten his already short life even further, and he can't even change his class. He resolves that he'll just have to try his best to keep a low profile and manage somehow. He takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. A nearby female student looks over at him, her expression unreadable. Elsewhere in a dimly lit room, a sharp slapping sound echoes. Elemental class fire element Professor Hong Yil stands over her daughter, Hong Bion, her expression contorted with rage. She demands to know how Bion got 3 questions wrong when even Princess Azel of the Fallen Malf Duchy got 2 questions right. She declares that Bion wasn't even able to answer questions that insects got correct, meaning she's even lower than an insect. Bion kneels on the floor, her long hair obscuring her face, as her mother tells her to think of herself as a bug and do it again. Hong Yil demands to know if she understands, and Bion meekly replies, "Yes, mother." The professor sighs, her anger momentarily subsiding into weary disappointment. She tells her daughter to listen, as Bion remains kneeling before her. Hong Yil warns her that she can't afford to become like her, who was chased out of the kingdom and now holds onto a stupid professor position. Her eyes flash with a fierce intensity, as she declares that Bion cannot become the shame of the kingdom. She leans down, grabbing her daughter's face and forcing her to look up. She tells Bion that she has to become a better existence than her sister, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She asks if Bion understands what she means. Bion, her eyes downcast, replies, "Of course, mother." But internally, she thinks that she doesn't understand at all. She just lives the way she was taught. But she can't solve problems composed of formulas she hasn't learned. A single tear traces a path down her cheek, as she wonders why her mother is tormenting her so, her body trembling with suppressed sobs. Back in the S-class classroom, the students are seated in the amphitheater-style room, murmuring amongst themselves. Beakussial sinks into his seat, thinking he's screwed. He's been assigned to a place chock full of asocial weirdos, though he admits he wasn't planning on trying to hang out with high schoolers anyway. He overhears other students whispering about him, one asking how he is here. They wonder how he got into S class, and another reveals that their parents protested, but the only response was that Beakussial has the qualifications. Usial sighs, realizing he's already an outcast. Still, he understands their frustration. They've been working hard since they were young, so he'd be frustrated too if a known dunce like him was in the same class. He reassures himself that it's fine, since one's class changes according to performance after every test, though demotions from S class are rare. He looks around at the other students, a strange feeling washing over him. It's amazing to think that these game characters are right in front of him. He knows that in a few years, most of the students in this class will become famous worldwide, and about 5 of them have the possibility to betray the magic world. His gaze falls on Ma Yuxiang, who is smirking to himself. Yuxiao identifies him as one of the potential traitors. He then glances at a girl with brown hair, Flame, hoping that she could be the one to stop Ma Yuxiang from going down that dark path. The classroom door opens, and Professor Li Hanwal enters, telling everyone to settle down. He walks to the front of the room, greeting them all. He stands at the podium and formally introduces himself, saying that while some of them may have seen him before, he is the professor of the S class, Li Hanwal. The students whisper in awe, recognizing the famous professor. They recall that the number of dark, demonic humans he's hunted has almost reached 4 digits. They call him the 7th class magic warrior, a whole other level of power. Hanwal quiets them down and looks over the assembled students, remarking that it looks like a lot of talented students are here, and a very unique one as well. His eyes lingering on Beakussial for a moment. He begins his introductory speech, reminding them that the Academy is a place where they foster combat mages, and that as magic warriors, they will experience a rigorous high school education over the next 3 years. He states that he doesn't expect all of them to follow, but he would like for all of them to show him their best within that time frame. He asks if there are any questions. The class remains silent. Seeing no hands raised, he says, "Good. Then let's start the class." Just as he is about to begin, the classroom door creaks open again, and Hong Bion steps inside, her head bowed. Beakussial looks up in surprise. He finds it strange, as he remembers Hong Bion's character as someone who follows the rules more than anyone, so for her to be late is unexpected. He wonders if something happened. She keeps her head down, avoiding everyone's gaze. Curious, Yusial decides to use the bulbul glasses to check on her. A status window appears listing her details. Hong Bion Adolbit villainous fire mage likes red ginseng candy, occasionally burns herself, has an evil mother, and guaranteed to die. Yusial's eyes narrow at the last line, that isn't it. He puts his hand to his chin, contemplating the grim finality of that phrase. Guaranteed to die. He recalls the branching paths of the game's story. If Azel dies because of Flame, then Hong Bion dies because of both Flame and Azel. It was, he concludes, the inevitable fate of a villainess. He feels a pang of pity for her, but he knows he's in no position to help someone else. He decides he can only keep his distance. As Professor Hanwal tells Hong Bion to go and sit at her seat, she begins to walk up the aisle. Yusial feels a strange presence and looks up. Hong Bion has stopped right next to his desk. He can now see a faint red mark on her cheek, the clear imprint of a hand. She glares down at him, her red eyes burning with a cold fury. Yusial is startled, letting out a small huh. She sways on her feet for a moment, and then, to his utter shock, her body goes limp and she collapses right onto him. Yusial is completely flabbergasted, his mind reeling as he asks himself what this is. He has a sinking feeling that things are getting twisted right from the very start. A professor with sharp features and slicked-back gray hair addresses the students, his arms crossed confidently. He announces that before they officially start class, they will hold the staff succession for the staves they will be using while in school. He clarifies that the S class and the A class will have their staff succession together, promising more details shortly. The main character, Beakussial, with his distinctive brown hair and golden eyes, listens to the announcement, his expression thoughtful as he processes the words staff succession ceremony. An internal thought flashes through his mind. He finds the whole affair a bit annoying. However, this thought is immediately followed by a subtle, confident smirk playing on his lips, his hand resting near his chin as he admits to himself that he is, in fact, looking forward to it. The Academy's grand events are introduced through narration, explaining that there are 2 major ceremonies at Stello Academy. The first is the familiar contract ceremony, depicted by a figure holding a glowing, ornate egg. The second, and the focus of the current events, is the staff succession ceremony, illustrated by a student holding a brightly lit wand. The narration emphasizes that, as befits a premier institution like Stella, the staff succession ceremony it holds is just as special. The scene opens to a vast, ethereal hall with floors that look like rippling blue water and glowing, spectral architecture. The professor stands alone at the front, calling out to the assembled students to ask if everyone is here. The students, all clad in their blue and white uniforms, are spread out across the watery floor, looking up at him expectantly. The professor gestures grandly, explaining that staves ranging from the lowest class all the way up to the middle high class have been prepared for them. He instructs them that all they have to do is go up to a staff they'd like and grab it. Beakussial stands among the crowd, his expression neutral as he takes in the instructions. The professor adds a stern warning, cautioning that the process of switching a staff once it has been picked is extremely complicated, so he hopes they will all choose with great care. However, Beakussial's internal monologue reveals a crucial detail the professor left out. He thinks to himself that although the professor frames it as them choosing a staff, it's not actually that simple. It's the other way around. In the world of Etha, staves are sentient to a degree. They will only respond to a person they deem worthy of commanding them, a process that causes a powerful resonance effect. He muses that this essentially means one can't just use a high-level staff simply because they want to. As he walks through the luminous hall, past various staves standing upright on display, he wonders which one he should choose. He reflects on his changed circumstances, thinking that if it were before, he would have simply chosen a staff meant for the F class. But now that he is in the S class, he has to think more carefully about his choice. He determines that the staff that fits his current position best is the wand. A brief explanation follows, detailing that staves are usually divided into two classes, the short-form wand and the long-form staff. Wands are typically wielded by the knight class, who specialize in spamming magic quickly. Staves, on the other hand, are used by the bishop class, who focus on a single, powerful hit that requires a longer casting time. Nearby students begin to whisper amongst themselves, their eyes on Beakussial. One asks another which staff they think he is going to pick. Another student chimes in, reasoning that since Beakussial is in the S class, he shouldn't have any problems causing a resonance effect with a powerful staff. Beakussial turns his head slightly, overhearing their chatter but paying it no mind, internally dismissing them and thinking they can think whatever they want. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him with a simple "Hey." Beakussial's attention is caught. He turns to see a taller, silver-haired student standing beside him, looking down at him with a condescending frown. The student asks with a hint of disdain who he is. The silver-haired boy then introduces himself as Uslek. Beakussial internally notes that it's the first time he's ever heard such a name, marking the boy as an unknown variable. Uslek, ignoring Beakussial's silence, presses on, asking which staff he plans on picking. Beakussial gives a noncommittal answer, simply stating he'll pick just anything. This response seems to amuse Uslek, who tells him that he should pick a staff that fits his status as a commoner, a clear insult. A malicious, toothy grin spreads across Uslek's face as he continues his taunt. Beakussial, his expression unreadable, calmly advises Uslek not to make a ruckus and cause trouble for the professors. He then pointedly turns the insult back on Uslek, saying that yes, he shouldn't cause any trouble. The barb hits its mark perfectly. Uslek's face contorts with rage, flushing a deep, furious red. He explodes in anger, shouting and calling Beakussial a bastard. He leans in aggressively, demanding to know if Beakussial is trying to pick a fight. Beakussial simply sighs, finding the entire confrontation incredibly annoying. He subtly activates his analytical ability. A golden-bordered status window materializes in his vision, identifying the aggressor as Uslek Chekbalin, son of Marquis Chekbalin, and one of Prince Jeremy's third-rate bullies. Beakussial is surprised by the brevity of the information, internally remarking on how much of an insignificant extra this character is. The thought is so amusing to him that a tiny, sparkling version of himself pops up in his mind's eye, looking equally perplexed. Uslek lets out a dismissive tusk, then points dramatically towards a staff in the distance. He arrogantly declares that he is going to pick that one and tells Beakussial to watch carefully. Beakussial's gaze follows Uslek's finger, and his eyes widen in recognition. He identifies the staff as the Edmuri Edemiri. He knows this is the highest-level staff available here, a powerful middle-high-class weapon. His internal knowledge base provides more context. A middle-high-class staff is something typically used by professional magic warriors. A hooded mage wielding a similar weapon is shown, radiating immense purple energy. For students, no matter how talented they are, middle-low-class staves should be the absolute limit of what they can handle. He adds that even professional magic warriors are barely able to grab a hold of middle-low-class staves, emphasizing the immense difficulty. He also notes that there is another middle-high-class staff present besides the Edmuri Edemiri. However, its presence is not for anyone to actually pick, but more to serve as a show-off piece for the academy. The professor's voice rings out again, instructing everyone to go and stand in front of the staff they like. Immediately, students begin to approach their chosen staves. A blue light flares around a purple-haired student as he resonates with his weapon. A blonde-haired student with a smug look on his face also successfully resonates with his staff. A silver-haired girl with red eyes calmly holds her glowing staff, a blue aura swirling around it. A massive flash of light erupts from another student's successful resonance, and the energy crackles around Beakussial's own form. A student shouts in amazement, pointing out that the staff he picked is the Haddon Amikoten, a middle-class staff. The crowd buzzes with excitement as it's announced that Prince Scalvin also picked a middle-class staff. Someone else adds that Hong Bion chose the Suaviter Lahavin, yet another middle-class staff. A student with spiky hair grits his teeth in frustration, exclaiming that this year's batch of students is crazy, wondering just how many are able to choose staves that only certified magicians are typically able to wield. He mutters, "Damn it," under his breath. Uslek, having witnessed the success of his peers, clenches his fist. He tells them to just wait, confidently declaring that he can do it too. The other students watch him with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. One of them points out that it's Uslek and wonders aloud if he could possibly be trying to resonate with a middle-high-class staff. Uslek stands tall before the Edmuri Edamiri, his back to the onlookers. He turns his head, a wild grin on his face, and tells everyone to watch carefully. He boasts that he will show them what a true S-class talent looks like. He reaches out, his hand crackling with violent purple lightning. As his fingers close around the staff's hilt, a catastrophic explosion of uncontrolled energy erupts, engulfing him in a blinding white light. Beakussial shields his eyes slightly, his expression completely unfazed. He thinks to himself that, as expected, Uslek failed to resonate. The blast sends Uslek flying backward, and he crashes onto the watery floor, completely defeated. He lies there, groaning in pain, his hand twitching on the glowing purple surface. The other students are shocked. One exclaims that Uslek seems to have gotten hurt pretty badly. Another urges someone to call a professor quickly. Beakussial looks on dispassionately, thinking that he knew a middle-high-class staff would be impossible for Uslek. He internally tells the fallen bully that it would be better for him to give up. He then calmly walks past the injured Uslek. As he passes, he tells Uslek to get a hold of himself. A confident smile graces his lips as he reveals the reason for Uslek's failure. He declares that the owner of that staff has already been decided. A new figure, Ma Yuxiang, stands coolly beside the Edmuri Edamiri, his hands in his pockets and his tie askew, looking the part of a prodigious rogue. He echoes the sentiment, stating that the owner of the staff has indeed already been decided. A confident, almost predatory smirk crosses his lips. The other students are stunned by this turn of events, recognizing Ma Yuxiang. They murmur amongst themselves, questioning if he's going to try and take the staff and expressing doubt that even he could handle the Edmuri Edamiri. Ma Yuxiang ignores their chatter and casually reaches out for the staff. The moment his hand closes around the grip, a brilliant blue light bursts forth, and an immense pillar of multicolored energy erupts into the air, signaling a perfect resonance. Ma Yuxiang grunts softly from the sheer power, while Uslek watches from the side, a look of grudging acceptance on his face. Ma Yuxiang easily tames the power, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looks down at his new weapon. He holds the staff, now his, with an air of absolute confidence. The student manager is completely flabbergasted, his jaw hanging open as he asks if it's even possible for an incoming student to take a high mid-class staff. Uslek, however, simply thinks to himself that he expected this outcome. Ma Yuxiang, basking in his success, thinks that now a lot more people will know just how talented he is. His gaze then lands on Beakussial, and he gives him a playful wink. Beakussial is utterly bewildered by the gesture, his mind reeling. He wonders what the hell that was and questions if Ma Yuxiang has lost his mind. Having sorted out one problem, Beakussial's thoughts immediately shift to another critical matter. He recalls that the character Flame also owned another high mid-class staff, a weapon named Teravan. He recognizes this moment as a crucial junction where the story's route might split. He knows that if Flame manages to grab Teravan, Ma Yuxiang will inevitably take an interest in her genius, which would open up the Ma Yuxiang route. However, if she were to go for a different staff, it would open up a completely different and potentially less favorable route. Beakussial concludes that he must use Flame to bring Ma Yuxiang onto their side. He scans the large hall, his eyes searching for the female lead. He spots her, a girl with dark hair and a blue uniform, standing near another staff. He identifies the staff near her as Teravan. He watches her intently, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he wonders what she will do. He silently urges her to grab Teravan, his plan hinging on her choice. If she takes it, Ma Yuxiang will become interested in her, and they will have a much higher probability of reaching a happy ending. Flame takes a step toward the staff, but then, to Beakussial's absolute horror, she turns and walks in the opposite direction. A shocked "Eh?" escapes his lips as he watches her go. His mind goes blank for a second, then he internally screams, "What?" He sees her looking back, a thoughtful expression on her face, but she continues to walk away from Teravan. He panics, wondering why she isn't interested in the powerful staff. He frantically tries to reason it out, questioning if she doesn't know about its power or if she simply lacks the information. Either way, he realizes this is very bad. He knows that as the female lead, Flame should be able to resonate with any staff she chooses. But he's terrified of the possibility that she might end up picking some strange, suboptimal staff. If that happens, he fears they might end up losing out on other good routes as well. He clenches his fist, his expression hardening with resolve. He decides that at this point, he has no choice but to push Teravan to her himself. A golden aura flares to life around him as he prepares to intervene. In a blink, he vanishes and reappears right beside Flame, who is caught completely off guard by his sudden appearance. She flinches back in surprise. He stammers out a nervous ha-ha. Hi, trying to act casual. He quickly explains his presence, claiming he was just wondering which staff she was going to choose. Flame looks at him with a cold, unimpressed expression and asks why he wants to know that. He fumbles for an excuse, saying he just wanted to help because she looked lost. She cuts him off curtly, stating that it's none of his business. She then turns to leave, bidding him a dismissive bye then. He's left stunned, calling out her W-wait as she walks away. He scratches his cheek, utterly confused. Something feels strange to him. He recalls from his knowledge of the story that Flame is supposed to be a very social person, friendly with everyone. He can't understand why she's being so cold to him. Realizing he can't give up on this, as his very life depends on it, he calls out to her again, pleading for her to wait. He catches up to her, his expression earnest as he insists that he really just wants to help her pick one. She repeats her earlier sentiment, telling him to mind his own business. He presses on, saying he feels like there's a staff that's perfect for her here. This proves to be the last straw for her. Her face darkens, a vein of anger popping on her forehead, and she whirls around, shouting at him, demanding to know what the hell he knows about staves. He recoils from her explosive anger, wondering what he did wrong. He nervously laughs, wondering if she just doesn't care about extras like him. He decides to try a more direct approach. He tells her he's heard a lot about her, and gesturing grandly towards the sleek, blue and silver staff, suggests that he thinks she would be capable of grabbing that one. She follows his gesture, her eyes landing on the weapon. She asks if that is Teravan. He smiles brightly, confirming that it is indeed that one. Suddenly, a strange, crackling sound fills the air, and black and purple energy begins to swirl around his body. He's startled, wondering what the noise is. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief as Teravan, the staff he was pointing at for Flame, suddenly shoots through the air. It flies directly towards him and slaps right into his waiting hand with a resounding thud. He stares at it, completely dumbfounded. He looks down at the weapon now resting in his grip, his mind short-circuiting. He internally screams, questioning why this is in his hand. He panics, his thoughts racing. Flame was the one who was supposed to take this staff. A single word echoes in his mind. Shit. He looks up at Flame with a strained, terrified smile and weakly stammers her name. Flame's face is cast in shadow, but then she looks up, a terrifyingly wide, ecstatic smile spreading across her face, her eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. In a voice dripping with dark curiosity, she asks him, why? Beakussial is paralyzed with fear, vertical lines of terror appearing around him, as he stammers out that it's nothing. His mind is screaming one thought over and over. He is royally fucked. Later, as students walk through the sunlit academy grounds, whispers of the day's events can be heard. One girl asks her friend if she heard the news. She excitedly shares that this year, 2 students managed to grab and resonate with high-mid class staves. Her friend is shocked, exclaiming that historically, there were only 5 people who had ever managed to do that, meaning the total has now increased by 2. The first girl adds another peculiar detail. One of the students, strangely enough, only used blink during the magic manifestation exam. The other girl finds this hard to believe, saying her parents told her that blink was just a rare, garbage-tier basic magic. She wonders if something went wrong during the exam. Meanwhile, Flame enters the quiet self-study hall, letting out a sigh of relief. She thinks to herself that it's finally gotten a bit quieter. No matter where she went today, that's all anyone would talk about. The news that 2 new students had grabbed high-mid class staves had spread like wildfire, but she thinks there's something she just can't understand. A flashback plays in her mind of the moment Beakussial held Teravan, with her standing beside him in shock. A thought consumes her. No way. He grabbed Teravan, just who is he? She reflects on her knowledge of this world, remembering that she read the original novel 3 times before coming here, but a character named Beakussial never appeared even once. Furthermore, the novel explicitly stated that nobody was able to grab Teravan, yet he resonated with it so easily, as if he was trying to show off to her. A devious, smirking image of Beakussial holding the staff materializes in her mind. She shakes her head, deciding it's pointless to think about it now. Her thoughts are interrupted by a group of girls calling her name. They ask if she's going to study on her own again. Flame's entire demeanor shifts in an instant. She turns to them with a warm, radiant smile, a complete 180 from her coldness towards Beakussial. She playfully asks if they think she's some kind of nerd. They protest that it's not like that, just that she always says there's nothing to do and ends up studying anyway. One of them asks why Flame always calls them kids when they're all the same age. Flame smiles and explains that it's just a habit, as she was always treated as older where she used to live. Her internal monologue reveals the true reason. She realized she's in a novel from the present, so she can't exactly act like a kid. Another girl whom Flame mentally identifies as Jackie asks if she's going to study alone today too. Flame briefly notes that Jackie's style seems to have changed to be more similar to her own, recalling it used to be a bit tacky. She tells them she's not studying alone. She's going to attend a special supplementary meeting. Waving goodbye, she walks away. As she walks down the hall alone, she sighs, thinking that girls at this age are quite hard to be a student with. As she rounds a corner, she bumps squarely into someone. She lets out a small ouch, rubbing her head. A calm voice calls her name, Flame. She looks up and sees Hee-Won-ryang. He stands over her, his hand near her waist to steady her, and asks if she's okay. She assures him that she's fine. He looks at her closely, his expression serious, and notes that her expression doesn't look good, asking if something is up. Flame is taken aback, wondering if he's worried about her. She quickly dismisses it, saying it's not particularly anything. He asks if she's going to self-study, and she confirms it, asking in return if he's going to the S-Class exclusive training hall again. He replies that one can't be lazy when it comes to training every day, to which she comments that he's unnecessarily sincere. He tells her that's not something she should be saying. He then lets out a small, knowing chuckle, reaches out and gently taps her on the forehead. He tells her he'll see her later and turns to leave. Flame watches him go, her expression unreadable, thinking to herself how bland he is. She takes a step but then stops, a questioning HM escaping her as she senses something. She peeks around the corner and is surprised to see Jackie hiding there, her face filled with a sad, longing expression. Flame wonders why Jackie is still there. She almost calls out to her but stops herself, deciding it doesn't matter. She shakes her head, thinking that this isn't the time for this. She continues on her way to the self-study hall for the special supplementary meeting. As she walks, she thinks about the meeting, recalling from the original novel that Azel and Hong Bion will be attending. She anticipates the drama, thinking it will be important to watch the female lead and the villainess of a romance fantasy face off. She enters the meeting room, taking in the scene. All the important characters are here. She notes 852 Flame's mind raced, her brow furrowed in deep thought as she considered a chilling possibility. A bead of sweat trickled down her face as she contemplated the implications. If Beakussial had truly known everything beforehand and was acting accordingly, then she had to conclude that he was a very dangerous individual. Meanwhile, Beakussial let out a quiet sigh of relief, a few escaping his lips as he sat in the lecture hall. His moment of peace was shattered by Ma Yuxiang, who draped an arm around his shoulder with a dazzling smile, expressing a wish that someone would take Yuxial off his hands. Ma Yuxiang then asked Yuxial why he had come to this supplementary class, suggesting that he didn't need to listen to this kind of material. He wondered aloud if there was some special reason for Yuxial's attendance, but Yuxial, looking thoroughly annoyed, flatly stated that he had no special reason and was simply told to participate because his grades were poor. Yuxial's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Ma Yuxiang, internally questioning why this guy was so interested in him. At the front of the hall, an instructor with light green hair, Kyle, stood at a podium and declared that was enough chit-chat. He announced that today they would be going over the placement exam problems. He explained, as they all already knew, that this particular placement exam had featured problems with such high difficulty that they were nicknamed the 3 questions from hell. Kyle then boasted with a cheerful smile that he had managed to solve one of those questions. This immediately irked Yuxial, who internally cursed, wondering why people like Kyle were even there, lamenting that his own plan was to expand his influence by teaching the stupid noble bastards. However, a new thought quickly took root in Yuxial's mind. He realized this situation was actually an opportunity for him. Kyle, a smug grin spreading across his face, thought to himself that he'd heard the Beakussial kid got the lowest score in the placement exam. A shadow fell across Kyle's face as he schemed, deciding that he would show everyone that he was better than Yuxial. Standing before the chalkboard, Kyle announced he would first show them how he solved the problem. He explained that the problem was a kind of trap, designed to lead the test-taker into making an error. He turned and began writing a complex formula on the chalkboard with a piece of chalk. As the other students began diligently taking notes, Ma Yuxiang leaned over to Yuxial with a sly, confident smile. He whispered to Yusial, asking what he thought, and whether he believed Kyle was right. Yusial, startled by the question, looked up from his empty paper with a slightly panicked expression. Ma Yusiang just gave him a knowing, closed-eye smile. Yusial, however, was completely lost, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. He internally screamed, wondering what the hell Ma Yusiang was even saying and how he was supposed to know if Kyle was right. In the first place, he didn't even understand what Kyle was trying to do, let alone what the infamous 3 questions from hell were. Deciding to just be honest, Yusial simply replied that no, he didn't know. His blunt answer caused Kyle to freeze mid-lecture, chalk in hand, his eyes wide with surprise. The entire classroom fell silent as all eyes turned towards Yusial. Murmurs spread through the students, with one person whispering "what?" and another identifying the speaker as Beakussial. Kyle's face contorted in anger, a dark aura surrounding him as he gripped the chalk tightly. He processed Yusial's words as a direct challenge, questioning if Yusial was implying that he, Kyle, was doing it wrong. Yusial, oblivious to the implications of his honest answer, looked around in a panic, his body trembling as he wondered why everyone was suddenly staring at him like that. The chalk in Kyle's hand snapped under the pressure of his grip, the sharp sound echoing in the silent room. Kyle turned his furious gaze on Yusial, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he asked if he was doing it wrong. Yusial just stared back, wide-eyed and stunned. A wicked grin spread across Kyle's face as he issued a challenge, inviting Beakussial to come down to the front and solve the problem himself. The two locked eyes in a tense standoff. Yusial's mind exploded in a silent scream of "wah!" His eyes were squeezed shut in sheer disbelief, his body shaking as he processed the absurd turn of events. Ma Yusiang, meanwhile, leaned in with a sparkling, encouraging smile, telling Yusial that he could do it. Yusial immediately realized that Ma Yusiang had done this on purpose. Resigned to his fate, Yusial sighed and thought, "Oh, well," deciding he might as well just get it over with. He stood up and began walking down the steps of the lecture hall toward the front, eventually standing face to face with Kyle in front of the chalkboard. Putting on a pair of glasses, Yusial looked at the problem and mused to himself about the 3 questions from hell. He quickly realized they weren't difficult problems in a traditional sense. They were more like a pun quiz. He recalled an example of such a problem. A mage casts a spell saying, "Dear Earth, shed tears." And suddenly there was double the amount of dirt as before. The question was, why would that be? The answer, he knew, was simple. It was a play on words. He smirked, thinking that if dirt cries, it's in a state of decomposture. It was utterly ridiculous, and he wondered who on earth came up with these problems, but that was the kind of question it was. He looked over at Kyle, thinking that Kyle had tried to solve the problem like a math equation, talking about soil splitting when it cries, or some other nonsense. Yusial concluded that Kyle's method was wrong, and he had only managed to get the right answer by a stroke of luck. If there had been another, similar problem, Kyle would have definitely gotten it wrong. Addressing Kyle directly, Yusial stated that he couldn't really show him the correct way to solve it, but he could tell him where he went wrong. Kyle looked at him asking what? Yusial explained that the problem mentioned Earth, but he posed a hypothetical. What if it had been water or wind instead? He then asked Kyle if he thought his method would still work in that case. Kyle, flustered and sweating, stammered that he would just use a different method. But Yusial cut him off, pointing out that in that case, Kyle would have to do everything differently. Yusial delivered the final blow, stating that it was only because of luck that Kyle got the answer right, not because he solved it the way the test maker intended. Kyle was left sputtering, unable to form a coherent response, his body trembling in shock. Defeated, he hung his head and admitted that Yusial was right. Yusial, having made his point, then began to explain how the problem was supposed to be approached. As he explained, Kyle stood silently beside him, looking down at his notes. The other students in the hall, who had been watching intently, were now diligently writing down everything Yusial said. A girl with brown hair and a white bow watched from her seat, her eyes wide with shock. She couldn't believe what was happening, her mind reeling as she asked herself how this was possible. She observed that the other students were all writing down what he was saying. She had expected Azel and Hong Bion to get into an argument, but even they were completely distracted by the problem being solved on the board. Her eyes darted around the room, a sense of unease washing over her as she wondered if this was okay. Later that day, as the sun set and cast a warm glow over the academy buildings, Ma Yusiang waved goodbye to Yusial with a charming smile, saying he would see him tomorrow. Yusial watched him go, his body trembling slightly with irritation. Yusial offered a strained, silent wave in return, but internally he was fuming. He cursed under his breath, thinking that if he got involved with someone like Ma Yusiang, it would be a disaster. He amended Ma Yusiang's farewell, thinking to himself that forget tomorrow, he didn't want to see him for the rest of his life. He sighed, rubbing his temples, He figured Ma Yuxiang's interest was probably because of the telephone incident. He couldn't use the phone right now, but he had definitely caught Ma Yuxiang's attention. What he couldn't understand was why Ma Yuxiang had come to him specifically. In the original story, there weren't any instances of characters using the phone besides Flame. As he walked, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw a familiar figure standing in the hallway ahead. Hong Bion, with her distinctive long, pink-tipped white hair. He recognized her immediately and wondered if she was waiting for someone. Deciding it had nothing to do with him, he resolved to just pass by her quickly. However, just as he was about to walk past, she called out his name, Beakussial. He stopped in his tracks. She turned to face him, her red eyes meeting his, and stated that she had something to ask him. Yusial was completely taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. He thought to himself that the idea of the proud Hong Bion wanting to ask him something was unbelievable. He asked what it was. She got straight to the point, demanding to know why he didn't explain the solution earlier during the lecture. Yusial was flabbergasted, exclaiming, huh. He tried to explain that it wasn't that he didn't explain it, but that he couldn't. He gestured wildly, questioning how one could logically explain a nonsensical quip. Internally, he realized she was misunderstanding something. He tried to clarify, asking if she meant he just didn't have anything to say. She looked at him, her expression softening slightly as she came to her own conclusion. She said she understood, interpreting his silence as him not wanting to announce his solution in a place like that. Yusial was stunned by her incorrect assumption, stammering that wasn't it at all. But she continued, declaring that in that case she would compensate him. Yusial could only manage a confused what. They stood facing each other in the empty hall as she repeated her offer, stating she would compensate him fairly. She then made her request. He was to explain whatever he had in his mind to her. Yusial's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated shock, his mind screaming, "Why at?" As a dizzying pattern filled the background. Some time later, they were sitting across from each other at a table in what appeared to be a library, dimly lit by a desk lamp. Yusial held her test paper, which was covered in red circles indicating wrong answers. He told her that he didn't understand why she was paying him just to understand 3 questions on the placement test. She replied coolly that she had her reasons and simply told him to explain. He mockingly complied, saying, yes, of course, my lady. He then pointed out that she had only gotten these 3 questions wrong and asked if she wasn't embarrassed to ask for help from him, who got all the other questions wrong. She responded without a hint of shame, stating that she was not at all embarrassed. The only thing that was embarrassing, she explained, was the fact that she didn't know the solutions to these problems. Yusial was taken aback by her dedication, thinking to himself that she sounded like a model student. He then asked why she came to him specifically. He pointed out that as a princess, she should have a lot of friends she could ask. She explained that out of all 141 freshmen, there were only 3 people, including him, who got the 3 questions from hell right. Yusial reacted with a stunned huh. What are you? She elaborated, revealing that those trick questions were meant to be unsolvable. But she continued, Ma Yuxiang, Flame, and he had all managed to solve them, which put her in a bit of a tough situation. Yusial's hand trembled as he held her test paper, a shocking realization dawning on him. He sputtered, no, wait. These were trick questions they meant for nobody to solve. She confirmed this, asking if he didn't realize that while solving them. His mind went into overdrive, his hair standing on end as he finally understood. These insane, he muttered, now understanding why he was in the S-class. He also understood why Flame had held him back earlier. He hadn't known all the details of the world building, and he certainly didn't know there were trick questions like these. But Flame, he reasoned, was different. Because she had read the entire novel, even if she didn't know the game's story, she must have known most of the settings of the world, including things like the 3 trick questions. But since he, an extra who wasn't in the original story, had butted his head in and solved them, Flame had no choice but to acknowledge the existence of the person known as Beakussial. He slumped in his chair, clutching his head. Damn, he thought, so there was a reason for her to act that way. Hong Bion, watching his sudden breakdown, asked why he looked like that. He brushed it off, telling her not to worry about it. She reminded him of their deal, asking if he hadn't forgotten that she would listen to a request of his, as thanks for helping her solve the questions. He confirmed that he remembered. She stated that she had a simple request. Yusial leaned forward and asked her to alter his magic sword. He added that the blacksmiths of her kingdom should be able to do that easily. She looked surprised, pointing out that only low-level mercenaries use those kinds of weapons, and questioned why a mage like him would use one. He simply replied that it fit his style. Internally, he admitted he just didn't feel like explaining to her that he was a cripple when it came to magic. He pressed her for an answer, asking if she was going to do it or not. After a moment of silence, she agreed, stating that that sort of thing should be easy. Yusial was delighted, thinking, nice. He then declared that it was great and he would now tell her the way to solve the first question. He pointed his finger at the paper and explained that the method was a change of perspective. She repeated his words questioningly, a change of perspective. He confirmed with a yup. Yusial's thoughts turned to Hong Bion's weakness. Her fatal flaw was that she used magic strictly by the textbook, leaving her stuck in a rut. She would only realize this in her second year, after losing to Flame in a significant way. He knew he couldn't give her any profound insights right now, but he could push her in the right direction. With that in mind, he leaned forward and asked her if she knew what a nonsense quiz was by any chance. Her red eyes blinked in confusion. She replied that she thought she had heard of it. He decided to give her an example, asking her what is between a knee and a knee. She pondered for a moment, logically guessing the back of the knee. He cheerfully corrected her, stating that the answer was and. She stared at him, utterly baffled, asking how that could be the answer. He explained with a grin, reminding her that he had asked what's between a knee and a knee. Her expression immediately darkened, a furious red aura flaring up around her as she glared daggers at him. He nervously told her to calm down and not to glare at him like that. He gestured towards her test paper, telling her to look at the question. He explained that it had formulas and techniques she didn't know, which meant she had to solve it solely using her creativity. He then asked if it would be possible to memorize all of that. Her eyes widened as a realization seemed to dawn on her. She looked down, her gaze intense, before quietly answering, no. Yusial smiled softly. He conceded that knowing many spells and techniques was important. But for a mage, the most important thing was to look at the world beyond the boundaries of one's own thought. A golden magical aura enveloped her as he spoke, his words echoing with wisdom. He explained that magic can grow with even the smallest change, but she just thought about things as she saw them. Spells, he continued, weren't just about memorizing and casting them. He admitted that she might be better than him at analytical thinking and judgment, but she lacked the most important quality for a mage: creativity. She sat in stunned silence, her head bowed, her hands clenched into fists in her lap. A powerful, trembling aura surrounded her as she processed his words, her face hidden by her hair. Yusial watched her, sweating nervously and thinking that the look on her face was way too serious. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and asked if she understood everything he said, even though it sounded complicated. To his surprise, her head snapped up, a small sparkle in her eye as she declared that of course she did. Yusial, meanwhile, was thinking to himself that what he just said was so fascinatingly profound that he had no idea what he was talking about. He told her he was glad she understood and suggested they start right away. He posed another nonsense question. Why did the man say to the horse while putting him to bed? Or rather, what would the man say? She put a finger to her chin, thinking deeply. After a moment, she admitted she didn't know. He revealed the answer was it's past your bedtime. He immediately followed up, asking why beds don't work hard. Again, she replied that she didn't know. He explained it was because they were always lying down on the job. He then asked what happened when rock, paper, and scissors entered a race. She was silent for a moment before admitting she didn't know. He triumphantly announced that rock began to roll, but paper and scissors were stationary, emphasizing the pun with a note explaining the joke. He beamed, clearly proud of his terrible jokes. Hong Bion, however, began to tremble uncontrollably. Her head bowed as she shook with what looked like suppressed rage. Yusial watched her, a nervous sweat breaking out on his face as he thought she looked like she would explode at any moment. Desperate, she suddenly spoke up, her voice trembling as she asked what the cloud said to the ocean. Yusial, looking like a cheesy game show host, spread his arms wide and asked what the cloud said to the ocean when it was raining. She was silent, her brow furrowed in concentration. He leaned forward, his heart pounding in anticipation, silently begging her to get it right. She clutched the collar of her uniform and with great effort managed to say that she was getting a bit emotional. Yusial's eyes widened in shock. She looked up at him and confirmed that she got it right. A brilliant, radiant smile bloomed on her face, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yusial stared at her, completely captivated. He thought to himself that this was his first time seeing her smile, both in game and in reality. She praised him, saying that as expected of a princess, her creativity was on another level. She then leaned back, looking smug and pleased with herself, and told him that was enough, demanding the next question. Yusial rested his chin on his hand, a sly grin on his face as he agreed to give her the next question. Later that night, under a full moon, Yusial walked through the academy grounds. He passed by other students milling about in the streets. He walked with a determined stride, but his face was haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. He sighed, thinking about how he had ended up spending 3 whole hours on those nonsense questions with Hong Bion. He couldn't believe she had actually taken what he said to heart, and his mind was swarmed with memories of his blunders from the past. He mused that Hong Bion was undoubtedly an excellent magician with a sharp mind, but her weakness was her rigid way of thinking. To exploit that weakness, even though she was the villainess, he felt a little guilty. He resolved to quickly modify Terravan into a magic sword so there would be more he was able to do. Shaking his head, he decided there was nothing he could do about what he'd already done. He told himself to stop thinking and hurry to buy the books he needed for class. He walked through the lamplit streets, trying to remember the location of the shop, wondering if it was around here. He looked around, searching, when his eyes suddenly landed on his destination. He thought to himself that he'd found it. He stood before a darkened alleyway, the entrance to the place he was looking for. The evening sky settles into shades of purple and deep blue over a quaint, timber-framed building. Inside the dusty, forgotten corners of a bookstore, shelves sag under the weight of old tomes, and cobwebs stretch across the dark wood. Beakussial stands amidst the dimly lit room, his sharp, modern suit a stark contrast to the surroundings. He observes the place with a calm, analytical gaze, internally remarking that it was pretty rundown, just as he had expected. He sits across a rough wooden table from a figure, completely obscured by a drab, hooded cloak. Usial's mind runs through the information he possesses about this specific location. He knew that this nameless, decrepit bookstore was owned by someone with a perverted habit of watching his customer as they slept. But that wasn't why he was here. He knew that within these dusty walls, a legendary item was hidden. The study notes of Mela, a student who had graduated at the top of her class from Stellar Academy a decade ago. This was the place where that invaluable treasure was hidden. Usial reflected on the difference between the game he once played and the reality he now lived. In the game, taking a class was a simple matter of pressing a button on a screen. But in real life, one needed the actual textbook for the major. Furthermore, the rate at which one's grade increased would differ depending on the quality of the textbook used. He recalled that in the beginning, he had bought his textbooks from famous, well-known bookstores. However, he later discovered that the truly exceptional textbooks were hidden away in obscure stores without any signages. He was certain that if he were to take a magical engineering class while holding on the study notes of Mela, he was almost guaranteed to get full marks. Of course, he mused, just wearing the bulbul glasses would probably get him decent grades anyway, but his real objective was to figure out the hidden recipe. His golden eyes scanned the shelves with purpose. After a moment, his gaze locked onto a specific book tucked away among the others. He announced to himself that he had found it. He stepped forward, his hand reaching out towards the spine of the book. But just as his fingertips were about to make contact, another hand gracefully entered his vision, reaching for the exact same volume, their fingers brushing against each other in the narrow space. Usial's eyes widened in surprise as he let out a small huh. He turned to see who had intercepted him, his thoughts questioning if it was Azel. Standing beside him was a young woman with long, flowing, light blue hair, her expression serene as she held a book. Azel looked at him, her own eyes showing a hint of surprise, and asked if he knew who she was. Usial, recovering quickly, affirmed that he did, remarking that she was quite famous. He then recalled her affiliation, stating that he remembered now that she was from the supplementary group. She, in turn, recognized him, identifying him as Beakussial. Usial was internally perplexed by her reaction. He wondered why she didn't seem to remember their previous encounter before they had even entered the academy. Azel continued, mentioning that she had enjoyed the debate and expressed a slight disappointment that he had been unable to finish his explanation. Usial thought to himself that, now that he recalled it, Azel hadn't been able to figure out the question fully either. She then bid him a polite farewell, saying it was nice meeting him, and turned to leave with the book she had selected. Usial watched her go for a second before his gaze dropped to his hand, a wave of relief washing over him as he realized she hadn't taken the book he was after. He clutched the green-covered study notes of Mela, thankful that his prize was secure. As Azel walked away, he couldn't help but wonder why a person like her would be in a place like this. He glanced at the book she had been holding and noticed the price tag, 78,000. He then saw her pause and take a deep, relieved breath before placing her book on the counter. The pieces clicked into place for Usial. He reasoned that it must be because this was a used bookstore. As such, the people who came here were usually poor students. He understood then that Azel, as someone from a fallen family who had lost everything, probably had no other choice but to come to a place like this to afford her books. His mind drifted to her tragic history. He recalled that her father had likely been killed by the dark, demonic humans, an image of a blood-splattered portrait flashing through his thoughts. A sense of pity filled him. He thought it was a sad fate for a princess-like girl to be here, buying used books and worrying about whether she had enough money. On top of that, he remembered that Azel had faced an unfortunate ending in the original novel as well. She had died, consumed by flames, even before the main character of that world had risen to prominence. He concluded with a heavy heart that it could be said that the most unfortunate character in the entire game was Azel. Snapping back to the present, he gathered a heavy stack of books with a grunt and placed them on the counter with a thud, cheerfully telling the hooded owner that he would take all of them. The owner seemed surprised by the volume, remarking that the young man was stronger than he looked, but agreed to the purchase. Usial then turned his head slightly, casting a questioning glance at Azel. Azel, who had been watching him, seemed to flinch slightly, a moment of silence passing between them. She then asked him what was wrong. Usial started to say that she just looked like a Ree, but quickly corrected himself, amending his statement to say that she looked like she had picked out some interesting topics. He smirked internally, wondering if she had been about to call him names. Azel, still looking at him, asked what he meant by that. He gestured towards her books, questioning why she was reading advanced topics like the advanced sealing theory. She explained that the theory of sealing was an ancient magic involving the use of an item, and in the current world where alchemy and magical engineering were so advanced, it was a skill that was rarely used anymore. Usial casually replied that he knew that, and that was precisely why he was taking the class. Azel's eyes widened in shock, and she uttered a small what, clearly taken aback by his logic. Usial's smirk widened as he explained his reasoning. He told her that everyone thought like her, which was exactly why it was easier to get better grades in that particular class. With that parting piece of advice, he told her he would be going first, and turned to leave, leaving a completely bewildered Azel standing by the counter. As he walked away, Usial reviewed his strategy in his mind. He was confident in his choice. Just as Azel had said, not many students were willing to take a class on the theory of sealing. That meant he could spend less time on it and still achieve good grades compared to the more popular classes. He felt assured that with this plan, he wouldn't have any issues this semester. Behind him, Azel watched his retreating figure, her expression thoughtful and unreadable. The scene shifted to the second day of classes. Azel sat in a lecture hall, her textbook open before her. Her first class was looking into nihility. She thought to herself that this subject was known for being easy to get good grades in, so it shouldn't be too bad. However, her quiet confidence was shattered by a sudden buzz of activity. The lecture hall, which should have been sparsely populated for such a niche subject, was packed with students. She overheard a conversation nearby. One student had signed up because they heard it was an easy A, but now it seemed all the smart kids had caught on and signed up as well. Azel slumped in her seat, a shadow falling over her face as she realized she was doomed. She resigned herself to the situation, thinking that it couldn't be helped, and that she would just have to try her best in her other classes. When the class finally ended, students began to file out, chattering about what they should eat for lunch. Azel remained seated for a moment, letting out a heavy sigh. This was troubling. If all the classes she had signed up for were this crowded, it would be extremely difficult for her to get a scholarship. Just then, her stomach let out a loud growl. She wondered if she should go get something to eat first. She pulled out her meal ticket booklet, counting her remaining tickets. Seeing that she only had 60 for the entire semester, she decided she should probably just get some bread to eat for today. As she was contemplating her meager lunch options, her eyes suddenly widened. Her gaze fixed on a figure near a classroom door. That person. She recognized him instantly. It was Beakussial. That's Beakussial, she thought again, confirming the sight. She wondered what he was doing here. And then it dawned on her. He was here for a lecture. She peered into the classroom he had just exited. The professor stood at the front, but the room was nearly empty. There were very few students, and she recognized them as people who had scored iffy grades on their entrance exams. A startling realization hit her. This lecture might be in danger of being canceled due to low enrollment. A sly thought began to form in her mind. If she signed up for this class, she would be able to raise her grades without putting in a lot of time. And if she used the time she saved to study for her other, more competitive subjects, she would be able to earn more scholarship money. She clutched her book tighter, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. Her thoughts immediately went back to Beakussial. Had he already known that this subject was an easy way to score high grades? Had he meticulously planned out all his classes in a way that would make his life easier? An image of Usial as a cunning strategist, glasses glinting menacingly, flashed through her mind, his brilliance seeming almost diabolical. She quickly shook her head, dispelling the ridiculous notion. No way, she muttered to herself, convinced that she was overthinking things. It had to be just a coincidence. In another lecture hall on campus, Usial sat listening to a new lesson. The professor, a man named Layden who taught divine moon studies, was explaining the origin of magic. He stated that while everyone knew of its origins, it was the mage in white who spread magic all over the world. He had taught the elves nature class magic, the dwarves matter magic, and humans elemental magic. The professor continued his lecture, explaining that afterwards, the mage in white had traveled to the heavens. Usial, meanwhile, looked absolutely miserable, his face contorted in a grimace of pure boredom. He wondered how he was possibly going to pull through 3 years of this. He thought to himself that going through school again was truly torturous. In the game, he could have just skipped all this with the press of a single button. But then his expression sharpened. He reminded himself that despite its tediousness, this lecture was actually pretty important. It might contain clues that could lead him to the true ending of this world. Of course, he admitted to himself, that was just his assumption for now. As he scanned the room, his eyes fell on a familiar figure. He was surprised to see Azel in this class as well. He wondered if she had always been in this class in the original story, as he couldn't remember any main characters taking this specific course. He quickly dismissed the thought, deciding that it didn't really matter to him one way or another. Professor Layden's voice droned on, explaining that the human's curiosity did not end with elemental magic. Human mages had traveled the world and began stealing magic from other species. But even then, they were not satisfied. They found that they could not learn any more magic than that. The founding mage had left behind the 12 divine moons and then disappeared. The professor's silhouette was momentarily overshadowed by the image of the cloaked, mysterious mage. He then turned to the class and posed a question, asking if anyone knew anything about the 12 divine moons. Azel's voice cut through the silence. She explained that it was known that the 12 divine moons were guardians who protected the balance of power in the continent. She added that it was said they were scattered throughout the land, carrying out their duties until 1,000 years ago. Professor Layden nodded, confirming that she was right. He explained that they had their own special powers which they used to protect the continent. For example, he continued, the divine moon that symbolized summer, known as the 6th moon of the red summer, wielded a red flame. It was said that those flames never went out, and an image of a monstrous octopus-like creature being consumed by the inferno filled the students' minds. The professor then made a strange suggestion, telling the students that if they were to go into the deep sea of Alamanca, they could still see the red flames, and invited anyone who was curious to go take a look. Usial stared blankly, a small frog icon popping up next to his head, wondering if the professor was joking. He knew for a fact that if a living being entered the domain of the king of the seas, Alamanca, they would die right away. The professor, oblivious to Usial's internal monologue, moved on to his next example, pointing to an image of a massive frozen whirlpool. He identified it as Levian's Coast, a great maelstrom in the middle of the ocean that had been frozen solid by the 12th moon of the blue winter. He explained that each of the divine moons had individual powers, but it was said that a miracle would occur if they were all gathered together. A student eagerly raised his hand and asked what the miracle was. The professor paused, looking down at his notes before admitting that no one knew. They had all fallen asleep 1,000 years ago. Usial's thoughts confirmed the professor's words. He was right. His mind then flashed back to his days playing the game. He recalled that he had met some of the divine moons by playing the game, but he had only managed to meet 5 of them through limited time events. That was only possible because he had gathered information from other players in the online community, and even then, there weren't any other players who had managed to meet more than he did. A grim look crossed his face. He was certain that if his assumptions were correct, then these 12 divine moons probably had something to do with the true ending. If no one had managed to reach the true ending in the last 10 years, he reasoned, then the answer must lie in the contents that no one had managed to reach. He remembered that he had only managed to meet 5 of them after risking his life multiple times in the game. A look of resolve hardened his features. He supposed he had no other choice. He wanted to witness the true ending, so he would just have to do it all over again. The scene shifted to an outdoor training area where a blast of fire erupted, consuming a training dummy. A woman with long white hair and a striking red uniform, Professor Hong Yil of the fire class, addressed her students. She held a rapier, its hilt glowing with magical energy, and declared that strength wasn't all there was. She explained that no matter how strong an attack was, if it couldn't hit the enemy, then it was useless. As other students practiced their fire magic, Professor Hong Yil's eyes narrowed with focus. She unleashed a brilliant spear of light and fire from her rapier, which shot across the field and struck a dummy with pinpoint accuracy, causing a massive explosion. The smoke and embers swirled around her as she stood perfectly still. Her sharp eyes scanned the aftermath, the smoldering remains of the target barely visible through the haze. The dummy was completely vaporized, its stand glowing red-hot from the intense heat. The other students murmured in awe, but the professor turned her head, her expression one of utter disappointment, and declared the display to have been terrible. She then called out a name. Bion. A young woman with long, pale pink hair flinched at the sound of her name. Later, Hong Bion sat alone on a bench, her head bowed in shame. She thought to herself that she had shown a sorry sight again. She was sure her mother would be disappointed. Her hands clenched tightly in her lap, her knuckles white. A gentle voice called her princess. Bion looked up to see a girl with reddish-brown hair, tied in pigtails, smiling down at her. The girl, radiating cheerfulness, asked if she was okay. She then sat beside Bion on the bench and told her that she was so amazing. Bion, looking confused, asked what she meant. The girl explained that Bion had used the same magic as her, but it was several times stronger. Bion retorted bitterly, saying, "So what?" since she couldn't even aim right. But the girl was undeterred, exclaiming that Bion's magic itself was incredible and super cool. She leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling, and confessed that she had been hearing about Bion since she was young. Bion, recognizing a fellow fire-type mage, realized who she was and hesitantly asked if her name was Arshwang. Arshwang beamed, confirming that she had heard of Bion too, recalling the rumors that a next-level genius of the fire attribute had appeared. A title accompanied by an image of Arshwang herself, wreathed in flames. Bion looked away, admitting internally that despite the rumors, she had thought Arshwang must be nothing compared to her own magic. She looked at Arshwang and remarked with a hint of envy that it must be nice to have such high accuracy. Arshwang's expression was sincere, as she replied that if Bion practiced more, she wouldn't even be comparable to her. Bion abruptly stood up, cutting her off and telling a young woman with long, pale blue hair and delicate flower ornaments, identified as Azel, approaches Beakussial, who stands with a stern expression in what appears to be a library or study. She timidly asks if she can ask him something. Her internal monologue reveals her true intentions. She has been observing Beakussial and has come to a certain conclusion about him. She firmly believes that, regardless of his poor grades, he is exceptionally intelligent, perhaps even smarter than the top-ranking students at the academy. Her mind flashes back to a previous class where Usial, wearing glasses and standing confidently before a chalkboard covered in complex equations, announced that he was finished with the problem. Azel's expression at that time was one of pure astonishment. She couldn't believe it, recalling her own assessment that the question posed was at a university level, if not something a professor would tackle. Even in a place like Stellar Academy, which is a gathering place for geniuses, his feat was unbelievable, making her question his true identity. After careful consideration, she moved past her initial shock and became certain of one thing. Beakussial was employing a specific, calculated course registration strategy. With this realization, her resolve hardened. She felt she absolutely had to obtain information about his next class selection. Back in the present, Usial blinks, a little taken aback by her directness, and asks with a hint of amusement why she is so interested, cheekily questioning if she has a crush on him or something. Azel's face immediately contorts in disgust, and she retorts that his suggestion is gross. Usial, not missing a beat, claims her reaction grossed him out even more. He then internally scolds himself, wondering what he's doing acting like a child when he's supposed to be a mature adult. Composing himself, he repeats his question, asking her seriously why she wanted to talk to him. Azel explains that she conducted some research on the classes he had enrolled in and noticed a pattern. They all seemed to be courses where it was easy to achieve high grades. She looks him directly in the eyes, her gaze intense, and asks him straight up where he learned such a strategy, stressing that the answer is incredibly important to her. Usial lets out a silent sigh of relief, having wondered what she was going to ask. He laughs dismissively, waving his hand as he claims it was all just a coincidence. He then tries to end the conversation, stating that if that's all she wanted, he was going to head out. Azel is stunned by his abrupt departure and calls out for him to wait. Ignoring her plea, Usial turns and begins to walk away, his back to her. Azel watches him go, a look of flustered panic on her face as her chance for information slips away. She quickly runs after him, her footsteps echoing as she begs him to please wait up. Usial stops and turns, a look of surprise on his face as he asks why she followed him. He tells her to go learn that kind of information from someone else, pointing out that the academy is full of smart people. He adds that since she already looked into his classes, she could just follow what he's been doing. Azel stammers, unable to form a coherent response. Usial patiently explains his reluctance, stating that anyone who takes Divine Moon Studies is guaranteed an A+, so it wouldn't affect him if she also took it. However, the other classes he's in are graded on a curve, and if she were to register for them as well, her presence could negatively impact his grade. He thinks to himself, recognizing the irony, if she fails to get the scholarship, she's the one who will lose the most. He finds her concern for his grades and her own desperate situation a bit annoying, but also sees it as proof that she truly is the female lead from the story. Unaware of his thoughts, Azel changes tactics, putting on a cute, pleading expression and asking if he could just recommend one single class that's easy to get a good grade in. Usial internally scoffs, wondering if she really thinks her looks will convince him. As if reading his mind, Azel comments that it's weird, because usually looking at her own beautiful face in the mirror is enough to take her stress away. Usial is momentarily stunned into silence by her blatant narcissism, questioning if she's being serious. She lets out a small laugh, admitting it was a joke, and revealing that she has prepared some compensation for his trouble. Usial's face twists in exasperation, as he wonders why all the kids in this world are so obsessed with offering compensation, questioning where they learned to be so businesslike. Azel leans in and asks if he knows anything about the ghost story of the Seventh Tower. At the mention of this, Yusial's eyes widen in genuine shock. He asks her to confirm, and she nods, saying she does know the story. He expresses his surprise, noting that not many people are aware of that particular tale. She begins to explain that it's a story about an abandoned building on campus that mysteriously disappeared. She continues, adding that a bunch of magical barriers were erected to prevent anyone from even getting close to the site where the tower once stood. But Yusial abruptly cuts her off, telling her to wait. Azel immediately apologizes and asks if everything is all right, while Yusial clutches his head, his mind racing as he thinks he's going to go insane. He understands the immense value of what she's offering. This is incredibly big information. His mind flashes to an image of Flame, the purple-haired heroine, and he recalls from the game's plot that this specific information is a key trigger that can greatly increase Flame's affection for the male protagonist. The implications are staggering. It means that in the original novel, Azel was the one who possessed this knowledge, and she was supposed to give it only to the male protagonist, not to a side character, an extra like himself. Snapping back to reality, Yusial tries to feign disinterest, claiming it sounds like a scary story and he doesn't want to hear it. Azel chides him, asking if he's really afraid of ghosts at his age, but then shrugs and says it's fine, she'll just tell him for free anyway. Yusial is left flustered, pointing out her sudden change of heart after acting like she wouldn't tell him. She simply replies that it's her mind to change. Yusial concedes, thinking to himself that what truly matters is that Azel is sincerely trying to give him something of value. Deciding to reciprocate, he tells her he has a recommendation. He clarifies that it isn't related to grades but will be extremely useful for her, advising her to take the liberal arts class, Meditation Journey into the Abyss. Azel is confused, questioning the combination of divine moon studies, meditation, and cultivation, but Yusial assures her it's not like that at all. He scratches his head, trying to find the right words to explain. He tells her that his former master was a bishop, just like her, and through meditation, she was able to dramatically increase her magic power. Azel's eyes widen as she asks if it was really just through meditation, and Yusial confirms with a firm nod. He elaborates that while it's a little-known fact, meditation is extremely important for bishops who wield large-scale destruction magic. He explains that while precise casting relies on formulas and equations, it ultimately originates from the mind, which is what controls the flow of mana. He then adds with a slight smile that he doesn't usually share this information with anyone, but he's making an exception for her because she's cute. Azel deadpans that just a moment ago he said she was ugly. A small smile touches her lips as she thanks him, saying that even though it's a shame it's not a class that can help her grades, she will register for it anyway. Yusial simply tells her to do as she wishes. With a pleased nod, Azel turns and walks away. Watching her leave, Yusial reflects on what he's just done. He admits to himself that the thought of how his actions could alter the future is a little scary. But then, a grim vision of Azel dying a tragic death flashes through his mind, reinforcing his decision. He knows that if he simply leaves her to her fate out of fear, she is doomed to die tragically in this life as well. A small smile forms on his face as he hopes that the meditation training will genuinely help her. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a realization strikes him. A metaphorical light bulb flashing above his head. He thinks to himself, wait a minute, I'm a mage too, aren't I? He wonders how he could have overlooked the idea of training himself until now. He recalls the game's lore. The character of Beakussial undergoes strict physical training, which awakens his latent magic revelation delay physique, leading to immense growth. In the game, gaining experience was as simple as pushing a button, but now in this reality he can train directly. He laments that it's been quiet lately, with no major events or monster hunts, preventing him from gaining any experience points. A faint, grateful smile appears on his face, as he realizes he should thank Azel for reminding him of this crucial aspect of his character's potential. Later, back in his dorm room, Yusial looks around and comments on its large size. The narrative explains that all students at Stella Academy reside in the expansive dormitories. For most, the dorm system was just a fun piece of extra content in the game, a place to decorate. But for Beakussial, whose village was destroyed by fire, this room is his only home. The dorms are segregated by class, and while the rooms are all the same size, the number of occupants varies. Naturally, the elite S-class students get the highest floors all to themselves. Yusial sits cross-legged on the floor, thinking that while he had been feeling a bit lonely, he's finally going to put this solitude to good use. Taking a deep breath, he closes his eyes and prepares to begin. He knows that raw stats aren't the most important thing. Since this is his new reality, he must first get used to this body and its unique properties. As he focuses, a golden aura begins to envelop him. He remembers that in the game, Beakussial was a hidden genius, able to manifest a powerful sword aura by harnessing the mana that endlessly circulated through his body due to his unique condition. Because no one ever paid him any attention, this incredible talent went completely unnoticed. He was, in fact, a genius swordmaster destined to become the only one in the world to reach the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. With newfound determination, Usial resolves to walk that same path once more, to reclaim that lost potential. He focuses on his breathing, knowing it is the key that dictates the flow of mana throughout his body. He theorizes that if he can slowly increase the amount of mana he draws in with each breath, he will eventually be able to absorb a massive amount all at once. He understands that skills don't level up simply by accumulating experience points. One has to actively and repeatedly use the skill to improve it. In other words, the only path forward is through relentless training. Time passes, marked by the ticking of a clock and the changing light outside his window, shifting from the dark of night to the soft glow of dawn. Usial remains perfectly still, the faint aura around him slowly growing in intensity, until it becomes a vibrant, pulsating light. Suddenly his eyes snap open, glowing with a brilliant golden light. He is completely engulfed in a radiant aura, and he recognizes the sensation. This is the same feeling the original Beakussial must have experienced when awakening his power. He stares at his own hands, which are shimmering with golden particles. As someone who had accepted the mana leakage syndrome from a young age, he can now feel a faint but definite connection to its power. Two system windows materialize before him, announcing that his skill mana leakage syndrome and skill blink have both leveled up. A look of astonished joy spreads across his face. "All right," he exclaims, feeling a surge of accomplishment. He knows he is now one step closer to his ultimate goal. He clenches his fist, his expression filled with unwavering resolve as he vows to find the true ending of this story, no matter what it takes. The scene shifts to a vast, sun-drenched grassy field, where a gentle breeze rustles the leaves, and students in their academy uniforms walk across the lush green expanse. A girl with short, dark hair, Flame, observes her surroundings, noting that the grass and wind, though created by magic, feel completely real. This is the Stella Dome, a pocket dimension on the academy campus. This marvel of magic allows for the creation of various environments of any size, making it the perfect venue for sports, events, and, most importantly, dungeon simulations, gate explorations, and monster training. The students gather in anxious clusters, murmuring amongst themselves, and Flame stands among them, her expression thoughtful and serious. She counts the students, noting a total of 141 people are present. She breaks it down in her mind: 50 students each from classes A1 and A2 and 41 from Class S. This detail troubles her, as she remembers that in the original novel, there were only 39 students in Class S. She had expected the total to be 40 after her own inclusion, but the presence of one more person is an unexpected deviation. She wonders about the newcomer, Beakussial, and where he came from. In the novel, there were 140 first-year students. With her arrival, the number became 141. This leads her to a voice calls out, recognizing the figure standing alone on the path as none other than S-Class's Beakussial. Beakussial turns his head slightly, his olive-green eyes looking over his shoulder to see who has addressed him. His internal thoughts immediately identify the blonde-haired young man smirking at him as Raiden, a student who has become quite famous in school recently. He further recalls that Raiden is a member of Uslek Jeremy's clique, essentially a follower or a pushover for a more prominent figure. As Beakussial assesses the situation, his gaze drifts down to Raiden's hand, and his eyes widen slightly in surprise as he notices that Raiden is holding 3 golden point sticks. He internally remarks on how Raiden has managed to collect so many despite being just a lackey. Standing beside Raiden, one of his companions scoffs, mentioning that he heard Beakussial was a failed student who cheated his way into S-Class by solving 3 strange questions, concluding that the academy, Stella, must have fallen on hard times. Beakussial listens to their tired, uncreative insults, thinking to himself that they could at least come up with some new material. Raiden, stepping forward with a smug grin, addresses Beakussial directly, suggesting that since their paths have crossed, he should just give up his point stick. Beakussial's response is short and defiant. He states that he doesn't want to. Raiden's grin widens into a sneer, questioning if Beakussial is actually resisting them, and if he truly believes he can face their entire group alone. Another member of the group taunts him further, asking if he plans to use his amazing high-mid-class staff, mocking him because he can't even use magic, let alone the staff. Beakussial simply holds his single point stick, pondering what he should do. He considers his options, thinking that with only a first-class blink, it would be difficult to face Raiden, who comes from a famous family. He muses that if he had 3 blinks, the fight would be easier, but he acknowledges that he has a variable on his side, the point stick in his hand, and the fact that their current location is a dungeon, a place with exploitable terrain. With a plan forming, Beakussial casually extends his hand, holding out his single-point stick, and simply says here, offering it to them. Raiden's smug expression returns, pleased with the apparent surrender, remarking that that's more like it. However, in the instant Raiden reaches for the stick, Beakussial's demeanor shifts, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he activates Blink. A flash of golden light envelops him, and before Raiden can even register what's happening, his eyes widen in shock as Beakussial materializes right in front of him, snatching the 3-point sticks from his grasp. With a triumphant grin, Beakussial grips his newly acquired loot. Raiden, caught completely off guard, is struck by a wave of blue energy from one of his own allies who was aiming for Beakussial's original position. Raiden's face contorts in anger and pain, cursing the damned commoner bastard under his breath. The magical energy surges around him as he's caught in the blast, and he screams out in rage, vowing to get his revenge. He whirls around to confront Beakussial, but finds only empty space, exclaiming that he's gone. High above, perched on a thick vine, Beakussial looks down on the chaotic scene, remarking that that was a close call. He holds up the 3 sticks he just pilfered, a satisfied smile on his face as he thanks Raiden for the contribution. Down below, Raiden's group points up at him furiously, demanding that he give the sticks back, but Beakussial simply retorts that he doesn't want to. He examines the sticks, thinking to himself how efficient they are. A system-like window appears in his mind, explaining that he coincidentally learned that these point sticks are actually a bug item. The description clarifies that due to their unnatural durability, which prevents them from being destroyed by student-level magic, they possess the strength of most magic tools. Beakussial reflects on this, thinking that while it's more helpful for other mages to use magic, for someone like himself who fights physically, a weapon with such strong attack power can be utilized to its full potential, 100%. Raiden, clutching his arm where he was hit, seethes with rage, gritting his teeth at the audacity of Beakussial taking his point sticks. He spins around to face his lackeys, yelling at them and asking what they are doing, ordering them to hurry up and attack. Suddenly, the very ground begins to shake, and the massive vines of the dungeon start to shift and move, startling the group. Raiden curses the timing, frustrated that the dungeon's terrain is changing now of all times. He shouts orders to his group, telling everyone to get it together, load their magic, and not to lose sight of that motherfucker. Seizing the opportunity created by the chaos, Beakussial dashes away, leaping across the moving vines. One of Raiden's crew spots him, shouting that Beakussial is running away. Raiden screams after him, demanding to know where the bastard thinks he's going. The mages unleash their attacks, sending streams of blue magic energy hurtling through the air towards Beakussial. Beakussial glances back at the incoming spells, internally admitting that those guys are better than he expected. But just as the spells are about to hit, he vanishes in another flash of golden light. The mages curse in frustration, exclaiming that he used Blink again and questioning where he went. They scan the area, unable to locate him, admitting that he's too fast to find. Beakussial, hidden amongst the foliage, calmly assesses the situation, thinking that since he has several years of PvP experience, using the terrain to his advantage is a piece of cake. Raiden grits his teeth, telling his crew they just need to hit him once. One of his followers nervously points out that the dungeon is still moving. Raiden orders them to calm down, telling them that Beakussial is still nearby. He instructs them to wait until the terrain stops moving and then attack if they see him, but he cautions them to be careful, as a failed magic attack could result in a magic rebound. Suddenly, a figure appears directly behind one of the mages. It's Beakussial, who has used Blink to get into their midst. He swiftly strikes the back of the mage's head with a point stick. The mage lets out a cry of pain. As Beakussial strikes, the mage instinctively unleashes the spell he had been charging. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes his mistake, the blue lightning of his spell crackling wildly around him as he screams, "Damn!" The spell, with no target, backfires, causing a massive magic rebound that engulfs the entire group in an explosion of blue energy, their screams of agony echoing through the dungeon. With the fight concluded, Beakussial lands gracefully on a ledge, looking down at the incapacitated students. He muses that it's over now. Raiden and his cronies groan in pain, covered in soot and magical residue. Beakussial declares that he'll be taking their sticks too. He holds up his collection of now 7-point sticks, admiring them with a cheerful, almost goofy expression. He playfully thinks that if he gets a girlfriend later, he should give these to her as a gift. He waves goodbye to the defeated group, telling them that it was fun but he'll be off now, as dealing with the last one would be annoying. As he turns to leave, Raiden can only stammer out a "why you?" before erupting into a furious, unintelligible scream of rage. From a distance, a white-haired girl with red eyes watches the scene unfold silently. Walking away through the lush dungeon, Beakussial chuckles to himself, thinking that he struck the jackpot. He reflects on the fight, acknowledging that if he had fought them normally, he would have been robbed, but since they were in a dungeon, things turned out differently. He proudly calls this an adult's experience. However, his triumphant mood is cut short as he senses something, wondering if he's just imagining things. He feels a strange sensation emanating from somewhere nearby, and his head whips around as he questions where it's coming from. Suddenly, the entire area is engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion of fire. Beakussial is thrown back by the sheer force, his eyes wide with shock. He wonders what on earth is happening as the flames surge around him. The inferno rages, a swirling vortex of fire consuming the dungeon's flora. A student with red-orange hair grits his teeth, muttering "what the fuck?" As the explosion erupts, the ground itself seems to burst into flames, sending pillars of fire shooting into the air. Beakussial quickly blinks away from the epicenter of the blast, landing a safe distance away. He catches his breath, remarking that that was close. He looks back at the scorched and burning landscape, admitting that it was almost trouble. He then turns his attention to the source of the attack, wondering about the spell that was just used. A figure emerges from the smoke and embers, walking towards him. The figure, a girl with long, flowing white hair tipped with red and piercing red eyes, calls out to him, addressing him as commoner. She stands tall, holding a golden staff with a large red orb, and asks him why he didn't take the other stick from those bastards. Beakussial's eyes widen in recognition, a bead of sweat running down his temple as he identifies her as Hong Bion. He stares at her in disbelief, wondering why she is here. Beakussial, composing himself, tells Hong Bion that she is misunderstanding something. He clarifies that it wasn't that he didn't take the last stick, but rather that he couldn't. He then asks her what his decision to take or not take the sticks has to do with her. Hong Bion glares at him, accusingly stating that he was waiting for her to take on all of them so she could steal all the sticks from him at once. She seems personally offended, questioning how he could do that to her after she even taught him before. Beakussial is baffled by her logic, internally questioning her audacity. Hong Bion places a hand on her chest, declaring that she is of royal blood. Beakussial, still holding the point sticks, tells her that if she's so aware of her status, she should just come at him. He continues, stating that since simply taking objects from a commoner isn't dignified for a royal, she should defeat him properly and take them from him. He scoffs at her claim of dignity, sarcastically asking if she really likes robbing a weakling. Hong Bion's eyes narrow, repeating his word, weakling. She tells him she saw him joking around with those bastards from the very beginning. She points out that he didn't even use proper magic to face them. Her internal monologue reveals her true thoughts. She had been hurrying through the dungeon, needing to get points quickly to avoid getting in trouble with her mother. It was then that she heard the sound of talking, the shouts of Raiden's crew as Beakussial made his escape. She saw the scene unfold from a distance, identifying the group as Beakussial and Raiden's crew. At first, she contemplated whether she should attack them all at once. She decided against it, concluding that taking on 6 people alone would be hard. Her plan was to wait until the fight was over and they were out of stamina, then take all the stick points in one go. But then she watched in surprise as Beakussial, the commoner, dispatched the entire group without using any spells other than blink. She acknowledged that while they were weaker than her, they still grew up as elites in mage families. She reasoned that if he was good enough to joke around with those bastards, then he was a formidable opponent. A determined look crosses her face, and she resolves that she must use her full power to burn him. Mana swirls around her as she unleashes her magic, intricate fiery sigils appearing on the ground, as she prepares a massive spell, the one that caused the initial explosion that caught Beakussial's attention. Back in the present, the aftermath of her spell surrounds them, fire licking at the trees. Hong Bion, enveloped in a fiery aura, declares her intent to definitely crush the commoner today. She unleashes another barrage of fire, sending flaming projectiles raining down from the sky and erupting from the ground, trapping Beakussial in a cage of flames. He looks around, his expression serious as the fire closes in. He dodges and weaves through the inferno, the heat intense and suffocating. His eyes dart around, searching for an escape route. The sheer scale of the attack is overwhelming, with explosions of fire erupting all around him. He leaps into the air to avoid a blast, realizing with a curse that even if he dodges with blink, the attack's scope is too broad. He wonders what he should do when he hears a strange sound. He spots an opening, a path through the flames, and instantly activates blink, teleporting through the firestorm, just as it converges on his previous location. He reappears on the other side of the inferno, landing safely but with a grim expression on his face. He thinks to himself that he was lucky that time, but it will be harder from now on. He knows that even if he gets close to Hong Bion, The flames surrounding her body will explode the moment he gets near. This is a fact he knows intimately from the countless times he lost in PvP against fire class mages in the game. He concludes that she's much stronger than one would think. He observes the battlefield, noting that if this were flat land, he would have been defeated in 1 minute. Hong Bion, seeing him survive, prepares another assault, knowing that in this environment, a straight fight wouldn't even be valid. She launches another, even more intense wave of fire. Beakussial, however, is not content to simply run. He grips the point sticks tightly, his eyes filled with determination, as he declares that she can't think he'll just stand here and do nothing. As a jet of fire shoots towards him, he meets it head-on, not with blink, but with a different kind of magic. His eyes glow with a faint blue light, and he summons ethereal, glowing blue blades. He can see the path of the magic, the flow of the mana. With incredible speed and precision, he dashes forward, swinging the glowing blades, and actually deflecting the stream of fire magic. Hong Bion's eyes widen in utter disbelief, her mouth agape as she exclaims, "No way." She can't comprehend what she's seeing, questioning if it's even possible to deflect magic with a weapon. Beakussial continues his advance, parrying the flames with practiced ease. He reflects internally that his senses are fading as more time passes. This feeling of moving his body, of facing a mage not in a game with a keyboard and mouse, but for real, is incredibly vivid. He feels like he can grasp the surging flow of mana with his hands, a sixth sense as familiar as sight or hearing. Hong Bion, still reeling from the shock, wonders how this is possible. She had thought that this location, full of trees, would be more advantageous for her with her fire attribute. Realizing her advantage is being nullified, she grits her teeth and decides she needs to use even stronger magic. Beakussial presses his advantage, dodging and weaving through her attacks. He knows he can't just defend forever. He needs to use the magic sticks to destroy her magic shield somehow. He watches her, waiting for the perfect opening in her fiery defense. He sees his chance and shouts, "Now!" Activating Blink, he teleports directly in front of her, moving through the flames. Hong Bion lets out a startled gasp, caught completely by surprise. She instinctively casts Lighter Crash, a close-range defensive spell. Beakussial recognizes it instantly as the magic used by fire-class bishops for close combat, which causes a knockback explosion within a 2-meter radius. But he's not fazed, thinking to himself that he's experienced this a ton of times too. As the red magic circle for her spell expands on the ground, he's already in motion. Instead of being pushed back, he uses the initial force of the explosion to propel himself forward, twisting his body and slamming his foot down. With a powerful two-handed strike, he brings the bundle of point sticks down upon her magic shield. The shield shatters into a million pieces with a deafening crash. Hong Bion can only look on in shock, stammering, "No, no way." As her ultimate defense is broken, the impact sends her stumbling backward, her staff clattering to the ground as she cries out. Beakussial stands over her, his weapon held ready. He has won. A blush of humiliation spreads across Hong Bion's face as she looks up at him from the ground, gritting her teeth. She demands to know just who he is. Beakussial calmly replies that he's just a normal student. What else would he be? He then glances over his shoulder, a knowing look in his eye, and says that anyway, they should stop hiding and come out now. He calls out a single name: Flame. From behind a tree, a girl with short brown hair and a matching academy uniform peeks out, her expression one of surprise and apprehension. In a sun-dappled forest clearing, Beakussial stood beside the ethereal girl with long white hair, Flame, who had just materialized beside him. She confronted him, her voice laced with suspicion, stating that she wasn't hiding and demanding to know how he knew she was there. Usial, with a relaxed and slightly playful smile, simply replied that he just had a feeling. Internally, however, he knew it was more than that. It was the sixth sense granted by his unique mana revelation delay physique that had alerted him to her presence. Flame considered his vague answer, her expression unreadable as she processed his words. Her suspicion didn't wane, and she pressed him with another, more pointed question, asking how he managed to break the magic field with a training device like the point sticks. She wondered if that too was just a feeling. Usial's confident facade wavered slightly, his golden eyes widening as he was caught off guard by her sharp inquiry. He held the broken point sticks, his mind racing for an explanation. He knew the truth was that this kind of bug wasn't in the original novel he was familiar with, but he couldn't possibly tell her that. Scrambling for a plausible lie, he awkwardly presented the broken sticks, suggesting that they were just really sturdy. It was a flimsy excuse, and he knew it. He thought about the fundamental reason knights had disappeared from this world, that a training device has its limits and couldn't possibly break a magic shield. He silently admitted to himself that she was right and he didn't have a good response. Flame's expression hardened, the background shattering into a web of cracks to emphasize her growing conviction. She told him she had thought he was weird since the beginning, but now she was certain. She looked him dead in the eye, her voice low and serious as she named him, Beakussial, and demanded to know just who he really was. Faced with her direct accusation, Yusial was silent, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as Flame and the princess, Hong Bion, stared at him expectantly. He internally lamented that it had come to this already, barely a month into his new life. He contemplated revealing his true identity, but immediately dismissed the idea as too dangerous, reasoning that Flame held no favor for him, making such a confession perilous. He decided on a different tactic, attempting to disarm her with sincerity. He told her that while he understood he must seem suspicious to her, he was not a bad person. Looking at the lush green canopy of the forest, he added that, if anything, he wanted to help her. Flame was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she questioned what he meant. Help her? Who was he? Before she could press further, Yusial seized the moment, declaring that it was time for him to leave. He flashed a quick, almost apologetic smile, telling her he would like to explain more, but he was out of time, and with a quick bye, he turned to make his escape. Flame watched him go, a mix of surprise and suspicion on her face. Just as he thought he was in the clear, a sharp impact struck the back of his head with a loud thwack. He cried out in pain as the point sticks, thrown with considerable force, clattered to the ground around him. Rubbing his head, he turned to see Hong Bion looking on, her expression unreadable. He complained aloud, asking why she didn't just use her words if she had a complaint. He felt a flush of embarrassment, chiding himself for not being able to catch the sticks when he could dodge traps and magic. The throbbing in his head intensified, a sharp migraine signaling that his mind power, the fuel for his sixth sense, had bottomed out. He demanded to know why she threw them, his voice laced with annoyance. Bion simply stated that she lost, so he should take the point sticks. Yusial's mind raced. He considered the implications. Taking all the sticks would raise his ranking far too much, and the other prizes were useless to him. He decided on a different course of action, picking up only a single point stick from the ground. With a magnanimous and slightly dazzling smile, he told her it was fine. He would just take one, and she could take the rest. He then turned and walked away, leaving the two girls behind. As he departed, he congratulated himself internally, thinking that showing kindness to an opponent he beat was incredibly cool. Left in the clearing, Flame and Bion watched him go. Bion broke the silence, bluntly asking if he was an idiot. Flame offered a possible explanation, suggesting that perhaps his lack of common sense stemmed from him being a commoner. Bion's red eyes narrowed in thought, her gaze distant as she pondered the mystery of Beakussial's identity. Meanwhile, in a dark, high-tech monitoring room, several powerful figures observed the events of the practical exercise on a large, glowing blue holographic map. 3 individuals stood before a central console, watching the students' progress. A man with stylish, dark green hair remarked with a smirk that the S-class students were incredible this year, finding the spectacle worth watching. Beside him, an older man with a prominent mustache, identified as Elder Telex of the Magic Council of Elders, stroked his facial hair and agreed that it was indeed fun, though he boasted that he was more impressive when he was young. A hooded woman, Jarina Ethan from the Blue Mage Tower Board of Directors, stood silently beside them. The green-haired man noted the presence of both the Magic Council of Elders and the Blue Mage Tower Board of Directors, observing that many big shots had come to watch and scout the new students. He mused that they would have to if they wanted to secure top talents, and added that he was sure most of the other professors were also watching the exercise with keen interest. As he spoke, a flicker of movement on the screen caught his eye. He cursed under his breath as the display showed 2 top-tier students, He Wenryang and Ma Yusung, finally crossing paths in the forest. The 2 prodigies immediately engaged in a spectacular duel. Ma Yusung unleashed a torrent of sharp, crystalline ice magic with a flick of his wand, which He Wenryang expertly parried and dodged, shards of ice flying past him. The ground around them erupted with magical energy as their spells clashed. He Wenryang fluidly leaped between glowing magic circles he conjured in midair, raining down powerful attacks of his own. The observers in the control room watched in awe. One of the hooded figures exclaimed that a 3rd-rank power jump had been activated in succession, questioning if such a feat was even possible at the age of 17. The green-haired professor, Professor Hangwall, explained that a normal mage would have to be in their mid to late 20s to reach the 3rd rank, yet Ma Yusung was using it freely at just 17. A hooded figure beside him murmured that he truly couldn't believe it. The battle on screen raged on, a dazzling display of elemental power as the 2 students unleashed spells of fire, lightning, and wind, their attacks colliding in a brilliant explosion of light and energy. Professor Hangwall noted that most mages only have 1 element, and only after a great deal of training can they master 2. He explained that possessing 3 or more elements was a sign of innate talent, a gift they were born with. Suddenly, Professor Hangwall let out a startled caw as a new entity appeared on the battlefield. A massive, shadowy bird formed from pure blue energy materialized between the two combatants, its form wreathed in ethereal flames. The professor identified it as a hidden boss. The creature let out a piercing screech and lunged forward, catching both He Wonryang and Ma Yusung completely by surprise. It swiped with a massive, energy-wreathed talon, but before it could strike, a different magical beast, a white skeletal bird, intercepted the attack. Standing atop the defeated hidden boss was a new challenger, a girl with long, pale blue hair, Azel Malf. She held a staff and offered a cheerful, almost apologetic smile, saying she was sorry for interrupting their fight. Back in the monitoring room, Professor Hangwall identified the newcomer as Azel Malf. He explained that a hidden boss is a rare type of hidden event that only appears once a certain amount of abilities have been used, and that they are not only hard to find, but also difficult to defeat alone, making Azel's feat all the more impressive. Elder Telix recognized the name, identifying her as the eldest daughter of the traitor Grand Duke Malf. He remarked on what a shame it was, musing that if it weren't for her father, her talent would have bloomed even more. Just then, the display shifted to another battle, this one featuring the Adolbit princess, Hong Bion, engulfed in a fiery inferno of her own making. One of the hooded figures asked who she was fighting, as they had never seen her opponent before. Elder Telix leaned closer, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized the spell her opponent was using. He exclaimed in disbelief, identifying the shimmering, spatial warping magic as Blink. A historical account of the Blink spell scrolled across the screen, explaining that for hundreds of years, countless scholars had tried and failed to control it. They either died or became crippled in their attempts, leading to the spell being deemed absolutely impossible to control. Yet Elder Telix stared at the screen in utter shock, realizing that a mere student was controlling Blink completely, as if it were as natural as his own hands and feet. He, along with the other silhouetted figures, stared at the image of the boy masterfully wielding the impossible spell, demanding to know who he was. Professor Hangwall stepped forward, informing the assembled dignitaries that the boy's name was Beakussial. He described Usial as a very unique student whose specialty was, in fact, Blink. Elder Telix remained skeptical, questioning why Usial didn't use any other magic and seemed to just be joking around. He asserted that the battle would have ended long ago if Usial had used proper magic. Professor Hangwall calmly refuted this, stating that Usial was fighting seriously right now. At that moment, the doors to the monitoring room opened, and a new figure entered. It was a young man with light blue hair and a distinguished uniform, identified as Eltman Eltwin. He confirmed Professor Hangwall's assessment, stating that Usial had been serious from the very start, a fact he found interesting. Eltwin elaborated, explaining that the way Usial fought reminded him of the chivalry that existed in the old generations. Elder Telix scoffed, asking if he meant the chivalry that disappeared along with cold weapons, finding it hard to believe a young student would embody such an archaic concept. Professor Hangwall, however, looked thoughtful, a spark of understanding in his eyes as he considered the meaning of chivalry. He explained that Eltwin was talking about the knight's mentality, a mindset belonging to the heroes of old who used swords infused with magic. These heroes were said to have fought evil with a single sword, a concept that seemed unrealistic in an age where magic reigned supreme. Elder Telix conceded the point, acknowledging that the student was indeed using the point stick as if it were a sword. He then realized the gravity of the situation. If Eltman Eltwin, the headmaster of Stellar Academy, the best magic academy in the world, a 9th-rank master mage, and one of the 10 great sages on the continent, was feeling this, then it had to be true. The other hooded figures stood silently, the weight of the headmaster's words filling the room. Later, after the first dungeon practical training had ended, He Wonryang stood alone in the S-Class exclusive training hall. He reflected on his 6th-place finish, admitting to himself that it didn't feel like a victory. He replayed his duel with Ma Yusung in his mind, recalling the sudden appearance of the hidden boss and Azel's interruption. He knew that without her intervention, he would have likely lost. A shadow fell over his face as he clenched his teeth in frustration. It had been the same ever since he first met Ma Yusung. Yusung half-assed everything, yet regardless of what he did, he always achieved above-expert results. Even in this training, Wonryang had meticulously set up magic circles and calculated his movements, but Yusung had still received all of his attacks with ease. He repeated his thoughts, the feeling of defeat washing over him again. He felt dwarfed by an insurmountable wall of talent, picturing Ma Yusung as a towering, untouchable figure. Shaking his head, he tried to cast aside the negativity, telling himself there was no time to blame himself. He just needed to work harder. Nearby, Princess Hong Bion was practicing her magic with fierce determination, while He Wonryang began his own training, practicing his swordsmanship with graceful, swirling movements of wind magic. Bion glanced over at him, noting that the guy who was always so sure of himself was unusually spiteful today. She quickly dismissed the thought, deciding it wasn't her business to pry. With a powerful cry, she unleashed a massive, concentrated explosion of fire magic, the sheer force of the blast shaking the training hall. The flames raged around her, a testament to her immense power. He Wendiang watched her, a curious glint in his eye. Bion stood amidst the dissipating smoke and embers, her expression a mask of pure fury. She was seething internally. Even after Beakussial had yielded a point stick to her, she only managed to get third place, which she found utterly upsetting. Her mother had been satisfied, but Bion knew she would have been punished otherwise. The thought of that mere commoner acting so high and mighty was intensely annoying, and she channeled her frustration into another cataclysmic fire blast. After the explosion, she panted heavily, trying to catch her breath. Wendiang wondered if something had happened to the princess as well. He mused that he didn't know if it was just a feeling, but her magic seemed to have gotten more accurate than before. He knew that explosive fire magic like hers was almost impossible to control precisely, so there was no way she could have improved so much in such a short period of time. He was left to wonder if it was all just a coincidence. Bion, meanwhile, cursed under her breath. A memory surfaced of her sitting across from Beakussial during one of his tutoring sessions. She had to admit, however grudgingly, that his classes had been effective. After switching to his unorthodox pun quizzes, her magic achievement had increased tremendously. She still thought of him as just a commoner with terrible grades and the worst personality, but she was certain that Beakussial was the only person who knew the method to supplement her weaknesses. But even with that acknowledgement, she was still incredibly upset. Her thoughts were interrupted by her attendant, Terran, who addressed her as Princess. Bion asked what was wrong. Terran reported that the remodeling she had requested was complete and asked if she should deliver the item to Beakussial immediately, revealing a beautifully crafted magic sword nestled in a box on red velvet. Bion agreed, but as Terran turned to leave, the princess stopped her, her hand on Terran's shoulder and her face flushed with indecision. Ultimately, Bion decided to deliver the gift herself, arriving at the second main tower, a building housing the faculty's research facilities. She had come because she heard Beakussial was there, but she wondered if he was meeting a professor. A wave of embarrassment washed over her as she realized her mistake. She could have just given it to him at the training hall. She fretted that by coming here, it would seem as if she, a princess, was following a commoner around. Deciding this couldn't be, she resolved to turn back, but was startled by a voice calling out to her. It was Professor Hammerl, a woman with long purple hair. Bion quickly composed herself, correcting her initial address from teacher to Professor Hammerl. The professor smiled warmly, remarking that it felt like only yesterday she was teaching magic to the princess at the castle. She then asked what brought Bion to the tower. Bion vaguely explained she was returning from some business. Hammerl advised her that it would be better to leave, as the area was a bit disorderly at the moment because some magic officials had come due to a student named Beakussial. Bion's eyes widened in shock, and she blurted out Beakussial's name, asking what about that commoner. Hammerl recalled that Bion had fought him and noted that he didn't use magic, which Bion confirmed. A wave of shame washed over Bion as she realized her most respected teacher had witnessed her fight. Hammerl reassured her, telling her not to blame herself and that her opponent had tried his best. Bion was about to argue that he hadn't even used magic, but Hammerl continued, explaining that it was because of his creed. She recounted what the headmaster had said, that he believed Usial was trying to revive the ancient art of chivalry. The princess was flabbergasted, finding the idea nonsensical. Yet she couldn't deny the memory of him using the point stick, just like a sword during their battle. Her eyes fell to the box in her hands, a sudden realization dawning on her. Was this magic sword the reason he wanted it? Professor Hammerl continued, explaining the immense penalties Usial would face for not using magic in a magic academy. She found it incredible that he would choose such a difficult path, especially after accomplishing the great feat of mastering Blink. This conviction, she concluded, made her believe that his creed must be real. Lost in thought, Bion walked down a quiet, brick-lined path. She mused that in this generation, anyone who dreamed of chivalry would be mocked. Yet here was Beakussial, seemingly seeking it not as a joke, but with sincere conviction. She recalled her own anger, how she had told him not to joke around. As she turned a corner, she came face to face with the very person occupying her thoughts. Beakussial stood there, casually holding the Aethetic Roots, the fifth-place prize, and asked her what she was doing here. Startled and flustered, her face blushing, she defensively snapped that she wasn't there because of him. Usial simply replied that he never said she was, his deadpan response making her even more embarrassed as a wave of heat washed over her face. Frustrated, she thrust the box at him, telling him to just take it. He accepted it, recognizing the sword as Teravan and thanking her. His eyes widened slightly as he opened the box. He was impressed, noting that it was a shapeless sword, a testament to the unmatched craftsmanship of Adolbit. He thought to himself that it was a good thing he helped the princess. Then a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes as he asked if he could keep the box, thinking it would fetch a good price. Bion, exasperated, told him to do as he wished. Usial pumped his fist in a small celebration of his free money, prompting Bion to sigh at the sheer commonness of his behavior. She called out his name, Beakussial. He looked up, and she began to ask if he was really not going to use other magic. Their eyes met for a moment, his gaze questioning, hers filled with a mixture of curiosity and something else she couldn't name. She faltered, unable to finish the question, and quickly muttered, "Never mind," turning and hurrying away in a fluster. Usial was left standing there, utterly confused by her strange behavior. As he walked away, he pondered her question about using other magic. He recalled Professor Hangwall saying something similar about understanding his intentions and creed. He dismissed it as nonsense, but figured what's good is good. With this new magic sword, he felt he would be safe enough for the next episode of his life. He decided to test his new weapon, standing in an empty training ground as the sun set, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. He held the hilt of the shapeless sword. He channeled his mana into it, and with a brilliant flash, a blade of pure blue energy erupted from the hilt, crackling with power. His eyes, reflecting the golden light of the sunset and the blue glow of the sword, widened in awe. He exclaimed that it was even better than he had expected. He couldn't help but think it would have been even better if Flame had wielded it, recalling her special staff that allowed her to wield various types of magic by drawing on the energy of nature. Unlike her, he had no mana to begin with. His mana revelation delay physique meant that any mana he absorbed was immediately expelled. His only option was to use the concentration of mana within his own breathing as the output for the Teravan sword. Curious, he decided to check his status window. The blue screen materialized before him, displaying his stats and skills. It showed his mana revelation delay physique was at level 2, granting him a 5% increase to strength, agility, and sensitivity, as well as his invaluable sixth sense. He noted that thanks to the fifth-place prize, the Roots, his strength had increased a bit. Now that he had a proper weapon, he realized he could directly increase his stats through training instead of relying on EXP. With a new sense of purpose, he resolved to practice with the sword, knowing that he would be busy from now on. The new semester brings new challenges, beginning in a grand, stone-walled hall where the defensive magic instructor, Barain, addresses his students. He announces that starting today, they will have time to practice applying their magic. With a crisp command, he instructs the students to give each other space and hold their magic wands, his face stern and professional. In an instant, the room is filled with the hum of power as each student summons a vibrant blue magical shield, their bodies awash in ethereal light. An unseen observer notes that this year's batch has many students with high potential, musing that sorting them based on grades would be a good idea. Instructor Barain's eyes scan the room, a slight frown forming on his face. His gaze lands on one particular student, standing idly, Beakussial. The observer's thoughts reveal this is the S-class student everyone has been talking about, a commoner who can resonate with a mid-level magic wand and who astonishingly ranked 5th during the recent dungeon training. Despite these accolades, the observer admits to finding the sight of him somewhat annoying. Instructor Barain approaches Usial, a saccharine smile on his lips that doesn't quite reach his eyes, and asks why he is doing nothing. Usial, with a confident, almost cheeky expression, touches his chin and explains that he is studying a different defensive magic technique, so he doesn't feel the need to practice such basic magic. Barain's smile widens with feigned curiosity, asking what defensive technique Usial could possibly be learning. Elsewhere, a thought bubble scoffs at Usial's perceived arrogance, dismissing it as something only a royal like Princess Hong Bion could claim, as commoners couldn't possibly learn such advanced magic techniques. It's also noted that Usial is only known to use blink. Seizing the opportunity, Barain suggests that Usial demonstrate his extraordinary magic technique for the other students as a learning experience. He scans the room for a suitable sparring partner, his eyes settling on a student from Class B named Malf. A dark aura seems to emanate from Malf's back as he is chosen, and a wicked, anticipatory grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Barain leans in close to Usial, explaining in a conspiratorial whisper that his opponent, Morso Doran, hails from the Scalvan Empire, and that forming a good relationship with him would be beneficial. He adds that a magic duel between two S-class students would also be good for their futures. Usial, unperturbed, simply agrees with a calm, "Sure, sir," accepting the challenge without hesitation. The two students, Beakussial and Morso Doran, are then instructed to step up to the stage, a vast, circular platform in the center of the hall. They face each other from a distance, more so looking smug and condescending, while Uzial maintains a neutral expression. From the sidelines, Morso's cronies begin to shout, egging him on to crush Uzial and humiliate him in front of everyone. Morso glances back at them, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he tells them to just watch. Uzial, observing his opponent, has a sudden realization, a small thought bubble appearing over his head. He recognizes Morso as being part of the same circle as Raiden and Uzlek's gang, internally remarking on how filthy they are. Despite this, he thinks the situation is perfect. He reflects that since he can't use magic anyway, dueling is one of the few things he can do in this compulsory course. He recalls that Instructor Bahrain has a reputation for being vicious, even with first-year students. But Uzial sees this not as a threat, but as an opportunity. A slight, confident smile touches his lips as he decides this is the perfect time to test the results of his recent training. Instructor Bahrain lays out the rules for the duel. They will be attacking and defending in alternating turns, and no other magic is allowed. He declares that Morso will start the attack. Among the spectators, 2 students discuss the matchup, concluding that Morso will surely win. They reason that he aggressively studies Earth-class magic, which would be incredibly difficult to block. A blonde-haired student watches with a subtle, knowing smirk. Bahrain raises his voice, telling the combatants to prepare, and with a final shout of start, the duel begins. Immediately, Morso unleashes a torrent of power, his body enveloped in a fierce, green aura of earth magic. A complex magic circle materializes at the tip of his wand as he channels his energy. The students in the audience gasp in shock, one of them exclaiming that it's 2-star magic. Another explains that using 1-star magic is an unwritten rule in basic practice, voicing their concern for Beakussial's safety. Uzial stands firm, his expression calm and focused. Morso, his face twisted into a snarl of contempt, screams at the arrogant brat and unleashes his spell. Doran Stone Pierce, a massive glowing green projectile, sharp as a spearhead, rockets across the stage towards Uzial. Unflinching, Uzial meets the attack head-on. His wand glows with a brilliant blue light as he prepares his counter. With a swift, precise motion, he swings his wand, a blade of pure blue energy slicing through the blue arc intercepts the green projectile, and in a brilliant flash, the Doran Stone Pierce shatters into a million harmless particles of light, completely nullified before it could even reach its target. The aftermath is silent for a moment, with only lingering green motes of light floating in the Instructor Bahrain's eyes are wide with surprise, while the blonde student Jeremy maintains his faint, amused smile. Morso is utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief as he stammers, "Impossible." He looks at his empty hands, wondering where his magic disappeared to. The spectators murmur amongst themselves, one suggesting that it looked like Uzial cut the magic with his sword. Another student quickly refutes this, stating that simply slashing at magic won't make it disappear. Instructor Bahrain internally confirms that Beakussial had indeed nullified Morso's magic completely. The principle is explained. All magic has a flow of mana, and if that flow is cut with perfect accuracy, the magic will vanish, an ability Uzial clearly possesses. Uzial holds his wand, its tip still glowing faintly, a satisfied smile on his face. He thinks to himself that the result is better than he expected. His hard training over the last few days has paid off, allowing him to cut even 3-star magic, though it was a close call. He concludes with satisfaction that this should be enough. Morso, however, is seething with rage, his face contorted as he grits his teeth, unable to comprehend how a commoner could nullify his magic. Instructor Bahrain also looks troubled, realizing that if Morso loses, he himself will be in a difficult position. Bahrain steps forward, loudly acknowledging that Beakussial's magic defense technique is excellent. However, he attempts to undermine the victory by pointing out that a technique that can only cut 1 spell at a time has its limitations, especially against a large number of attacks. A flash of realization crosses Morso's face, and a dark, sinister smile spreads across his lips as an idea forms. Uzial, meanwhile, is internally fuming, a vein of irritation popping on the back of his head as he thinks that the old man is just talking nonsense. Seizing the instructor's hint, Morso begins to channel his magic once more, and this time, multiple glowing green crystals materialize in the air around him. The sheer amount of energy crackling from the crystals is immense, and his expression is one of pure, manic fury. The students watching from the sidelines are horrified. One cries out that this is too much and that Uzial could be seriously hurt, questioning why the professor isn't stopping the duel. Morso, lost in his rage, grins maniacally and declares that Uzial's fate is sealed. He unleashes his ultimate attack, Volar's Stone Pierce, sending the entire barrage of 11 crystalline projectiles screaming towards his opponent. Usial's eyes widen, but his gaze remains sharp and focused. He quickly assesses the situation. 11 stones are hurtling towards him. Knowing he can't use blink or slice them all individually, he realizes there's only one method left. He has to block all of them at once. In a fluid motion, he swings his wand in a wide, defensive arc, creating a swirling vortex of energy that meets the volley of stones head-on, deflecting every single one. Morso lets out a choked sound of disbelief, as his most powerful spell is effortlessly neutralized, the remnants of his magic crumbling to the floor. Instructor Berain is livid, cursing Morso under his breath for his incompetence and worrying about the repercussions of this loss. Usial calmly explains that he just tried copying a technique he saw in a game, and it happened to work. A title card identifies this technique as panning. A description explains that this technique, also called Terravan, requires several times more mind power, rapidly depleting stamina. Usial internally reflects that its defensive power is weaker than blocking a single projectile, making it impractical for a real fight. He feels a wave of relief that this is only a duel. The crowd buzzes with confusion, having never seen a technique like that before, wondering if it was some kind of shield and acknowledging that at this rate, Morso is going to lose. A dark, furious aura envelops Morso as he seethes, muttering curses under his breath. He can't believe a mere commoner is embarrassing him like this. Ignoring the rules, he begins to gather magic again, even though his attack turn is over. Instructor Berain, far from stopping him, smirks approvingly, silently urging him to continue his assault. Morso screams in defiance, vowing that he won't let Usial go, and then shockingly calls out to the lecturer for support. The instructor is taken aback, but before he can respond, the blonde student, Jeremy, calmly speaks up, asking the lecturer why he isn't giving Beakussial his turn to attack. The other students begin to murmur in agreement, their faces showing concern. They point out that this is far from a basic first-year duel, that someone could get seriously hurt, and that the match should have already been declared over. Berain begins to sweat, realizing he was so engrossed in the duel that he failed to notice the students' growing dissent. He stammers, promising to change the turn, but it's too late. In a flash of blue light, Usial has already acted. The next moment, he is standing over the defeated Morso, who lies sprawled on the ground, the remnants of a shattered magic shield dissipating around him. The duel is over. Beakussial has won. Morso looks up from the floor, his face a mask of shock and humiliation. Jeremy watches with his ever-present smile, remarking to his companions that Beakussial is more impressive than he thought. He turns, a satisfied grin on his face as embers float in the dark background, a sign of the political fires he had just stoked. Later, in an opulent room, the sounds of violence echo. Someone cries out in pain, begging for forgiveness, before letting out a final, agonized scream. Morso lies dead or dying in a rapidly spreading pool of his own blood. Jeremy stands over the body, his expression cold and detached. He calls for a girl named Vera Jane, who steps forward and answers him. Jeremy, wiping a smear of blood from his hand, remarks that his friend seems to be quite hurt and asks her to take a look, adding that he would be very sad if something were to go wrong. Vera Jane agrees and thanks him. As Jeremy walks away, Vera Jane contemplates his choice of words. He called Morso a friend, not a loyal subject. This distinction is critical in the Shallud Empire, where the heir is chosen by magical ability alone. Crown Prince Jeremy earned his title by defeating his own brothers at the age of 12. For him to not use the term loyal subject means the entire Doran family has been cast out of the political world. Vera Jane realizes that it's not just Morso who is in trouble now. Since the commoner Beakussial has caught the Crown Prince's eye, his school life is destined to be anything but comfortable. Life at the academy continues. In the Alchemy lab, students are abuzz with gossip about the duel. They mock Usial for supposedly talking about chivalry at a magic academy, but they can't deny his victory over Morso of the influential Dordan family. A girl in a lab coat, Flame, listens to the chatter with growing annoyance, a vein throbbing on her forehead. She thinks that no matter where she goes, people are talking about Beakussial, and while she doesn't want attention herself, she strangely dislikes this. The alchemy professor, Mazen Tyern, calls the class to order. She holds up a vial, explaining that alchemy requires precision, timing, and perfect temperature control. Today's lesson, she announces, is to practice the Tyern Fatigue Recovery Potion, a creation of her own design. Flame sighs, finding the task annoying. She knows that one mistake can ruin the entire process, which is why she finds alchemy so difficult and tries to avoid it. Just then, Professor Mazen erupts, shouting at a student named Altalicia for a dangerous mistake and questioning her competence as an alchemist. Altalicia apologizes profusely. Flame watches this, thinking to herself that Professor Mazen is destined to blacken, and become unruly one day. She needs to prepare for that eventuality, which means enduring this class to gather ingredients. A mischievous thought crosses her mind, but her attention is suddenly captured by a strange sight. It's Beakussial, hunched over a cauldron with a pair of glasses perched on his nose, cackling like a mad scientist as he mixes a potion. Flame is utterly baffled. She had assumed he took the class to get closer to Azel, but his bizarre behavior suggests he might just be a pervert. Shaking her head, she resolves to forget what she saw and focus on her task. Having finished her own potion, Flame wipes her brow in relief, glad that her high academic skill allowed her to complete it quickly. Her thoughts turn to Azel, and she glances over to see how she's doing. She finds Azel carefully working on her potion, and notes with relief that she seems to be doing decently well. But then a sudden, jarring realization hits her, and her eyes fly open in shock. Decently? In the original novel's plot, Azel was supposed to discover Mela's magic engineering notes, which would allow her to create a high-rank compatible version of this very potion. Flame is deeply confused, wondering why Azel is making the potion the normal, unremarkable way. Her confusion is interrupted by Professor Mason's angry voice directed at Beakussial, demanding to know who gave him permission to alter the experiment's ingredients. Usial calmly argues that his method is more effective and asks if the result is the problem. Mason retorts that his creation is different from the potion she ordered. Flame is stunned as the pieces click into place. She realizes with a jolt that Beakussial has made the very high-quality potion that Azel was supposed to create. Flame feels that something is very strange. She can't fathom how Usial could have made the potion that was Azel's key story moment. Professor Mason, her patience gone, snaps at Usial for his messy attitude and mutters dismissively that this is what she expects from commoners. Flame flinches at the insult. She remembers the original story where the professor's line was far crueler. "This is why your family fell." Those words were a deep trauma for the orphaned Azel, haunting her throughout the task. A startling theory forms in Flame's mind. What if Beakussial knew this and deliberately provoked Mason to shield Azel from that painful trigger? The implications are staggering. Mason is influential, and angering her would have serious consequences for his grades. Flame wonders what kind of person he is to go to such lengths for someone else. Mason, now incandescent with rage, demands to know what's with his tone and yells at him to bring his parents to her immediately. Usial, pushing up his glasses, calmly replies that he doesn't have parents. 1868. A brilliant blue light envelops Beakussial as he is warped to the Darival Stadium. The sudden teleportation leaves him dizzy, and he clutches his head, complaining that while he likes warp holes, the disorientation upon arrival is too much. A welcoming voice greets Mage Beakussial. A friendly-looking woman with blonde hair, dressed in a smart green uniform, gestures grandly, welcoming him to Darival. Usial, still slightly off balance, corrects her, humbly stating that he is not yet an official mage, but merely a cadet. The guide smiles warmly, insisting that a cadet of Stella Academy is worthy of the same treatment as an official mage. Her words draw the attention of others in the grand hall, who begin to murmur amongst themselves upon spotting the distinctive Stella uniform. One onlooker expresses surprise, remarking that they have never seen the Stella uniform in person before. Another man mutters with envy, noting that not only is Usial a prestigious cadet, but he's handsome as well. The guide, noticing the attention Usial is receiving, kindly tells him that if he needs any help, he should just let her know. Usial offers a polite thank you before turning to walk away. As he proceeds through the hall, he reflects on the considerable benefits of his new status. He muses that as long as he has his pass and Stella pocket watch, he will be treated as an official mage no matter where he goes. He finds the perks of Stella to be quite nice, especially the fact that he can use the warp hole, a service that costs a staggering 100,000 credits, for free. Thanks to this convenient and cost-free travel, he has been using the warp hole every weekend to explore this. This exploration has allowed him to confirm that the information he possesses from his past life is mostly accurate to this new reality. He finds himself in a lush, green forest area just outside a towering, ornate building. He walks purposefully through the trees, scanning his surroundings as if searching for a specific location, thinking to himself that it should be around here somewhere. His mind focuses on his objective for the day, to hunt a fire lizard. This creature is known to have a risk level of 2, possessing stamina and power far greater than that of most beasts. He recalls that due to its high magic resistance and incredibly quick movements, one would need to use at least second-rank magic to successfully capture it. Usial feels a surge of confidence. He had previously tested his skills by catching risk level 1 monsters, which had proven to be quite easy, leading him to believe he would be able to handle a risk level 2 creature without much trouble. Suddenly, A rustle in the leaves alerts him, and his senses sharpen. He stops in his tracks, his body tensing as he senses a presence nearby. With a grim certainty, he declares that it's here. In a fluid motion, he draws a sharp, dagger-like blade from its sheath, the weapon glowing with a soft, ethereal light. He stands poised for battle, his eyes scanning the dense foliage. A menacing reptilian eye, glowing a fiery red, glares out from the shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, Usial launches himself into the air, a blur of motion against the green backdrop. His unique skill, Sixth Sense, activates, causing his eyes to flash with a brilliant cyan light as his perception of time seems to slow. He anticipates the monster's attack, just as a massive, dark claw, wreathed in flames, swipes through the air where he was a second ago. The fire lizard's attack misses completely as Usial gracefully twists his body midair, dodging the lethal blow. The creature lets out a piercing shriek of agony as Usial's glowing blade slices cleanly through its neck, sending a spray of dark blood into the air. The wounded lizard lets out a final, guttural growl, its strength fading as Usial watches with a calm and collected expression, his eyes betraying no emotion. The creature's body crashes to the ground, its fiery tail sputtering and extinguishing like a snuffed candle. Usial lands lightly on his feet and stands over the defeated monster, coolly stating, "Got one." His hunt is far from over, however, as more rustling sounds emanate from the trees. He glances up just in time to see another fire lizard emerging from the brush, followed by another. Soon, he finds himself standing amidst a small clearing littered with the bodies of several defeated fire lizards. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He raises his still glowing blade, the light reflecting in his determined eyes. With his mission accomplished, he announces that it is time to collect some ingredients. He then dashes off into the forest, a black shadow trailing behind him as he moves with supernatural speed. Later, back in the alchemy classroom, his teammate Azel stares with wide, purple eyes at the freshly harvested monster parts. She blinks in astonishment, remarking that the ingredients are super fresh. Usial, looking smug, simply replies with an obviously. Another student observing the high-quality materials comments that Usial seems to have a keen eye for ingredients. Usial nods, telling them that as long as they are aware of that, everything will be fine. Azel's face flushes slightly, her expression turning serious as she declares that now they just need to make the potion perfectly. Usial stands with his other two male teammates, a look of shared determination on their faces, and rallies them by saying, "Let's do this." The alchemy practical exam begins, presided over by a stern-looking professor with dark hair and glasses, Professor Mason. She asks the assembled students if everyone has gathered, her voice echoing in the grand hall of the alchemy castle. She reminds them that a good performance on today's exam will be beneficial for their future careers as alchemists. With a simple "okay, then begin," she commences the test. A sinister smile spreads across Professor Mason's face as her glasses glint in the light. She announces that the subject for today's exam is the Iron Point Potion Type B. A collective gasp of "what?" erupts from Usial's team, their faces a picture of shock and confusion. The professor pointedly asks if they have prepared all the necessary ingredients, already knowing the answer. One of Usial's teammates frantically calls out to her, his voice filled with panic, saying that they thought the exam was on the D-Vitality potion. Azel stands beside him, her expression one of pure distress. Professor Mason feigns innocence, smiling slyly as she confirms that was indeed the case. However, she adds that she sent out an announcement stating the exam subject had been changed to the Iron Point potion. She then turns to the other students in the room, asking for confirmation, asking, "Right, everyone." The other teams avoid her gaze, looking down at their desks in silence, clearly aware of the professor's scheme but too intimidated to speak up. Usial watches this unfold with a narrowed gaze, thinking to himself that this is how she's going to play it. He muses that while this change doesn't particularly affect him, it will be incredibly tough for the other teams who are now set up to fail the exam. He quickly wonders if this sudden change was a part of the original novel's plot. His eyes drift over to another student, a girl with brown hair known as Flame. Flame catches his glance, a puzzled expression on her face. She tilts her head, silently questioning what just happened. Her internal monologue reveals her confusion. She believes that Beakussial doesn't know the contents of the original novel. This leads her to wonder why he was then unable to prevent this unexpected event from happening. A question that seems to contradict her initial assumption. Professor Mason begins to berate Usial's team, scolding them for forgetting the fundamental goal of an alchemist, to create truth, and for mixing up their ingredients. With a malicious grin, she declares that there's no helping it and prepares to announce the disqualification of Team 12. Just as she is about to speak, Usial's voice cuts through the tension, telling her to wait. He calmly asks for clarification, wanting to know if all they have to do is make the Tyron Point potion. The professor is taken aback by his composure. Before she can answer, Usial confidently declares that they will make it. With a hand raised to capture the room's attention, he boldly proclaims that they will create a potion with an even higher efficacy than the professor's own version. He then adds the final, stunning condition. They will achieve this using completely different ingredients than she did. A sly, challenging grin spreads across his face as he adds, "As I always have." Professor Mason lets out a short, sharp laugh of disbelief. The hooded judges observing the exam begin to murmur amongst themselves. The professor internally scoffs at his audacity, recalling that the core ingredient for the Tyron Point potion is the scales of an idyllic spider, which contain vast amounts of nutrients. The potion's formula is built around this thermal supplement. She quickly deduces Usial's plan. He intends to create a similar thermal supplement using the tail of a fire lizard. A cruel smile touches her lips as she thinks that this is even better than she had hoped. She will now have the pleasure of ending his path as an alchemist in front of everyone's eyes. Usial simply replies with a calm, "Okay." The professor, eager to see him fail, announces that the time limit for this challenge is 1 hour. With her arms crossed smugly, she instructs them to complete a Tyron Point potion in that time. Back at their station, Usial's teammates are in a state of panic. One of them stares at the severed fire lizard tail and asks Usial if he's crazy. The blonde teammate agrees, voicing his doubt that this is a viable plan. Usial remains the picture of calm, explaining that since things have come to this, they have no other choice but to try. He offers his team a reassuring smile, his confidence unwavering. He urges them to just trust him. He reasons that it is far better to try something, even if it seems impossible, than to simply accept disqualification. His words seem to strike a chord with his teammates. One of them clenches his fist in renewed determination, agreeing that they should try, wanting to succeed. Azel also nods in agreement, her resolve hardened. Usial's eyes gleam with intelligence from behind his glasses as he declares, "Let's show them what we've got." His mind flashes back to his time playing the game. He remembers how alchemy had been one of his primary interests. He had meticulously recorded each and every recipe he came across, no matter how trivial, which of course included the recipe for Tyron Point Potion Type B. Back in the present, he begins to explain the complex theory behind his plan. He admits he wasn't originally going to use this recipe, as it was something Professor Mason herself was supposed to invent in the future. He elaborates that the idyllic spider scales are rich in nutrients because they are used for hatching eggs, a biological feature that is surprisingly similar to the properties found in the tail of a fire lizard. He points to a specific blood vessel within the lizard's tail. He explains that a tribe in the southern desert, the Aether, was said to use these very blood vessels to improve the health and longevity of their leaders, which means they can use this as a substitute. Inspired by his knowledge, his teammates volunteer for specific tasks. The dark-haired boy states he has some knowledge of the Aether's process and offers to take on that part of the procedure. The blonde boy chimes in, saying he knows the hand-drying dehydration method using desert-style mono-release, which he learned from his father, and figures he can dehydrate the blood vessels in 5 minutes. Azel then raises her hand, volunteering to handle the next part of the process, and Usial thanks her gratefully. The team works with a newfound synergy and focus. The boys concentrate intensely on their tasks, while Azel carefully handles a test tube filled with a yellow liquid. Usial watches them, impressed, thinking to himself that they are all better than he expected. Once their individual tasks are complete, he instructs them that he will now take their prepared components and blend them together. Professor Mason watches their coordinated efforts, her mouth slightly agape with a look of grudging surprise. In what feels like the night sky hangs over the imposing stone architecture of the academy, the last light of day fading into a deep blue. Inside one of the dorm rooms, a young woman known as Flame lies in bed, her sleep troubled and fitful. Her thoughts drift in the restless state between wakefulness and slumber, filled with regret. She mentally lamented her choice of a 4-person room, a decision made because she thought she would enjoy the bustle. Now, however, she wished she had just chosen an S-class exclusive single-person room instead. Her eyes snap open, her mind fixated on one person. The name echoed in her thoughts, Beakussial. A memory, or perhaps a vision, surfaced in her mind of Beakussial standing with another girl. She recalled a conversation with him, a key piece of information that had been nagging at her. He had definitively stated that he didn't really have a goal in life. For Flame, who knew the secrets of this world's original narrative, this was irrefutable evidence. There was no doubt in her mind that he had regressed. Her knowledge stemmed from the final part of the original novel, where the cosmic entity known as the 11th moon of the Silver Age offered the protagonist, Ma Yuxiang, a chance to turn back time. The power was immense, a cataclysm of golden, fiery light capable of resetting the world. But this power came at a terrible price. The 11th moon had explained the conditions clearly. The regressor would lose most of their memories, and upon the completion of their mission, their very existence would be erased from reality. The consequences were devastatingly absolute. No one would remember the hero who saved the world. Even the people they cherished, the ones they fought to protect, would eventually forget they ever existed. The 11th moon, a cloaked and weathered figure, had posed the final question to a battle-worn Ma Yuxiang, asking if he still wished to turn back time and walk that painful path once more. Ma Yuxiang, his face bruised but his will unbroken, had looked up with a grim smile, ready to accept his cruel fate. However, his resolve was broken by a single person. It was Azel who stopped him from making that ultimate sacrifice. With a desperate cry, the white-haired girl had begged him to wait. She tearfully declared that she would rather live in a world brought to ruin while still remembering him than to live in a world saved without him in it. With unwavering devotion, she told him that they should face the end together. Convinced by her love and her plea, Ma Yuxiang abandoned his plan to regress. As a result, the world was destroyed, and the epilogue of the novel came to a tragic close. Back in the present, Flame's hand clutched her blanket as she processed the implications. If this world was a divergent story from the original novel she knew, then there was only one explanation. It hadn't been Ma Yuxiang. It was Beakussial who had used the 11th moon's power to regress. She remembered the vision of his back, radiating an ethereal blue energy, a sight that confirmed her suspicions. The grim reality settled in her mind. After Beakussial fulfilled whatever mission he had, his existence would be completely and utterly erased from this world. But the situation was maddeningly inconsistent. Beakussial, the one who should have lost most of his memories and been driven by a singular mission, had simply declared that he just won. The contradiction tightened its grip on her thoughts, her hand clenching the fabric of her blanket. If what she suspected was true, then everything had changed. Her spiraling thoughts were interrupted by the sound of her door opening. A girl with reddish-brown hair poked her head in, her voice hesitant as she called out to Flame, informing her that a boy named He Wan Liang had come to see her. The girl explained that he was waiting on the first floor of the dormitory. Flame, burrowing deeper under her covers, mumbled for the girl to tell him she wasn't there. The girl started to protest, but Flame cut her off, stating dismissively that she was going back to sleep. The reddish-haired girl was left looking flustered and helpless, her mouth slightly agape, while another roommate with purple hair gulped nervously in the background, sensing the tense atmosphere. Outside in the cool air of the courtyard, He Wan Liang waited patiently, his light purple hair catching the ambient light. He stood with his arms crossed, his white, high-collared uniform immaculate against the stone backdrop of the academy building. The reddish-haired girl hurried towards him, her steps quick on the cobblestones as she called out his name. She came to a stop before him, looking up with a mixture of hope and anxiety in her eyes. He Wan Liang looked down at her, his expression impassive, and bluntly asked who she was. The girl was visibly stunned by his question, her hopeful expression crumbling. He pressed on, asking where Flame was. Stammering, the girl relayed Flame's message, explaining that she was sick and currently sleeping. He Wan Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, a thought crossing his mind. He wondered if Flame was feeling down because she had confessed to that flunk-out student and been rejected. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face as he simply said okay and told the girl he would go back. He turned without another word and began to walk away. The reddish-haired girl watched his retreating back, her face cast in shadow, her heart sinking with a familiar ache of disappointment. Her thoughts turned inward, a bitter monologue of unrequited feelings. She lamented that she liked him so much, yet He Wan Liang didn't even remember her name. It had always been this way for her. A memory surfaced of Flame, smiling with effortless charm and radiance, always the center of everyone's attention. In that same memory, the girl saw herself standing in the periphery, plain and completely unnoticed. The painful truth was that Flame was the one who always had everything: outstanding ability, the admiration of her peers, and even the one thing the girl wanted most: He Wan Liang's heart. Left alone in the courtyard, her long shadow stretching out behind her, she felt a surge of resentment. She clenched her fist tightly, her knuckles white, a single thought echoing in her mind. It was all so incredibly annoying. Meanwhile, inside the first main tower of the academy, a tense conversation was taking place. Vice Principal Akihaden, a man with a prominent mustache and a stern demeanor, was reprimanding Professor Mason. He told the professor that he was ashamed, having been embarrassed by a mere student. Akihaden's gaze was sharp as he reminded Mason that the expectations placed upon him were exceedingly high. Their conversation was joined by a woman with glasses and her hair tied in a neat bun. She inquired about the progress of the random sequence convergence technique, research that Mason was conducting with the Moon Shadow Order doctors. Mason, turning to her, confidently assured her that he would not disappoint. Akihaden, placing a seemingly supportive hand on the woman's shoulder, told her that was nice and that he would trust her. She responded with equal confidence, telling him to leave it to her. As the woman turned and walked away with purpose, Akihaden's supportive facade melted away, replaced by a contemptuous sneer. He muttered the word idiot under his breath. His internal thoughts were dripping with disdain. He mused on how she was completely oblivious, blinded by the promise of glory and unaware that she was being used. He found the irony laughable. A magic warrior whose entire purpose was to fight against dark, demonic humans was now conducting research on behalf of one. A small, sinister chuckle escaped his lips. Standing alone in the grand, book-lined office, he thought to himself that he simply could not wait for the day when the alchemic magic engineering was finally complete. In another part of the tower, a young blonde assistant with glasses, Altilicia, struggled under the weight of a massive, teetering stack of documents, completely obscuring her vision. Just as she was about to stumble, a pair of hands reached out to steady the pile. It was Beakussial, who calmly asked if she was all right. He helped her set the towering stack of papers down on a table. Altilicia, flustered and relieved, thanked him profusely, admitting that if it hadn't been for his help, she would have gotten into trouble with Professor Mason yet again. Usial brushed off her thanks, telling her it was nothing. His gaze swept across the room, taking in the utter disarray of scattered papers, beakers, and books. He thought to himself that the place was in a state of complete chaos. Then his eyes locked onto something specific, his expression sharpening with focus. On a large chalkboard was a complex, arcane formula. Noticing his interest, Altilicia explained that it was the formula Professor Mason was researching with the doctors. Usial's eyes widened slightly as a name came to his mind. He suspected it was the random sequence convergence technique. A jolt of shock ran through him as he confirmed his suspicion. This was indeed the infamous technique. He knew the dark history of this formula. It was the centerpiece of Professor Mason's blackening episode, a technique he worked on with dark, demonic humans. The disparity in their technical skills ultimately led to a catastrophic failure, resulting in incredible damage that destroyed a significant portion of the academy. However, he also remembered a key detail from the story. The situation changed drastically after Altilicia appeared. An idea began to form in Usial's mind as he stared at the complex equations. He wondered what would happen if Altilicia was the one to solve this technique before the dark, demonic humans could exploit it. He turned to her and casually asked if she wanted some coffee. She politely declined. He then probed further, asking if Professor Mason often bothered her or got annoyed. Confused by the sudden personal questions, she asked why he was asking. Leaning in slightly, Usial posed a tantalizing question. What if there was a very refreshing way for her to get revenge? Seeing her flustered reaction, he rephrased his proposition, asking what she would do if, for example, she was given a chance to get revenge in a deeply satisfying way. Altilicia stammered, questioning what possible benefit revenge could bring to a mere assistant like herself. She expressed her fear that if she were to get fired, she would end up homeless on the streets. Usial then laid out his true offer. He suggested that she could become a greater alchemist than Mason himself. Altilicia was stunned into silence, her mind reeling as she whispered, "What?" Usial leaned even closer, his voice persuasive, explaining that if she achieved that, no one would ever be able to underestimate her again. Altilicia's gaze dropped, her mind processing the incredible proposition. When she looked up again, her eyes were shining with unshed tears and a spark of renewed hope. She admitted that it would be amazing if such a thing could ever come true. Usial watched her, thinking to himself that she must be utterly exhausted. He knew there was no way she could be satisfied with her current lot, merely cleaning Mason's dusty warehouse. He was aware of her true potential. Altilicia harbored a dream of becoming a great alchemist, creating countless wondrous inventions as she pleased. More importantly, she possessed the raw talent to make that dream a reality. Usial's resolve hardened. He knew she would definitely make it happen, and he was determined to see that one day she would become the greatest alchemist of her era. He envisioned her future success, a brilliant innovator creating incredible items with her unique ideas and immense talent. A confident and respected master of her craft. Snapping back to the present, Altilicia apologized for not even offering him a coffee, but Usial quickly told her not to worry about it. He made a silent promise to himself. Even if reality had forced her to temporarily set aside her dream out of despair, he would help her achieve it, and he would make it happen quickly. In the days that followed the first exam, Usial became a regular visitor to Altilicia's workspace. Their sessions were filled with burgeoning creativity. Altilicia excitedly shared her latest idea, thinking of adding a color-changing button to her magic pen, or perhaps even an eraser. Usial encouraged her, comparing it to a mechanical pencil and affirming that it should be possible. He noted internally that Altilicia's in a desolate, cracked landscape shrouded in shadows, A lone young woman stands defiant, her staff held firmly in her grasp. The ground is littered with the dark remnants of defeated foes, but from a swirling purple miasma, a new threat emerges. A legion of glowing skeletons, their bony forms rising with an eerie light. The young woman, her face smudged with dirt, lets out a weary sigh, her breath catching in her throat as she admits to herself that she has finally reached her limit. This, she thinks with a growing sense of dread, is the worst possible situation she could be in. Her mana is almost completely gone, with no time to recover. And to make matters worse, she is surrounded by a seemingly endless horde of enemies. With a guttural shriek, one of the cloaked skeletons lunges forward, its bony claws outstretched. The young woman's eyes widen in terror, the grim question flashing through her mind. Is she going to die here? Just as the creature's skeletal fingers are about to tear into her, it freezes in midair. Its attack halted mere inches from her face. Her expression shifts from terror to utter confusion as she looks up, wondering what could possibly be happening. She sees that the skeleton has stopped, as have all the others in its legion. A moment later, a pristine, polished shoe steps into view, crushing the cracked earth beneath it. A figure emerges from the gloom, a young man in a distinguished uniform standing calmly between two towering skeletons. The young woman's eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the newcomer. It's Beakussial, and she can't fathom how he is here. Even the formidable skeleton general, its skull horned and its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, seems taken aback by this sudden intrusion. The woman realizes with a jolt that Usial has somehow managed to defeat a general-level skeleton, a feat far beyond a regular student, as they are immensely powerful and always guarded by elite minions. Indeed, Beakussial stands with an air of nonchalant confidence, holding the severed head and staff of the very skeleton general he just vanquished. The woman can't believe her eyes, but a wave of profound relief washes over her as she realizes that against all odds, she's going to survive. Later, the survivors gather together. A boy with red hair claps Usial on the shoulder, thanking him profusely and declaring that his life was saved. Usial simply replies that it was no problem. A girl with serene light blue hair, Azel, curiously asks how he obtained the skeleton general's head. Usial, depicted in a cute chibai form, nonchalantly explains that he simply made the general appear by camping at its summoning point, dismissing the incredible feat as something not even worth mentioning, which leaves Azel utterly bewildered. Shifting back to a serious demeanor, Usial taps his chin thoughtfully and states that they need to formulate a plan. He warns that it will become troublesome if the necromancer bypasses the generals and begins to control the horde of skeletons directly. The red-haired boy asks if he has a plan, and Usial reveals the grim news. On his way here, he saw that the necromancer had already seized control of the area near their base camp, making any escape nearly impossible. With a determined glint in his eyes, he concludes that this leaves them with only one option. They must defeat the necromancer's main body. His comrades are stunned into silence for a moment before the red-haired boy erupts, questioning Usial's sanity. Usial calmly reminds them of a fundamental lesson from school. While necromancers possess powerful magic, their physical bodies are comparatively weak. Another student argues that the necromancer is protected by a massive army of skeletons, but Usial counters that the controlled area is too vast for a direct escape. Their only hope is to strike at the core. He meticulously lists the enemy's forces, 1 remaining skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 regular soldiers, and stresses that this number will only increase, making this their one and only chance. Internally, Usial worries if he can persuade them, but a girl with striking red eyes speaks up, expressing her belief that they can succeed. She observes that although Usial may appear slow, his strategic mind and combat experience are far superior to theirs. She agrees with his assessment that escape is impossible, and that a direct assault is the last thing the necromancer would expect. After a moment of contemplation, the red-haired boy relents. Admitting he doesn't understand Usial's reasoning entirely, he agrees to cooperate, deciding that trying something is better than doing nothing. With the group in agreement, Usial declares they must move quickly, before the necromancer becomes aware of their plan. Meanwhile, in a misty, fog-laden graveyard, the necromancer himself, a hooded figure named Sabahyok, muses on his good fortune at encountering students from the prestigious Stella Academy. He cackles with glee, imagining the power he'll gain by turning them into skeleton mages, a feat that would surely earn him respect within the Dark Demon Alliance. This Class 5 necromancer reveals he has spent 7 long years gathering mana in this location, a place where 700 skeletons lie dormant, waiting for his command. With a twisted, triumphant grin, he declares that soon, no one will ever dare to look down on him again. His victorious reverie is shattered as a look of shock crosses his face. He feels a sudden, jarring disconnection, as if his senses have been severed. He frantically wonders if someone could have possibly taken out his general-level skeleton. Before he can process this, a brilliant flash of blue light erupts in the distance, and a massive beam of magical energy slams into his position. He grits his teeth, barely managing to erect a bone shield in time. To his astonishment, the Class 4 magic cracks his defense, a feat that should be impossible. Enraged, he screams that his attackers will not escape, but his problems are just beginning. From another direction, a massive fiery explosion engulfs the area, the handiwork of 2 more students who have joined the coordinated assault. The necromancer's bone constructs begin to crumble under the relentless attacks, and he is forced to dodge a sharp, bone-like projectile hurled his way. He curses his own carelessness, admitting he never expected mere students to pursue him so aggressively, though he reminds himself that they are, after all, from Stellar Academy. Realizing the situation is far more dangerous than he anticipated, he bites his thumb, drawing blood for a desperate ritual. He declares he didn't want to resort to this, but he must summon his elite skeletons. With a cry, he calls for his warriors to rise. A torrent of violent purple energy explodes from the ground, birthing Cloaked, menacing elite skeletons that surround him. The necromancer is briefly surprised by their manifestation, but the forced summoning takes its toll, and he violently coughs up blood. Wiping his lips, he assesses that despite the internal injuries, this new force should be sufficient to crush the students. He commands his elite warriors to move out and stop them. The skeletons roar in unison and charge into battle. The necromancer watches with a faint, pained smile, satisfied that his minions are fighting well, and believing he can now rest easy. In that very moment of vulnerability, a flash of golden light appears directly behind him. He whips around, his eyes wide with utter shock, to see Beakussial standing there, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The necromancer is completely dumbfounded, demanding to know who this person is. Beakussial now stands face to face with his target, the severed head of the skeleton general still in his hand. The necromancer, blood trickling from his mouth, shrieks in a panic, asking who Beakussial is and how he got there. He had been tracking all the Stella students through their own senses, making Beakussial's sudden appearance an impossibility. His frantic thoughts are cut short as he finally recognizes the grisly trophy Beakussial is holding. Beakussial coolly identifies it as the necromancer's own skeleton general. As the necromancer stares in horror at the severed head, a backlash of red energy erupts from it, striking him directly and causing him to cry out in agony. He stumbles back, coughing up more blood, finally forced to admit that he gravely underestimated his opponents. This, he now understands, is the true power of Stellar Academy. Before him, Beakussial stands poised, sword drawn, ready for the final confrontation. Unbeknownst to the necromancer, however, Beakussial is having a full-blown internal panic attack. He frets that the entire situation has gone horribly off-script. His allies were supposed to handle the general and assist him. Now, with his backup tied down by the newly summoned elite skeletons, he's trapped and forced to face the necromancer alone, a daunting prospect given he considers himself the weakest of the group. He even briefly entertains the idea of running. A sharp pain from his own exhaustion makes him wince, but then he notices the necromancer is also in bad shape, panting heavily and clearly wounded. A realization dawns on Beakussial. The necromancer must have severely injured himself by forcefully summoning the elite skeletons. A sly, calculating smile spreads across Beakussial's face. It looks like he can actually win this. Far from the duel, the red-eyed princess fights desperately against the skeleton horde. A sense of urgency grips her. She knows she must finish these monsters quickly and reunite with Beakussial. A fellow student rushes to her side, frantically calling her princess, and reporting that Beakussial is fighting the necromancer all by himself. The princess's eyes widen in sheer horror. She screams, demanding the girl repeat what she said, unable to process the news. She thinks there a gleaming letter with a brilliant red wax seal sits atop a polished wooden desk, shimmering with importance. Beakussial stands near a window, a content expression on his face as he muses on his recent windfall. He had received a reward of 5 million credits, a sum so large he felt he wouldn't have to worry about money for quite some time. On his desk beside the letter rested another reward, a dark, swirling purple orb cradled by a metallic, claw-like structure known as the pose vessel, an item said to be the very heart of a necromancer. Beakussial contemplated its potential, thinking that while it would be difficult for now, Altalicia would eventually be able to use it to create a subspace, which would make carrying items much easier, though she would need to learn a convergence technique to do so. A faint, pleased smile touched his lips as he stroked his chin, feeling glad that the other students had generously passed the reward on to him. Having dealt with those rewards, he turned his attention to the next item on his agenda, the system rewards. A familiar blue window materialized before him with a soft chime, announcing that Episode 4, The Necromancer's Attack, had been successfully completed, and as a result, he had obtained a massive amount of experience points. Another notification followed, detailing the rewards from the Constellation Project for his unique progression through the story, offering him a choice between a downgraded version of an item he used in the game, a downgraded version of a skill, or pure experience points. Usial stared at the options with a weary sigh, thinking to himself that he had to deal with this again. He felt a bit torn by the choices presented to him, but his indecision was fleeting. He knew what was most important for him right now. With a look of grim determination, he made his choice, mentally commanding the system to add all the experience points to his blink skill. A series of flashbacks flooded his mind, reminding him of his past struggles in battle where he had keenly felt his own weakness. He had come to the stark realization that trying to work hard like everyone else was a useless endeavor for him. His true strength lay in his unique knowledge, and he needed to leverage it to get as far ahead as humanly possible. The system processed his command, and particles of light began to swirl around him. A new notification appeared, stating that providing rewards had reached its limit, causing the blink skill's experience to max out and consequently increase in rank. The skill information window updated, displaying the new and improved blink. It was now a Class 2 skill, boasting a maximum distance of 12 meters, 3 maximum charges, and a cooldown of just 3 seconds. A brilliant golden aura enveloped Usial as he felt the surge of new power coursing through him, looking down at his hands in awe. He clenched his fist tightly, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he relished the fact that Blink's maximum charges had finally increased to 3. He felt a sense of relief, knowing he would be able to use it a bit more freely from now on. His thoughts then drifted to his other concern, Aether. The scene transitioned to the grand, stone edifice of the Magic Academy, specifically to a classroom where a meditation journey into the Abyss class was in session. Inside, a group of female students, all clad in simple gray robes, knelt in silent meditation on the polished wooden floor, their hands clasped in concentration. Among them was Aether, her long, light blue hair cascading down her back, her eyes peacefully closed. Her tranquility was abruptly shattered when a voice called out her name, jolting her from her meditative state. Her eyes flew open in surprise to see a tiny, glowing blue fairy creature hovering before her. Aether, disoriented, wondered aloud if she had fallen asleep. The fairy chided her, explaining that she couldn't use magic in the middle of meditation, and urgently told her to look above her head. Aether, utterly confused, could only ask what. She tilted her head back, her single visible blue eye widening in pure shock at the sight before her. Floating in the air were 2 massive, brilliantly glowing blue crystals, pulsing with magical energy. The other students had broken their meditation and were now staring at Aether and the impossible crystals she had seemingly created. Aether was completely bewildered, her mind racing as she tried to understand when she could have possibly made them. She thought frantically that she hadn't used any techniques or performed any calculations whatsoever. She glanced around at the other students, wondering if they hadn't realized what was happening, reasoning that even for first-class magic, they should have been able to feel the flow of mana long before the spell was completed. A shadow fell over her face, a mixture of awe and trepidation, as she considered the terrifying possibility that this was the true, unharnessed effect of the meditation method. Her thoughts immediately went to one person, and she wondered with a sense of dread if that person had foreseen all of this. Later, students in their academy uniforms strolled through the campus grounds. Aether sat alone on a park bench, finding a moment of simple happiness as she ate a red bean-paste cream bread, a small luxury she could now afford thanks to the reward money. Her peaceful snack was interrupted when a voice called out her name. She looked up from her bread, startled, to see a handsome, blonde-haired student with glasses approaching her. It was Jeremy, and he offered her a gentle, disarming smile. He casually asked if she had joined any clubs yet. Aether replied that she hadn't, to which Jeremy immediately extended an invitation to join his. Wary of his intentions, she cautiously asked what the conditions were. Jeremy feigned surprise, insisting there were no conditions and that he simply liked her and wanted her to join his club. Aether's expression immediately turned cold and disdainful. In her mind, she knew he was spouting lies. He had approached her only to use her as a trophy to be paraded around. Jeremy seemed to sense her skepticism, sighing dramatically and saying it was a darn shame she didn't believe him. He took a step closer, his voice low and persuasive, as he insisted he really had no conditions. He told her all she needed to do was join his club and stay by his side. The atmosphere shifted, the world around them tinted in a menacing red glow. Jeremy leaned in close, his gentle facade dropping to reveal an intense, possessive look. He promised he could do a lot for her, reminding her that she already knew who he was. Aether's internal monologue confirmed this. She knew him better than anyone. She was acutely aware of the hostile relationship between the Scalvan Empire and the Adalbit Kingdom. The temptation was immense, She thought that with the power of Crown Prince Jeremy, her difficult life could finally end. She wouldn't have to find fleeting happiness in something as simple as bread, nor would she have to endure the constant humiliation of being known as a traitor's daughter. She knew she shouldn't entertain the thought, but the allure of an easier life was powerful. Her resolve began to crumble as she hesitantly began to speak, saying, "I." Seeing her waver, Jeremy's smirk widened, confident that his victory was at hand. Just as she was about to give in, a hand shot out and slapped Jeremy's arm away with a sharp smack. Azel looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. Jeremy, equally shocked, turned to see who had dared to interfere. A furious girl with long brown hair, Flame, stood there, her arms flailing wildly as she launched into a tirade. Her face was a mask of pure rage as she screamed at Jeremy, calling him a piece of trash. She accused him of secretly seducing other men when she had thought they were going to try and work things out between them. While Jeremy stood dumbfounded and Azel looked on in utter bewilderment, Flame continued her theatrical outburst, crying out that she had told him she liked him, only for him to try and abandon her now. Without another word, Flame grabbed a stunned Azel by the hand, declaring that they needed to talk. She began to drag the confused girl away, telling her to follow. Azel could only manage a weak protest as she was pulled along, leaving Jeremy standing alone. He watched them go, his gentle, charming expression melting away to reveal a cold, calculating gaze. Once they were safely around a corner, away from prying eyes, Flame let out a huge sigh of relief, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. She muttered that it was a close call. Azel, still processing the bizarre scene, could only ask what was going on. Flame turned to her, explaining that Azel should be thankful. She elaborated that a persistent man like Jeremy would have bothered Azel until she died if she had refused him without a solid reason. She then quickly apologized for hitting Azel and announced that she was leaving. Azel, still dazed, mumbled an okay, as Flame gave a casual wave and walked off, leaving Azel to wonder what on earth that was all about. As Flame walked away, her expression was one of quiet determination. She thought to herself that she had made the right choice. She knew from the original story that if Azel had joined Jeremy's club, she would have been thoroughly and utterly destroyed by him. Flame reflected that, while she hadn't wanted to disrupt the original flow of the story, her recent interactions with Beakussial had made her reconsider, thinking that perhaps changing things wasn't so bad after. She paused for a moment, then resumed her stride, a small worry creeping into her mind as she hoped Usial wouldn't realize she had lied to him. Meanwhile, Jeremy sat alone in a lavishly decorated room, sipping from an ornate teacup. He recalled the name of the girl who had interfered, Flame. A small, amused smile played on his lips as he thought about how cute it was that her excuse for taking Azel away had been such an obvious lie. He carefully placed his cup down on the saucer. His smile widened into a sinister, predatory grin. He found her fascinating, even more so than Azel, who had been his original target. His eyes glinted with a possessive light as he clasped his hands together on the table. His desire was now clear and singular as he declared to himself that he wanted her. The scene shifts to a classroom at night, where a professor with sharp features and blue-gray hair addressed the students. He announced that they would be starting their combat training against monsters. The students, including Azel and Flame, listened intently. The professor explained that this training would be a significant step up from what they were used to. Instead of the risk level 1 and 2 monsters they had faced before, they would now be targeting medium-sized monsters with a risk level of 3. He outlined the rules for the upcoming evaluation. They were to form teams, identify a suitable monster, and defeat it using a simple strategy. Once a monster was chosen, they would be allotted training time to prepare for the fight. Beakussial was also present, his expression serious as he took in the instructions. The professor continued, stating that the training would be a joint exercise between Class A and Class S, with the final evaluation to be held in 4 days. He instructed them to form teams of up to 6 students and submit their member lists. The moment he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in a flurry of activity as students began to form their groups. Immediately, a girl approached the popular Hong Bai-yon, asking the princess to join her team. Another student quickly interjected, arguing that it was her turn to ask. Within seconds, a crowd of admirers had gathered around Hong Bai-yon, the girl with long, flowing pinkish-white hair and striking red eyes, who responded to their attention with a demure smile. The group stood together under the bright classroom lights, a stark contrast to Azel, who was left standing alone in the shadows, completely isolated. Azel looked down at the floor, her expression melancholic as in the grand arena. The crowd's attention is fixed on the duo entering the field. A student with light brown hair points with a gasp, telling her friend to look, recognizing the unmistakable long, white hair and regal bearing of the princess. Another student shouts encouragement, urging the princess to keep going. The brown-haired girl, however, is perplexed, her expression a mixture of confusion and intrigue. She wonders aloud why Hong Bai-yon would team up with Meiyu, who was known to be from her own faction. She recalls that according to the rules of the competition, there should be no connection between them, making her question the nature of this unexpected combination. Within the testing grounds, a vortex of turbulent green energy swirls violently, heralding the arrival of their opponent. From the chaotic magic, a monstrous form begins to coalesce, taking shape with terrifying speed. A massive bipedal creature with the head of a vicious fish, a body of mottled green scales, and a pair of deep purple, bat-like wings roars into existence, towers over Hong Bai-yon and Meiyu, making them look like mere dolls before a behemoth. An onlooker in the stands gasps, first mistaking it for a simple water demon fish before correcting himself with a shout, identifying it as a rare and powerful mid-large special monster. Another student comments on the audacity of the team, noting how impressive it was that they specifically sought out such a dangerous creature to hunt. The analytical brown-haired girl, however, narrows her eyes, sensing there's more to this choice than meets the eye. She correctly deduces that this isn't just any mid-large special monster. Its selection is deliberate and strategic. A display of elemental forces illustrates the challenge ahead. Lightning crashes against a desolate peak while a field burns under an inferno. An information panel clarifies that Hong Bai-yon's primary attribute is earth, while Meiyu is lightning, a fact that makes their choice of opponent even more baffling. The water demon fish, a water-type monster, not only possesses the ability to fly, but also has a strong natural resistance to fire, its menacing yellow eyes glowing in the gloom. This makes it a perfect counter, not just for one of them, but for both Hong Bai-yon and Meiyu, neutralizing their elemental strengths. The brown-haired girl continues her internal monologue, her brow furrowed in concentration. She notes the immense risk they are taking. They are not only targeting a difficult mid-large special monster, but are also completely disregarding the severe attribute disadvantage. She concludes that their only possible motive is to aim for an overwhelmingly high score, a high-risk, high-reward gambit that hinges entirely on their success. On the field, the water demon fish spreads its powerful purple wings, casting a dark shadow over the arena. With a swift, brutal motion, it swings one of its wings, a blur of purple and black cutting through the air. The monster then lets out a deafening roar, a visible shockwave of turquoise energy erupting from its gaping maw, forcing the two students to brace themselves against the sonic blast. Unfazed, Meiyu turns to his partner with a confident, almost arrogant smirk and suggests that they begin. Hong Bai-yon, poised and calm, simply acknowledges his words with a nod. Their boots step in unison as they begin their coordinated movement. A spectator leans forward, confused by their opening move, yet expected an immediate head-on assault. But instead, he watches in puzzlement as the knight, Meiyu, strategically steps back, positioning himself behind the bishop, Hong Bai-yon. Meiyu sly smile widens as he completes the maneuver, falling into place behind the princess. A complex purple magic circle ignites on the ground around Hong Bai-yon, and in that same instant, Meiyu leaps high into the air. He's propelled upwards, surrounded by concentric rings of crackling purple energy, his expression one of pure self-assurance. In the stands, a male student with brown hair observes the move critically. He acknowledges that it's an impressive power jump for a first-year student, but points out the obvious flaw. It's not nearly high enough to reach the flying water demon fish. He adds that power jumps are a one-time burst and can't be used again mid-air, leaving him to wonder what exactly their plan could be. Just as he hangs in the air, Meiyu eyes flash with a vibrant green light, and a smirk plays on his lips. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him cracks and glows with the same potent earth magic. Chunks of solid rock tear themselves from the arena floor and levitate into the air. Meiyu expertly lands on one of these newly formed platforms, and in a brilliant display of teamwork, a pillar of roaring fire erupts from below it, blasting him upwards like a rocket. The fiery propulsion gives him the second boost he needs, launching him directly towards the airborne monster. The spectators can only watch in amazement, a collective wow echoing through the stands. The source of the flame is revealed to be Princess Hong Bai-yon, her staff glowing brightly as she channels her fire magic, her long hair whipping around her as if it were made of flames itself, her red eyes burning with focused intensity. High above, Meiyu looks down with grim determination. He channels a massive amount of green energy into his right hand, unleashing a spell he calls Giant's Fist. A colossal, translucent green fist of pure magical energy materializes and rockets towards the water demon fish. The fist connects with devastating force, smashing into the monster's torso and sending it reeling backward with a silent, concussive blast. Visible cracks spread across the creature's tough hide from the sheer power of the impact. Not letting up, Meiuxiong swings his own sword, now wreathed in green energy, and summons a massive pillar of stone from the ground below. The stone pillar erupts with incredible speed, ensnaring the water demon fish and pinning its limbs, trapping it against the stone. The monster roars in a mixture of pain and fury, struggling against its bonds. Though completely encased, its raw power is too great. With a final, furious struggle, it shatters the stone prison, breaking free from the magical restraint. Meiuxiong lands gracefully on the arena floor, a confident smile on his face. He calmly notes that, as expected, the beast broke free quickly, but he declares that it's already too late. As he speaks, a brilliant pink and red energy begins to swirl around him, announcing that the princess's main spell is now complete. A torrent of crimson magical energy converges on Princess Hong Bai-yon, who stands with her staff held high, a veritable storm of power raging around her. A colossal beam of concentrated red light descends from the heavens, striking the stunned water demon fish with pinpoint accuracy. The spectators are shocked into silence, one boy simply muttering, "Oh my," as the monster is engulfed in the pillar of destructive energy. Even with its high fire resistance, the beast is clearly in agony, its form writhing within the magical flames. As the fire spell rages, Meiuxiong reappears beside the princess, his own weapon now crackling with arcs of brilliant blue lightning. He looks up at the trapped monster with a final, victorious smirk and declares that it's over. A massive bolt of lightning, a conduit for all of Meiuxiong's power, streaks down and strikes the monster, perfectly combining with the princess's fire magic. The fusion of fire and lightning creates a cataclysmic explosion, a blinding sphere of light and energy that completely consumes the water demon fish. As the light from the explosion fades, Meiuxiong and Hong Bai-yon walk away from the dissipating energy, their victory assured. He nonchalantly adjusts the collar of his uniform, the picture of casual confidence. Hong Bai-yon turns her gaze towards the spectator stands, her red eyes finding Beakussial. With a smug, triumphant expression, she addresses him directly, stating that after a performance like that, no matter what he chooses to do, he won't be able to beat her. Standing beside Meiuxiong, she confidently declares that this time, victory is hers. From his seat, Beakussial's golden eyes remain calm and unfazed. He raises his voice, making a simple yet utterly insane request to the officials. He asks them to summon 5 monsters. The crowd erupts in shocked murmurs. A blonde girl and her friend stare in disbelief, the boy pointing out that it's already a challenge for a team of 5 people to take down a single mid-tier monster. The idea of just 2 people handling 5 is unthinkable. The student who had been analyzing the princess's fight looks over, his previous respect replaced with astonishment. He had heard rumors about Beakussial, but this request confirms his suspicion. The boy is completely insane. Unmoved by the reaction, Usial stands with quiet composure. Green summoning magic once again fills the arena, far more potent than before. When the light subsides, the summoning is complete. Beakussial and his partner, the blue-haired morph, stand calmly in the center of the arena, now surrounded by 5 distinct and dangerous monsters. In the official's box, a man with glasses identified as monsterologist Whiteson stares, his mouth slightly agape in confusion. He begins to identify the summoned beasts one by one. He points out the Haimaradon, a grotesque horned frog creature, and the hulking sandmane black ox. The black ox is a fearsome beast of dark fur and muscle, with burning yellow eyes and a ring through its nose. Whiteson continues his list, identifying the avian monster Caden, with its sharp, oversized beak, and the amorphous, quivering Nami slime. Finally, he identifies the 5th creature, the sensitive bat, a large chiropteran monster with glowing purple eyes. From her seat, the princess asks Meiuxiong if he understands what's happening. He shakes his head slightly, admitting that he doesn't really get it. A moment later, a curious smirk spreads across his face. He confesses that he's intrigued by what Usial is thinking, and honestly, he's looking forward to seeing what happens. In the arena, Usial and Morph stand back to back, a small island of calm in a sea of snarling monsters. An official turns to the monsterologist, asking who decided on this particular placement of monsters. Whiteson coolly replies that he did. The official protests, pointing out the flawed logic. He argues that while a knight like Usial might be able to score some points in such an extreme scenario, a bishop like Morph is completely vulnerable and can't possibly contribute. He deems the strategy far too harsh on the bishop. Whiteson simply smiles, a knowing look in his eyes, and says, no. It is Usial who clarifies the situation. His voice rings out with unwavering confidence, as he declares that this is a strategy designed solely for the bishop. The officials look on, their skepticism turning to intrigue. Whiteson nods, saying he understands, and gives the signal for the battle to begin. The monsters close in, the Black Ox and the Haima Radon leading the charge. Yusial and Morph stand their ground, ready for the onslaught. Yusial whispers to Morph, asking if she can handle this. She replies without hesitation, her voice a quiet, of course, telling him to trust her completely. He warns her to keep her promise. He then adds softly that he trusts her. A faint, serene smile touches Morph's lips as she closes her eyes. In her mind, she reflects that Beakussial is truly an enigmatic person. A flashback transports us to a quiet night, with Yusial and Morph walking beneath a canopy of trees. Morph hesitantly calls out to him, getting his attention. She asks him a question that has been bothering her. Why did he choose her? With his level of skill as a knight, she points out, he could have partnered with anyone. Yusial doesn't deny it. He acknowledges that she is right and that there are many talented people. He lists off the top students. Hong Baiyon is unmatched in terms of flair, while Flame's control is unrivaled. He continues, stating that Meiyu Xiong is undoubtedly the strongest in their year, and that Adalin would have been an excellent choice for crushing single targets. Morph presses him, asking again why he chose her. Yusial stops walking and turns to her. He explains that even with all those other options, he still thought that working with her would be the best choice. He offers no complex reason, simply stating that's all there is to it. He then pivots back to their training, suggesting they move on and take on Kaden. Morph is left momentarily stunned, her cheeks slightly flushed by his simple and direct confidence in her. Back in the present, her resolve hardens as she grips her staff tightly. She thinks to herself that, while she still doesn't fully understand his reasoning, there must be a reason he chose her. With that thought, she decides she will show him he made the right choice. A powerful blue aura erupts around her. She begins to levitate off the ground. The entire arena is bathed in the light of her surging mana. The spectators are astounded. One of them recognizes the phenomenon, asking in a hushed, awestruck tone if it's superphenomenal resonance. He explains that it's a state only achievable by magicians above Class 6 when they enter a state of full unconsciousness. He stresses the immense danger, explaining that if her concentration breaks for even a second, the resulting mana reflux would turn her into a mana cripple for life. And she's only a first year. Another spectator whispers that she is truly worthy of her title, the Empress of Winter. Yusial watches her, a proud and confident smile on his face. He declares that it's time to get started. With his blade drawn, he announces their intention to take down 5 mid-tier monsters with just the 2 of them. And then he dashes into motion. He moves like a blur, instantly appearing before the Haima Radon using the skill blink. His blade flashes, slicing through the monster's long, extended tongue. He follows up with a second, sweeping slash across the creature's flank. His golden eyes are cold and focused, locked on his targets. The Haima Radon lets out a piercing shriek of pain. Yusial lands lightly on his feet, his back to the wounded creature. He states that they are done with the frog for now, his gaze already shifting to his next target. He announces that the Sandmane Black Ox is next. As the Haima Radon recoils, the horn on its head begins to glow with an intense red light, a beacon of its pain and rage. This light immediately affects the Sandmane Black Ox, whose eyes flash a furious red. The red glow from the frog's horn intensifies, acting as a powerful stimulant. The Black Ox bellows, its instincts overriding all else, and begins a thunderous charge. Yusial watches the chaos begin to unfold with a small, satisfied smile. Everything is going just as he expected. The narrative reveals the secret to his strategy. The method to simultaneously deal with 5 mid-tier monsters is surprisingly simple. As the charging ox kicks up a cloud of sand, the nearby Nomi slime begins to quiver. The core principle of the strategy is to create a situation where the monsters become hostile to one another. In the stands, the students watch in utter shock. "Oh my God, what is that?" One of them breathes. They can't believe their eyes as the monsters begin to attack each other. The bird-like Kaden swoops down, viciously pecking at the enraged Black Ox. Beakussial smirks, his plan unfolding perfectly. He thinks to himself that this is what's known as the borrowed sword strategy, a tactic where you kill the enemy using their own allies' strength without expending your own. A new chapter begins, explaining the origin of this high-level tactic. It was a strategy developed by veteran players of the game Aether World, who, after countless attempts to conquer large groups of monsters with small teams, discovered the most effective method was to use the unique characteristics and attributes of the monsters against themselves. The first step is to attack the horned frog. When the frog feels pain, the red light on its forehead activates. This light acts as a powerful trigger, stimulating the aggressive instincts of the black bull, causing it to charge uncontrollably at the source of the light, the frog. As it charges, the enraged sand black bull sprays sand from its body in every direction. When this sand makes contact with the Nami slime, a new reaction is triggered. To prevent its moist body from drying out, the slime instinctively generates an immense amount of water. A veritable flood erupts from the slime's body, pouring across the arena floor. Usial observes the rising water level, noting that thanks to the magical barrier surrounding the test area, the water is accumulating nicely. With the field now partially submerged, he turns his attention to the next step of his plan, his eyes locking onto the Kaiden. As the Kaiden senses the rising moisture in the air, its own unique characteristic is triggered. It begins to let out a piercing scream that registers at over 7 octaves. This incredibly high-pitched shriek travels through the air, directly affecting the final monster. The ultra-sensitive hearing of the sensitive bat is triggered, overwhelming it with painful noise. Enraged and disoriented by the sound, the bat lashes out, attacking the source of the scream, the Kaiden. The two flying monsters become locked in a furious aerial battle. The Nami slime, still producing water, gets caught in the crossfire. A chaotic free-for-all erupts, with every monster now provoking and attacking one another. The monsterologist waits and watches, completely impressed. He wonders aloud if that boy, Usial, truly understands the characteristics. A faint green light begins to crackle around Isel, her eyes narrowed with intense focus as she prepares to unleash her magic. With a single determined word, she commands the spell to strike. From the heavens, a colossal bolt of golden lightning descends with terrifying speed, aimed directly at the center of the monstrous horde that has her surrounded. The lightning makes impact in a blinding, deafening explosion of yellow-green energy that engulfs the entire area. The raw power of the spell surges outwards, tearing through the monsters with overwhelming force, their forms disintegrating into nothingness amidst the chaotic display of electrical fury. As the brilliant light and crackling energy begin to dissipate, Isel stands resolute in the center of the devastation, her long, light blue hair flowing gently in the aftermath. A close-up on her eye reveals a newfound confidence and clarity. She reflects internally that this incredible power is her own magic, something she never imagined she could accomplish. She stands tall and proud, the last vestiges of golden lightning sparking at her feet, while a single perfect snowflake, the signature of her ice magic, materializes in the air beside her. She recalls Beakussial's words, realizing that it was just as he said it would be. The scene flashes back to a dark, forested area where she and Usial stood together. She remembers her own disbelief, her voice filled with incredulity as she asked him if he was crazy, questioning how he could possibly expect her to take down 5 monsters at once. Her own shocked expression fills her memory, her mouth agape in disbelief. Usial's calm voice echoes in her mind, first saying no, but then immediately correcting himself, confidently stating that she can do it. He had looked at her with a gentle, unwavering smile, telling her that he believed in her and asking her to trust him just this once, just as he trusted her. Her own wide, purple eyes from that moment reflect her surprise and the profound impact his faith had on her. Back in the present, Isel clenches her fist, a new determination solidifying within her. She reflects on her past, a time filled with emptiness and uncertainty. Until now, there was nothing for her, no clear path, and no one to guide her or tell her if she was doing the right thing. She visualizes herself as a small, lonely figure with her head bowed, surrounded by ominous, shadowy figures who represented her despair and isolation. But that was the past. Now she has a guiding light. She pictures Beakussial, his back turned to her as he stands in a brilliant, warm, and inviting golden glow. He is her beacon. She realizes with absolute certainty that she is not lost anymore. A single glowing blue footprint appears before her, marking the start of a new path. She decides in that moment that she will follow that light, knowing that if she does, she will never lose her way again. She takes a step forward, leaving her own trail of glowing footprints as she walks towards the light that is Beakussial. As the last of the snowflakes gently fall around her, an ethereal voice announces the conclusion of the practical evaluation for Group 32. Isel stands alone in the now silent arena, her staff held loosely in her hand. A gentle, peaceful smile graces her lips as she is surrounded by an illusion of blooming white flowers, a testament to her newfound peace and power. Elsewhere, Beakussial lands gracefully on a stone pillar, remarking to himself that it was a close call, and wryly remembering the instruction to speak while casting magic. The scene transitions to the results of the evaluation. A large board displays the monster simulation practical results. In first place is Group 32, composed of Beakussial and Isel Morph, with a staggering 199 points. In a distant second place is Group 31, Ma Yuxiang and Hong Bion Adelevet, with 127 points. Standing before the results board, Hong Bion and Ma Yuxiang take in their defeat. Hong Bion, her expression grim, admits that they completely lost this one. She notes with frustration that even though they successfully took down a mid-to-large special monster of historical significance, they were still thoroughly beaten. Ma Yuxiang, ever the smooth talker, simply smiles and concedes that he supposes they have to admit what needs admitting. He playfully teases Hong Bion, remarking that she's surprisingly quick to accept their loss. She turns away with a HMPH, telling him to shut up. However, her expression quickly darkens, her red eyes narrowing with envy and ambition. A single word echoes in her mind. But she imagines a ghostly image of Beakussial standing beside Ma Yuxiang, wondering what could have been if the commoner had been her partner instead. She clutches her chest, a burning desire welling within her as she imagines herself wielding magic as incredible as Isel's, all with Yuxial's support. Her thoughts turn bitter as she questions why that commoner devotes himself so completely to Isel. She envisions a grand throne room where the most perfect knight in the world kneels in servitude before her, the queen who would become the most perfect being in existence. She believes such a knight should serve her, not Isel. A snarl twists her lips, her ambition and jealousy consuming her. She finally admits to herself that her quick acceptance of defeat was a lie. She cannot understand or accept this outcome. With a sly, predatory glint in her eyes, she decides that she needs to investigate Beakussial more closely, turning with a newfound, sinister purpose. As she turns, she is met with a startling sight. A stern-looking girl with long black hair, Saren Orkin, stands before her. Saren addresses her with a mocking tone, asking if she came to see the results after hearing the news about being defeated by commoners and traitors. Hong Bion internally fumes, thinking what an irritating woman Saren is. Saren simply brushes past her without another word, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the hall. As she walks away, she delivers a final cutting remark, telling Hong Bion that she's still not there yet, leaving Hong Bion to stew in her anger. In a quiet library, the girl known as Flame sits at a desk, writing diligently before her hand suddenly stops. A look of utter shock crosses her face as she thinks, no way. She can't believe that the crystal flower, Isel's ultimate magic, has bloomed so quickly. She pictures the spell in her mind, a magnificent and powerful burst of crystalline ice. She recalls that this was meant to be Isel's identity spell, something she was only supposed to achieve far into the future after countless trials and the recovery of her shattered self-esteem. According to the original storyline she knows, Isel should be deteriorating even more around this time, not flourishing. The only explanation for her showing the crystal flower now before everyone must be the influence of Beakussial. Flame remembers the original, tragic ending of the world, where Ma Yuxiang and Isel finally opened their hearts to one another. But it was too late to prevent the world's destruction. A new theory begins to form in her mind. She wonders if there was an extra story, a hidden variable she never knew about. What if the previously nameless character, Beakussial, had loved Isel? What if, at the very end of the world, it was he, not Ma Yuxiang, who chose regression? She ponders the profound sacrifice of such an act. A regression undertaken solely to create a world where the one he loved could live happily. A world where, at the end of it all, his own existence would be completely forgotten by the very person he saved. She questions if Beakussial could truly not regret such a choice, to sacrifice everything and turn back time just for a love he wanted to fulfill. She wonders what such a feeling would even be like. Back in his room, Beakussial stands as a series of system windows pop up before him. The first announces that the monster simulation has been completed, followed by a notification that he has gained a large amount of experience points. A third message explains that for successfully leading the story in an excellent direction, an additional reward is promised through the Constellario project. Yuxial wonders aloud what kind of reward he'll get this time. He stands before the glowing blue interface, contemplating his options. He muses that his skills are already somewhat enhanced, so he should focus on preparing for the next upcoming episode. He decides to take an item as his reward and specifically requests a lanal leaf key. The system processes his request for a moment before confirming that the review is complete. A notification announces that the reward has been delivered, and a beautifully intricate silvery key materializes in the air before him. "Nice!" he exclaims, clearly pleased. He recognizes it as Ifanal's leaf key. He reflects that while it isn't quite an ancient relic, it is an ultra-rare item that only high-level players could typically acquire. More importantly, it is a key that leads to a place where spirits exist. However, a problem immediately presents itself. To use the key, he needs to go outside the academy grounds. He puts a hand to his chin, his expression troubled as he remembers that due to the recent necromancer incident, the conditions for leaving have become much stricter. He wonders how he can possibly get permission. Suddenly an idea strikes him, his eyes widening in realization. Oh, he thinks, the club. The scene shifts to the Grand Academy building. Yuxial is seen at a desk, stretching after finishing his homework. With a satisfied smirk, he decides that now is the time to go look for a club. He stands before a large bulletin board plastered with recruitment flyers, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers his options. He scans the various posters, wondering which club would be the best fit for his secret objective. He reads through the options: a Confucian Classics writing club, a Soul chess club, an original writing club, but quickly realizes that none of them seem to permit the special external activities he needs. He knows he has to think this through carefully. Just then, Isel appears beside him, her tone flat as she asks why he's worrying about clubs when he hasn't even joined one yet. Yusial jumps in surprise, stammering that it's possible for him to worry, isn't it? Isel mentions that she's heard various clubs are eager to recruit him, questioning if he's unaware of his own newfound fame. Yusial sheepishly admits he knows he's been quite popular lately. Isel knowingly tells him that his reputation changed drastically after the mock exam, a fact he surely knows best himself. She then smiles faintly, advising him to choose his club carefully before pointing to a specific flyer. As she speaks, another figure approaches from behind. Ma Yusiang suddenly slings an arm around Yusial's shoulders, greeting him cheerfully by name. Yusial is internally annoyed, wondering why Yusiang is here now. He coolly asks Yusiang to move his hand, calling him cold-hearted. Yusiang laughs it off and praises Yusial for his performance in the recent battle and for commanding the necromancer hunt, calling it impressive. Yusial, looking slightly flustered, dismisses it as something that just happened. Yusiang leans in closer, his expression intense as he says, as expected. For a brief moment, Yusial sees a flash of a different Ma Yusiang, one with burning red eyes, who tells him he seems different from others. A chilling memory from a forgotten timeline that leaves Yusial momentarily stunned. Snapping back to the present, Yusial tries to explain his dedication by saying that as a commoner, he's always thinking of ways to improve, even on weekends. Yusiang remarks that Yusial uses his time meaningfully, unlike himself, and asks what he does on weekends. Yusial gives a simple, one-word answer: study. Both he and Isel wear blank expressions at the mundane response. Yusiang laughs, thanking him for the formal answer, but Yusial insists he really did study and train. Yusiang expresses his surprise, stating that Yusial isn't the type for that. Yusial sweats nervously, admitting that while it's true, he has recently started doing it. Yusial reflects internally that this is a significant change. In the original timeline, Ma Yusiang would have started training much later. He wonders what caused this shift. Yusiang brings up their recent dungeon practice, and Isel confirms it was a key event. Yusiang laughs, recalling the giant bird monster, and remarking that if the lady hadn't intervened, the rhythmic clatter of a train fills the air as it pulls into a station, steam hissing from its undercarriage. A single polished black shoe steps firmly onto the platform, marking the end of a long journey. Beakussial, dressed in a sharp Stella Academy uniform, lets out a long sigh of relief, finally having arrived at his destination. He stretches his arms back, feeling the stiffness in his muscles from the trip. He reflects on the recent past. With Altarisha's invaluable help, he had successfully founded the Gourmet Club. This achievement, serving as its president, was his ticket to securing an outing pass from the academy. He recalls that there was a bit of suspicion during the process. A memory of a stern-faced professor questioning his motives flashes in his mind, but ultimately he was glad they gave him the pass. He reassures himself that as long as he avoids causing any trouble, everything should proceed smoothly. Yusial walks with a steady gait through a verdant, sun-dappled courtyard, the lush greenery a stark contrast to the academy's stone walls. He suddenly stops short, his golden eyes widening in surprise. Before him stands a colossal, ancient tree, its massive trunk twisting towards the sky, its leaves so dense they create their own world of light and shadow. He wonders in awe if this is the legendary Third World Tree. A sign confirms his location, the orchards of Namuwaran, as he takes in the sight of the elven village nestled amongst the trees, with its warm, glowing lights and intricate architecture. He can't help but think that this is on a completely different level compared to mere game graphics. A graceful elf with long, pale lavender hair and pointed ears approaches him, her smile serene. She greets him as a magician from Stella and hopes his sincere heart reaches the mother of the earth. Another elf, this one male with long brown hair, adds his own blessing, wishing that the grace of Eltem and Eltwin, who once saved the Second World Tree from burning, be with him. He notes that many elves recognize the Stella uniform, a testament to the Academy's reputation. Yusial observes the many handsome and beautiful elves around him, just as the game's setting had described. Among the crowd of elegant figures, he recalls one who stands above all others in beauty. The elf king, Flower Saren. He remembers the lore from his past life as a gamer. Flower Saren, with a goddess-like appearance, had stirred the hearts of countless male players and was the subject of the most fan art in the Aether World. However, the lore held a twist. Elves are born without gender. Only when they fall in true love does their gender change to match their partner's preference. Flower Saren was born in a female form, but had never experienced true love, thus remaining technically genderless. Later in the story, after falling for a character named Flame, Saren chooses a male gender. Yusial chuckles to himself, recalling the funny story of how countless men were left in despair, because there was never an in-game route where Flower Saren chose to be female. He admits that he, too, was a fan of the character. Snapping back to the present, a determined smirk plays on his lips. He has found what he was looking for. He has located the hidden dungeon, the sacred garden of Ithanal. He thinks about his purpose here. His skills have been somewhat enhanced, making this the perfect time to prepare for the upcoming episode. He intends to acquire a specific item, Ithanal's green light key, and is pleased that he can use it sooner than he had anticipated. Holding the ornate, glowing green key, he inserts it into a keyhole hidden within an ancient stone structure. A bright blue warning message materializes before him, cautioning that opening the entrance with the key might alert someone else. Yusial recognizes the phrase from the game. He remembers that players had already verified that no special event was triggered by this warning. Dismissing it as flavor text, he wonders what could possibly happen now and turns the key. A brilliant flash of green light erupts from the lock, engulfing him completely. A system notification declares that the door leading to the sacred garden of Ithanal is now open. Elsewhere in the cradle of the Elf Kingdom, a majestic city rests atop a towering cliff, shrouded in mist and surrounded by cascading waterfalls. Within a lavish chamber, under a ceiling that mimics a starry night sky, a figure with flowing white hair slumbers peacefully in a large bed. The figure stirs, humming softly, and gracefully rises, their long, ethereal robes trailing behind them as they walk toward the massive window. They stretch their arms wide, as if embracing the dawn. Looking out at the breathtaking view of the world tree and the tranquil landscape, they murmur that the world is peaceful today as well. This is the Elf King, Flower Saren, their golden eyes reflecting the calm of the morning. Saren watches a pair of birds take flight, soaring freely into the sky. A wistful expression crosses their face as they wonder when they will be able to walk around freely like that. Admitting to a pang of jealousy for the birds. Suddenly, their calm demeanor shatters. Saren's golden eyes widen in shock as a foreign energy signature registers in their senses. They realize with disbelief that someone has entered the secret garden where Ithanal is sleeping. This should be impossible, and they question who it could be. Pushing the immediate concern aside, Saren decides this isn't the time for idle thoughts. They quickly grab a white hood from their bed and drape it over their head, concealing their face. They clench a fist, their knuckles white, resolving to endure. After enduring for decades, they cannot afford to move now. The fear of the curse activating again, a curse that could drive someone to madness, holds them back. They decide to wait until the World Tree's upcoming birthday to investigate the intruder. Meanwhile, back in the sacred garden, Yusial lets out a long breath, only to be immediately assaulted by the environment. He complains about the damn pollen floating in the air, and then stumbles as thick roots erupt from the ground to trip him. He agilely dodges the grasping tendrils, realizing that fighting them head-on would be a never-ending battle. A confident grin spreads across his face. He knew this would happen, so he came prepared, having crafted a Molotov cocktail using alchemy. He reveals a small vial filled with a volatile red liquid. With a swift motion, he hurls the vial at a massive, flower-like monster. It explodes on impact, engulfing the creature in a roaring inferno. The monster lets out a piercing shriek as it's consumed by the flames. Yusial unsheathes his dagger, its blade crackling with blue energy. Declaring that he won't miss this chance, he activates his blink skill. He teleports directly into the heart of the blaze, his eyes glowing with intense focus as he pinpoints his target. He emerges from the fiery vortex, a shadowy figure against the inferno, and lands a decisive strike on the creature's core. The monster screams one last time before dissolving into motes of light. System windows pop up, confirming that he has acquired experience points. Wiping sweat from his brow, Yusial decides that's enough dealing with the mobs. His expression turns serious as he sets his sights on his true objective. It's time to fulfill his real goal. He steps through a shimmering blue portal, a notification confirming his entry into the dungeon's boss room. He emerges into a scene of ethereal beauty. A vast field of glowing blue flowers stretches out before him under a magnificent starry sky, dominated by a slender crescent moon. Yusial is momentarily stunned into silence, simply uttering a wow at the breathtaking sight. His gaze falls upon a lone, hooded figure, sitting silently by a broken pillar amidst the flowers. He recognizes the entity instantly, the sacred Ithanal. He recalls the lore about divine spirits, the most mysterious beings in this world. They are pure souls who, after hundreds of years of practice, achieve enlightenment and transform into a new existence, being so rare they are few and far between even in the Aether World. However, he knows the being before him is not a perfect divine spirit. She was on the verge of becoming one when her heart was stolen, leaving her forever frozen in this incomplete state. Usial takes a preparatory breath, but is suddenly hit by an immense, crushing force. He gasps, recognizing the overwhelming sensation as mana pressure. He grits his teeth, his body trembling under the strain, wondering if a divine spirit retains such power even in death. He steels his resolve, telling himself he can't give up now. With agonizing effort, he forces himself forward, each step a monumental struggle against the invisible weight. He pushes on, drawing closer to the silent figure, until his strength gives out, and he collapses to his knees in the field of glowing flowers. A system message appears, informing him that the experience for his trait mana leakage delay has increased. Panting heavily, he admits that it's getting a bit better now. He slumps into a sitting position, exhausted but having endured the trial, as another notification confirms his stats are rising. He understands now that this place is a natural training ground left behind by the divine spirit, a fabled mana vein that wizards across the world desperately seek. He realizes that even simple exercise here yields hundreds of times the normal effect, and the ambient energy of the divine spirit vastly increases one's affinity with nature. With a wry smile, he thinks to himself that he went through all this trouble just to find a good gym, lamenting that he never exercised in his real life. But before he begins his training, there's one more thing to do. He reaches toward the pillar and retrieves a hidden artifact, the branch of resentment. He examines the gnarled, purple-glowing branch in his hand. Its description appears, an advanced-grade item whose resentment only grows stronger with time. Its functions are potent. A first contact inflicts resentment. A second causes it to explode for dealing damage. It accumulates damage over time for up to 3 months, and its damage can be halved against high-risk targets. A confident smile graces his face. With this, he believes he'll be able to take on Mason Tyern, the boss of the 8th episode. Having obtained the artifact, he decides it's finally time to begin his training. A few weeks pass. Usial checks his status, his mana leakage delay trait now at level 3, providing significant boosts to his strength, agility, and senses. His sixth sense has also improved, now able to detect mana within a 24-meter radius. He lets out a breath, assessing his stats as now being around the mid-2nd tier. He knows he still has a long way to go. The main characters of the story possess stats above the 4th tier. With no one to teach him swordsmanship, he dedicates himself to repeating simple thrusts and cuts, honing his ability to precisely pierce an enemy's vital points. His eyes burn with determination as he resolves to work harder. He pushes his body to its limits, his mind focused on the gruesome reality of combat. The effort required to chop through bone and flesh, an effort that makes him bleed. As he executes a powerful swing, he is suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. He staggers, gasping for air, when a system window unexpectedly appears. It notifies him that he has learned part of a special mana breathing technique and has acquired the skill breath of the divine spirit. His eyes widen as a strange, chilling sensation washes over him. And for Assistant Altarisha, with a slight tremble in her voice, announced to the hushed academic hall that she would like to call someone to assist her. She stated her desire to call one person. From the audience, the esteemed Professor Tyern, a pointy-eared man with a grand mustache and spectacles, leaned forward, his expression a mixture of curiosity and skepticism as he asked who that person was. Altarisha, her voice gaining a sliver of confidence, declared that this person was a co-author of the paper she had just presented. With a deliberate and steady motion, she extended her finger, pointing towards the upper tiers of the lecture hall. Her finger was aimed directly at the student sitting there, a young man named Beakussial. Usial himself looked momentarily surprised, his eyes wide as he processed the announcement. A thought bubble revealed his own shock, questioning if he was truly a co-author. The hall immediately broke into a quiet buzz of whispers and murmurs. People shifted in their seats, their gazes following Altarisha's pointed finger. One spectator commented on the absurdity of a student being involved, while another expressed his disbelief that bringing a student up would change anything. Professor Tyern, however, crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips as he found the situation exciting. Undeterred by the murmurs, Beakussial stood up from his seat, his face set with a look of calm determination. He began his descent down the stairs, each step firm and purposeful as he made his way toward the stage. As he walked past Professor Mason Tyern, his expression remained neutral, his golden eyes focused ahead. He subtly brushed past her, his hand moving near his coat pocket. In that fleeting moment, a tendril of purple energy snaked out from his hand, unseen by the crowd. A glowing blue system window materialized in his vision, alerting him that the special function of the artifact, the branch of resentment, had been activated. The target of this resentment was now officially Mason Tyern. Mason, feeling a prickle of annoyance, clicked her tongue, dismissing the feeling as rudeness from the student. Uziol, however, allowed a small, satisfied smile to grace his lips, confirming to himself that his plan had worked perfectly. He took his final steps onto the stage, facing the sea of curious faces. The audience watched him, a lone student now standing in the spotlight. Uziol began to speak, his voice clear and steady. He stated that he had heard Professor Mason's argument, but reminded everyone of the old saying that seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. Professor Tyern listened intently, his expression unreadable. Uziol then threw down a gauntlet, proposing that they try solving the cross-formulation of random sequences right there, in front of everyone. The suggestion sent another wave of excited whispers through the audience, with people remarking on the novelty of a paper-solving competition between a professor and an assistant. They all agreed it sounded like fun. Alterisha, however, looked overwhelmed and turned to Uziol, her voice filled with anxiety. She questioned his bold move, but he simply asked if she didn't trust him. Flustered, she quickly reassured him that she did trust him. Uziol then told her that he had been watching her closely all this time, and she shouldn't worry, because Assistant Alterisha could do it. He urged her to trust him, the one who believed in her. His words acted like a balm to her frayed nerves. A spark of determination lit up her eyes as she repeated his sentiment, a newfound belief in herself blooming. She clenched her fist, her resolve hardening. With a newfound sense of purpose, she pushed up her glasses and acknowledged that Uziol was right. She pulled her blonde hair back into a neat ponytail, telling herself that she had to trust what she had been doing all this time. Professor Mason watched this exchange with a sharp, surprised expression, letting out a small gasp. With her preparations complete, Alterisha turned to face the challenge and confidently asked if they should begin. Her eyes, now clear and focused, were locked on her opponent, Professor Mason. The challenge was the infamous cross-formulation of random sequences, a legendary unsolved problem in the world of alchemy. The history of the problem was grim. 300 years ago, an alchemist had claimed to have discovered an amazing formula to solve the equation, only to tragically slip and die in a bathroom, making the formula famous for its elusiveness. Since then, countless alchemists had tried and failed, to the point where no one dared to challenge it anymore. The unsolved formula was deemed impossible. In a private box overlooking the hall, two figures watched the unfolding drama. Keen, the stoic leader of the 13th Destruction Group from the Tower of the Black Moon, found the situation interesting. His vice leader, Hyjin Macaron, yawned, complaining that she was bored to death. She asked her leader if that professor was really a dark mage, noting that the mission seemed like a bust no matter how she thought about it. On the stage below, Professor Mason and Assistant Alterisha stood before two large blackboards, chalk in hand, ready to begin their intellectual duel. Keen remained silent, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while Hyjin continued to grumble. She muttered that her leader believed whatever that old man said, and it was always a problem. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she focused on the stage. She and Keen both looked on as the competition began in earnest. Suddenly, Hyjin noticed a palpable shift in the atmosphere of the room. A spectator announced that the first challenge had just been solved. Professor Tyron's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. He observed that while the solutions were similar, they were interpreted from slightly different perspectives. Keen, from his vantage point, noted that the assistant's solution was simpler and clearer than Professor Mason's, and there was even a slight difference in the final answer. The second challenge was already underway. Both women were writing furiously on their respective blackboards. Another observer in the crowd, a man with a hand to his chin, commented that it was truly amazing. He had seen many try to solve the second challenge, but this was the first time he'd seen it done like this. He was astounded that a problem said to require over 200 lines was solved in just 12. From the sidelines, Uziol watched Alterisha with a knowing smile, observing that the audience's response was great. However, he thought to himself that the real challenge was only just beginning. As the solution for the third challenge commenced, the air grew thick with tension. The question hung in the air. Would the third challenge, which had never been solved before, finally meet its match? Both Alterisha and Mason were deeply focused, their chalk flying across the boards, filling them with complex equations. Professor Tyron leaned forward, his mouth agape, muttering that it couldn't be. He wondered if they had really solved it. A spectator noted that while Professor Mason solving the impossible third challenge was impressive, something even more astonishing was happening. Professor Mason herself stared at Alterisha's blackboard, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her mind reeled as she questioned what in the world that solution was. The crowd murmured in awe, wondering how they even thought to approach the problem in such a way. Uziol watched with a smug expression, thinking that he couldn't believe it even though he was seeing it with his own eyes. He internally explained the fundamental difference in their methods. All the senior alchemists had treated the 5 challenges as separate problems, but Altarisha, guided by his insights, thought of all 5 as one integrated system, creating a single, elegant solution. The solving of the challenges continued, but the tide had clearly turned. Professor Mazin began to falter, sweat beading on her brow as she struggled to recall a part of the formula. She cursed, realizing the blackboard wasn't big enough for her sprawling, inefficient calculations. In a moment of panic, she frantically yelled for someone to bring her more blackboards. Finally, with a hurried flourish, she declared that she had solved it all. Her eyes, however, betrayed her exhaustion and uncertainty. In stark contrast, Altarisha calmly placed her final piece of chalk down. She stood back from her work, a complete and perfect organization and understanding of the cross-formulation of random sequences laid out for all to see. She announced that this was all for her presentation, her back straight and her posture radiating confidence. The hall erupted into a frenzy of astonishment. One man stuttered that this was crazy, absolutely crazy. People were on their feet, shaking with emotion, unable to believe they were witnessing such a historic moment. One spectator declared it was the moment of the century. Altarisha, a faint blush on her cheeks, felt a surge of pride and thought to herself, "I did it." Her internal gratitude flowed towards Usial, acknowledging that it was all thanks to him. But as Altarisha basked in her triumph, a dark and malevolent aura began to emanate from Professor Mazin. The professor's voice became a low, menacing growl as she began to repeat Altarisha's name over and over. The purple energy swirled around her face becoming a featureless void as she levitated off the ground, her form twisting with dark magic. Altarisha turned, her moment of joy shattered by confusion and fear, and asked her professor what was wrong. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the scene repeated, their cheers dying in their throats. Altarisha, her face glowing with success, repeated that she had done it. She again sent her silent thanks to Usial, crediting him for her victory. But the darkness was growing. Mazin's distorted voice echoed through the hall, repeating Altarisha's name with increasing venom. The professor, now fully consumed by a swirling vortex of dark purple energy, floated ominously, her form barely human. Altarisha could only stare in horror, whispering, "Professor." The entire hall was bathed in the sinister purple light, as Mazin floated above Usial and Altarisha. Her voice, now a demonic echo, asked Altarisha how long she was going to upset her. She accused her former assistant of editing her paper and disguising it as her own, demanding to know if that was what she wanted. Usial, standing beside the terrified Altarisha, watched the transformation with a steely gaze. He thought to himself that Mazin turning to dark magic was faster than planned, but it actually worked out better this way. If she became a dark mage in front of everyone like this, the outcome was sealed. Mazin's malevolent presence loomed over them, her dark power radiating through the hall. Her eyes glowed with an eerie purple light from behind her glasses, as she glared down at the trembling Altarisha. Usial gave Altarisha a slight push, urging her to just admit it already. Bolstered by his encouragement, Altarisha found her voice. She screamed at her former mentor, declaring that her paper was better than the professor's. She demanded to know what more Mazin needed to steal to feel satisfied. The audience, catching on to the true nature of the conflict, began to murmur amongst themselves. One man wondered aloud if the red potion paper Mazin had presented earlier was also stolen from the assistant, which caused another to gasp in realization. Overwhelmed by emotion, Altarisha tearfully shouted that the professor was more of a fool than she was, clenching her hands together in frustration. Usial watched the scene unfold with quiet intensity, while Keen and Hyjin observed from their box, their expressions unreadable. Professor Mazin's face was a mask of confusion, but Professor Tyern suddenly let out a guttural sound, which erupted into a full-throated laugh. He slapped his knee, exclaiming that this was fun, that today's presentation was truly fun. The sound of his laughter seemed to snap Mazin out of her dark trance. The purple aura vanished, and she gasped for air, her eyes wide with horror. She looked at her hands, wondering what she had just done, realizing how dangerous her outburst had been. Her fear quickly morphed back into rage, her face contorting as she prepared to lash out again. She lunged forward, screaming Altarisha's name. But before she could reach her, Usial stepped between them, his posture calm and authoritative. He addressed Professor Mazin directly, suggesting that they stop and understand the situation. Mazin froze, her anger momentarily checked by his unexpected intervention. Her eyes darted around the room, taking in the sea of silent, judging faces in the audience. The weight of their gazes pressed down on her, and panic began to set in. The other professors and academics in the crowd watched her with stern disapproval. Her mind raced, and she blurted out a denial, insisting it wasn't true. In a desperate attempt to shift the blame, she pointed a trembling finger at Altarisha, screaming that the bastard had stolen her paper. Professor Tyron's amusement had vanished, replaced by a cold, hard glare. He gave a single curt order, take her out. Two imposing figures immediately moved to flank the frantic professor. Mason shrieked that she wasn't at fault as they grabbed her arms. She struggled wildly, screaming for them to let go as they dragged her away from the stage. With the source of the chaos removed, Altarisha's strength finally gave out, and she collapsed to the floor, her body trembling with exhaustion and shock. Usial looked down at her and extended his hand, his voice gentle as he told her she had worked hard today. She looked up at his outstretched hand, his face kind and reassuring. A small, grateful smile touched her lips as she accepted his help. Her ordeal finally over. As the event concluded and the crowds dispersed, the city lights twinkled outside the grand hall. Keen and Hyjin walked down a grand staircase, discussing the mission. Hyjin declared that in the end, it was a bust. Keen mused that if Mason's emotions were that intense, there should have been some sign, yet the sensor reacting to dark magic erosion hadn't responded at all. Hyjin countered that the psychometry of the Sackwall Tower wasn't perfect. She then changed the subject, asking if the co-author, the high schooler, was that kid over there, gesturing towards Usial, who was now surrounded by a crowd of admirers. Keen glanced over and commented that he was quite cute, prompting Hyjin to ask if he checked him out. Hyjin reported that she had just received a message from Matra. It seemed that before coming to Stella, Usial's hometown was destroyed by dark mages. She continued, explaining that he was a commoner with the lowest grades in Class S, and despite attending the world's best magic school, he didn't use magic. A golden aura seemed to flare around Usial as she spoke, highlighting his strange circumstances. Keen found him unusual in many ways, especially since he had also asked for his name to be delivered in the article. He decided to keep that in mind. His sharp eyes narrowed, a flicker of interest crossing his face. In the bustling crowd below, Usial suddenly looked up, his gaze seeming to cut through the distance and lock directly onto Keen and Hyjin. Keen's expression remained impassive. Hyjin asked her leader if their eyes had just met, but immediately dismissed the idea, saying it couldn't be. She reasoned that the leader's cognitive impairment magic and her own shadow veil barrier couldn't be undone that easily, concluding it must be an illusion. Usial, for his part, offered a small, knowing smile before turning away. Keen watched him for a moment longer, then turned to Hyjin and said they should go, as the matter was finished. Hyjin readily agreed, stating she was tired of places like this too. They departed, leaving in a grand, horse-drawn carriage. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Mason Tyron was seething. She bit her thumb in frustration, muttering curses under her breath. She fumed that if it weren't for Beakussial, she wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation. She vowed that now that it had come to this, she would definitely get her revenge. A calm voice interrupted her tirade, telling her to calm down. Startled, she looked up to see a man with long, dark hair sitting across from her, calmly reading a book. The man, Raiden, looked up, his red eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. He informed her that she had caused trouble. Mason recoiled, stammering that this wasn't an accident and that she had almost lost control. Raiden noted that it was a close call, and luckily there was a suppression in place. He warned her that if her emotions had amplified even a little more and caused a rampage, it could have ruined all their plans. Overcome with fear, Mason could only apologize profusely. Raiden was unmoved, coldly asking if she thought a mere apology would set. He informed her that the leader was extremely disappointed and that she had lost the value of being a professor at Stella. Desperate, Mason pleaded, claiming she had a lot of connections in the plagiarism discussion group and could still smooth things over. Raiden cut her off, telling her to shut up and stay still. He said the most helpful thing she could do was keep her head down and walk around quietly. With a menacing glare, he asked if she got it, then instructed her not to move and stay quiet until the leader gave further instructions, as a blue, crackling energy enveloped her. Mason trembled, clutching her skirt, her mind consumed with a single thought. This was all because of Beakussial. Her eyes blazed with hatred, vowing to make him pay. She gritted her teeth, promising him to just wait a little more. On a train heading away from the city, Usial and Altarisha sat in a quiet compartment. Usial reflected on the day's events with a slight frown. He thought it was a shame that Mason hadn't fully turned to dark magic at the presentation, as he had hoped it would stop the 8th episode's downfall. He concluded that it was destined to stay calm until the episode that was supposed to be a rampage. He sighed, deciding it couldn't be helped and that he shouldn't rush things. The academic conference had ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment had been activated. Still, one thing was bothering him. He recalled the two figures in the crowd, the man and the woman observing from above. He focused on the man's sharp, intelligent face. He knew with certainty that the man was Keen, the leader of the 13th Destruction Unit of the Sackwall Tower, a small elite group of mages dedicated to hunting dark mages and wizards. Usial realized that if it weren't for his sixth sense, he would never have noticed them until the very end. He could guess that those dangerous people were there to keep an eye on Professor Mason. He hoped that their involvement could somehow turn out positively. Just then, a polite voice interrupted his thoughts, asking if they could spare a moment. A man in a pristine white suit and fedora approached their table. He tipped his hat, revealing the pointed ears of an elf and a charming, sly smile. He introduced himself as Melian, the president of the Seongurium Corporation. A brief overview of Melian's significance flashed through Yusial's mind. As the game progressed, more characters became available, including Melian, the president of the Seongurium Corporation, also known as the heart of the southern Howal Plains. Thanks to his golden ratios fate trait, he was set to be the richest person in the world. He was a popular target for players, not for his wealth or looks, but because his daughter was the infamous villainess Jelliel. High Elf Jelliel tormented the protagonist throughout the episodes, and angered players discovered the ultimate revenge was to target her most beloved person, her father Melian, marry him, and ruin the family. It sounded like a joke, but players were excited by this dramatic turn of events. Yusial thought to himself that he had expected Melian, but didn't think he would come so soon. He knew he needed to leave a good impression for the upcoming episodes. Melian politely asked if he was speaking to alchemist Altarisha, the one who chose not to reveal her identity, and inquired about her name. Yusial cut in smoothly, remarking that Melian spoke well even though he already knew their names. He introduced himself as Beakussial, a first-year student from Class S at Stella Academy. Melian, unfazed, greeted them and revealed the reason for his visit. He was there to offer alchemist Altarisha a sole contract for her skills with the Seongurium Corporation, offering generous terms. Altarisha gasped as she read the contract, which promised unlimited support for materials and technicians. She had never seen such an amount before. With these terms, she realized, she could make all the inventions she'd ever dreamed of. She was certain Yusial would like this. However, when she looked at him, his expression was completely unreadable. She hesitated, then politely told Melian she needed some time to think. Melian asked if the conditions were insufficient, but she quickly clarified that the terms were more than overwhelming. The issue was that she needed to consult with the co-author of the technology, gesturing to Yusial. Yusial was taken aback by her consideration. Melian looked at Yusial, musing that he'd thought the co-author credit was just for show, but now realized helping to solve a 300-year-old problem at that age clearly made him an extraordinary genius. Yusial modestly told Altarisha not to worry about him, as he was still just a high school student. Melian then turned his attention to Yusial, offering him the contract, confident that no matter how much of a genius he was, a child would never refuse such conditions when it came to business. Yusial took the contract and glanced at it. Then, to Melian's utter astonishment, he simply said he refused. Melian's charming smile wavered for a fraction of a second. He asked for the reason, offering to immediately rewrite the terms if they weren't to Yusial's liking. Yusial's mind raced. He knew an exclusive contract with the world's best guild was a great opportunity. But Melian, while an excellent businessman, had a strong tendency to never let anything of his own be taken, even in death. If they were bound to him, only profitable items would be mass-produced, limiting variety and preventing many mages from accessing equipment, which would in turn allow dark mages to catch up, a path that led to a bad ending in the game. Yusial explained that the conditions didn't matter. He simply didn't want an exclusive contract. He elaborated that their new technology would have a tremendous influence on daily life and mage equipment, and they wanted more mages to be able to use it. Melian acknowledged his noble dream, but pointed out that money is essential. Yusial then revealed he had just finished talking with many other investors, including President Melian himself. Melian understood. Yusial planned to contract with everyone, which would mean cutting most of Melian's generous conditions. Yusial confirmed this, admitting the terms were tempting. With a confident smile, he presented his counter-proposal. He wasn't just selling a technology, he was selling the luxury branding of the item.